be without him, brother.
Welcome in. It is 6 minutes past the hour, and we have started a brand new show. It's a brand new day if you're listening live, and we are good to go. You're good. Thank you so much for being with us today. As always, we appreciate you. We've got a lot to break down. Don't forget it's RBU this week. We have Patrick Morley with us. We talked a little bit about Patrick the last show yesterday, and we'll tease that a little bit more. It's a podcast you definitely don't want to miss. We'll break that down a little bit more today, but excited to record that. It'll publish Saturday morning on all audio podcast streaming formats. You've also got Blaze TV, Pluto TV, Facebook, YouTube. We send out links. It's really easy. Adler does a great job of kind of putting that together, audio and video links. So that will publish Saturday morning, but we'll also send that out on social media. Make sure you're following us at Rick and Bubba. Just, hey, here's audio link, click. Here's a video link, click. Pretty easy. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
I'm good.
Everybody good?
Yeah,
Good.
We got a major championship starting today. The weather's beautiful outside. Need a favor from y'all at some point this hour.
Okay.
Need y'all to call my voicemail live on the air.
Really?
I haven't tested it yet. I've had two people in the last 2 days say, "Hey Helms, there's been some kind of update, and the chick that does your voicemail is different than everybody else's." And I was like, "What?" So I purposefully didn't check it last night because I wanted to check it live on the air.
All right.
And I don't know. I don't know what's different about it, what it says. I've never even called my own phone.
Really?
No.
And I don't have a voicemail like a something I've done. Yeah, I've not done that.
Yeah.
But they said
I tell you what, I'm calling her.
They
right
said
now.
the woman is different than the other voice.
Golly, I wish it was some. We're calling Helmsy's phone, even though he's in here.
Yeah, we know where he's
Not like
at.
he's sitting here.
You
Yeah,
made
right.
to decline it, I guess, so to go to voicemail.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message.
That's a different accent.
That's Australian, isn't it?
It's a different accent. And two people have told me that. I said, I don't know why your phone's different, but your voicemail voice.
Call mine now.
Okay.
Here.
I don't even know if I have a voicemail.
Buddy, you probably the person you're reaching has not set up their voicemail because he's a dumb. But he loves his peanuts because. Boy, you tearing them up.
Maybe it's the carrier because I don't know.
Let's see here.
It's just been weird. I've had two people tell me this. She did have.
Your call has been forwarded.
You got the
to
same
voicemail.
one.
Yeah. All right, now we call Greg.
Yeah, see what mine is. I don't know.
So y'all didn't know what y'all's voicemail was either?
That sounds Australian.
Like to your point, don't call myself a lot.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, I'm supposed to be calling Greg. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, if you don't mind.
I was just letting
I wish it was Gary for him. Hey. But don't answer it. What if he'd answer? Hello? Buddy, we're trying to call your voicemail. Don't answer it.
Why is Greg's phone not in here? It's weird.
Yeah,
there you are.
It's probably under.
It was under DA.
Yeah. Buddy,
just decline it, please.
That's a nice
I can't
ring.
believe you still have that ring.
What's it matter?
What's it matter? Decline it so it answers, buddy.
How many times we got to tell you that?
There we go.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Okay.
The person you're trying to reach is not available.
Oh,
At the tone, please record your message.
You got a dude.
All right, so who's your service with?
Verizon.
That's who my service is with. Who's your service with?
AT&T.
So you didn't choose that name
I don't guess.
or that voice.
No, just
If I did, I didn't know it.
take a sip.
So I was talking to. I guess I can decline your call. Too, I was talking
It's a nice ring you got
to a
buddy.
coach last night, and he said, "Hey, have you ever called your voicemail?" And I said, "No."
Have you ever called your voice?
And he said, "Yours." He said, "I have." Obviously, he said, "We call a bunch of people and we get a bunch of voicemails." He's like, "The voice on yours is different." His like,
Did he get
it's
high
some
pitched
kind
like
of,
that?
Yeah, he kind of
It's
did.
different.
Yeah, he says
I
different.
Go into the.
And
he
so
was serious.
I said, "Well, I hadn't, Coach. I hadn't changed anything.
Hey, coach.
I hadn't done anything at all." And he goes, "Well, yours is just like you would think if you're in the United States, you wouldn't have somebody with an accent like that."
Unless you're trying to be sharp.
And so
Could
anyway.
be it.
So Speedy, if he called you, he'd have the same deal.
Well, yeah, I've gone into
If somebody brings it back.
It's evidently not that uncommon.
Yeah, I guess. Not.
So under let's see, live voicemail on. I was sitting here under the phone settings.
Yeah.
If you can go in there and indicate what voice you want to use.
I wish
because you can do that for like Siri or whatever. You can say I want an Australian.
I wish Morgan Freeman was Dead Mind.
Oh yeah,
wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
The person you're about to.
The person you're about to. Is that him?
Yeah, it's him.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought he was in here. Thought he done snuck in down there in Gulf Shores.
You reached the voicemail of Greg Burgess.
I didn't say somebody that was injured. Somebody had a head injury.
All right, so thank you. Now I know what she sounds like.
It's probably, if I was to predict, here we go. The voice that you commanded for Siri is what gives your voicemail.
Well, I
don't even have what is that? I don't even think I have that set up.
I don't think I do either.
Let me find out here. This is my classic. Hey Siri.
Sorry, I did turn my mic off.
Let's see.
You gonna mess everybody up?
Yeah.
Hey.
I just
I know.
whispered.
I'm sorry. Well, no, because
it came
it's
up
your
for
voice.
Me. It still came up for me.
Hey Siri.
You know
Hey Siri.
Yeah, it's the same voice, by the way.
See,
mine.
there it is. That's mine too.
Yeah.
So there it is.
So
I think that's it.
All
Greg,
right, so,
you do
so
your
here's
Siri.
what we're gonna do. Let me change the Siri voice.
Yep.
And then
back.
call and see what happens.
We're doing it like a test, y'all.
I'll tell you what.
Siri's voice. Australian is what it says. Australian Irish.
Ooh, Irish.
Do you want me to go South African, British?
Yeah, go Swahili.
Indian.
Ooh,
Indian like India, or is it gonna be how?
Greg would be.
Or is it going?
like-
What is it usually doing?
It would be like the country.
How you reached?
Yeah. Kimosabi.
But I still like Morgan Freeman. You've reached Greg Burgess.
That's not close.
It's not. Yes, it is.
No, it
This is
is.
downloading.
Let's see
weird.
here. Let's see.
No,
Morgan.
It says it will take a few minutes to download.
Wow.
It's weird.
Yeah, forget it.
Yeah, you wish you had better Wi-Fi. All right, here we go. Let's see here.
This is Morgan.
This is Morgan.
This is Morgan Freeman.
You've reached the Greg Burgess voice.
You looked at him while you said say,
This is Morgan Freeman.
This is Morgan Freeman.
Greg Burgess' cell phone.
Greg is not
This is
available.
Morgan Freeman. Fact of the matter is, the
Fact of the matter is, Greg's not available.
Why did he go underwater at what point?
Can we?
This is Morgan Freeman.
Will you call?
Greg Burgess is not available.
Boy, maybe you.
He's got a long neck in his hand and not taking calls.
And now Morgan's
I wonder
got
if I needed a reboot. Here, I changed it, so let's see what it does now.
All right.
I don't know if it's had
All right,
time
then.
to replicate over. I don't even know if that's
Boy,
a
I
thing.
tell you. Speedy.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you are trying to reach is not available.
That's good.
At the tone, please record your message.
Oh, that's great.
So that's what it is.
We have one with double beds available.
I don't know if you guys should be laughing at that.
Would you like a single or a double?
this is Morgan Freeman.
Greg is not available because Dundee brought peanuts. And he's over there eating them like they're running away and have legs.
All right, then.
He'll make a mess, too. You know where he's at. Just follow the crumbs.
Boy, I tell you, you got Morgan dialed in.
By the way, I didn't stop his calls. What he's been doing is leaving me a voicemail.
The whole time, you're going to think Morgan Freeman called you.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Set immigration policies aside for a moment. New diseases are entering through U.S. borders. Now, you remember medication shortages during COVID? Do you remember not being able to see your doctor? Well, you can get out in front of this with a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. This is not, I repeat, not first aid. It's like having urgent care in your home with essential prescriptions and strong antibiotics for infections of all types, plus a Dr. Easy guide. Order your kit and get 15% off at twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. Helix Sleep Mattress mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So they give you a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba today to save up to 30% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. Greg finishing his last peanut and still chewing on it, ready to get back and live. Don Day did bring some peanuts yesterday's.
Thank you, Don.
Wednesday Bible study. He was in studio and he brought by those peanuts, Greg. I know you're very appreciative of it.
I know you're jealous. So
you were talking about
with
what you're going to do for him, and I think that's very nice of you, as much as he's done for you.
I know.
As we roll on back, I got a little bit of audio here, and we can do a number of different things, but I have just a little bit of audio, and I just wanted to see if y'all knew what it was, or get your
and I want
your
to.
opinion.
I've actually got some audio today that I want to play.
I got
for
a
y'all.
little.
Really?
Off air.
Mine is actually. I want to do this too, but go ahead. Let's
What
jump
you got?
in. No, you first.
Yours is probably better.
And we can wait until maybe even tomorrow if we need to. But
No, we're good.
No, go ahead.
Okay. What do y'all think happened here? Just take a listen to this and tell me.
I did think he was just going to let me go because I'm just trying to get a free.
That's it?
Can you do it again?
Probably not.
I thought he was going to let me go.
let me go.
So somebody's been arrested,
Or
something.
detained.
22.
Yeah, I was kind of just shocked, to be honest, because
I know he was shocked.
He got a ticket. He's in a car. I'll give you that.
Well, yeah. I can. All right.
What y'all think?
Speeding.
Eating something?
He's trying.
I don't know. Did he speed, get
Driving
pulled
while
over,
eating-
and then
driving while
pulled it
eating
through the
food.
drive-through?
It was in Canada. You're getting good. You're warm.
Close.
You're warm.
He was driving
In the area.
and dropped a hamburger
Hmm?
and swerved.
even moving. I'm just rolling. And I go like this to open up my McDonald's app. And I look in my rearview mirror, and there's a motorcycle cop behind me. Show him, I'm like, I'm on my McDonald's app. I'm loading up the code right now to get a free meal. I did think he was just going to let me go because I'm just trying to get a free meal. Turns out to be a very expensive lunch.
So he got a ticket.
So he got a ticket for using his phone while behind the wheel of a car, but yet it's an app that McDonald's pushes to get rewards, and you can get enough rewards where you might get a free item or meal or something like that. So he's pulling that up as he inches up in the drive-through.
He's in the drive-through?
It says here, a man in Canada claims that he was swiping through the McDonald's app while waiting in the drive-through, and that's when a police officer came in behind him and ticketed him for using his phone in the car.
Okay, well, then if that's the case, we get citizens arrest on a lot of these police officers. They're on computers and phones. I see it all the time.
Yeah.
I do.
Arrest?
You know, on Andy Griffith.
If
they
that's
get
true,
citizens arrest.
Now, you think he was following him when he was on the road, and he pulled in behind him as he pulled into the drive-thru?
I don't know. The guy
just don't know
claims
if the
he
cops
wasn't. I don't know. The guy claims he was just in the drive-through.
Barely even moving, I'm just rolling. And I go like this to open up my McDonald's app. And I look in my rearview mirror, and there's a motorcycle cop behind me.
That happened when Mason Prima left work to get some lunch. He wanted to use up a free lunch that he had earned on his McDonald's app. The officer came to his window.
Show him, I'm like, I'm on my McDonald's app. I'm loading up the code right now to get a free meal. I did think he was just going to let me go because I'm just trying to get a free meal.
Is there no common sense? Now, this is in Canada. Let me just tell y'all that again.
Good point.
But are you serious? Are we serious? Where has common sense left the building the way it
can
has?
pull someone over in a drive-through line.
It is a little ridiculous.
I mean, I don't know.
And also McDonald's is in the news today because they've left fans fuming as their new
fans are fuming.
$5 deal meal comes with a major catch. Despite the fast food chain's billions in profits, the McDonald's U.S. restaurants will offer a burger, fries, drink, and nuggets for $5. It's a bid to lure back customers from the higher prices we've been talking about with fast food stuff. But the catch is the $5 meal deal is only a short-term offer over the summer and not at all outlets either. So you have to check
limited
your local.
and it's for temporary.
Yeah, it's only lasts for like a month from
enjoy
till
it
like
while you
June
can.
25th. Plus,
You know?
not every restaurant will offer the deal. While
Well, no, that
doesn't
kind. I guess it's up
Um,
to that particular group that owns them. But
yeah,
five enjoy it while you can. All I can tell you.
It's called the $5 fan deal, and despite a lot of complaints about how prices are moving up and all this kind of stuff. The new $5 meal bundle will be the first meal deal with the same price nationally in decades. But some are upset that not every location has it. It's only going to last for a short time. But hey, $5 to get. I mean, especially if you got like some kids or you got a bunch of folks in. Hey, let's go grab some McDonald's. When's the last time y'all been to McDonald's?
Can't remember.
I can't either.
We came back. I
either.
can actually tell you. We came back. We were coming back from a trip, the tennis team, and it was so late there was nothing else open.
Mm-hmm.
And we stopped in Fort Payne at a McDonald's. That's when it was, and that was like 3 or 4 months ago.
You know, $5 meal there.
I don't know. I didn't look. I actually went with a Big Mac.
Yeah.
I did. That's what it was.
You can't go wrong.
And it was late. I shouldn't have been doing that late at night. I shouldn't have been doing that at all.
Well, if
much
you're
less
hungry,
late at night.
Yeah, I mean,
We gotta not eat.
Yeah, you're hungry. That's okay.
We were coming back. Where were we coming back from? Eastern Kentucky, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'd let it just. It's one of those things where our match went late and our lunch was late, so then our dinner was going to be even later.
Yeah.
You're mad.
Well, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, you're starving. What are you going to do?
I guess.
You know?
I tell you what, you may have a $5 option or you may not. Just
You may
depends.
not. And look, this is this new thing where everybody's mad because of corporate greed and McDonald's makes a big profit and, you know,
Well,
they
they're in
need lower
business to make
prices
profit.
anyway and all this kind of stuff, which is that's just so today's time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so just enjoy the $5 deal, and when it's gone, it's gone. And I mean, come on.
And if you don't like the prices, don't eat there. And if enough people do that, they'll have to adjust some way.
Yeah.
You know?
Go get a loaf of bread and have a turkey sandwich.
Yeah.
Do you want me to play you my piece of audio, or do you want me to wait till we come back?
No, I mean we got 2 minutes.
It's this is you know how we talk about times changing and when I say times like decades and all this. This was sent to me last night.
Okay.
And you know how when a new rule or they start enforcing something that we don't like, okay?
This is a coaching thing?
No, this is just this is everyday life.
Oh, okay.
And you know how when they'll do that, they'll go and interview people about that new law or whatever. And I think this was around the time when they were really getting on people about their seatbelts. I can tell you this was in the 80s. Okay. So probably
drive-through,
early to mid 80s, and I want you to hear what people are talking about in this interview
from the
80s. Yes.
All right.
Yes. Okay. You're not ready for this.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
It's kind of getting common is when a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
No, any attempt to restrict.
That is real. That is real.
Funny.
Pretty soon we're going to be a communist country.
Look, and you work 10, 12 hours a day, you might want to go 1 or 2 on the way home.
And then they make you wear your seatbelts.
Oh, yeah. I remember people mad about that.
Oh, yeah.
I started wearing a seatbelt when I went to work for the power company because they made you wear it. Back then, it wasn't a law. You didn't have to wear one. But then I got in the habit of it.
Yeah.
But that was.
But I do remember growing up, we didn't wear seatbelts really that much. And
We were
then
jumping
when
over
you
the
did,
seat.
don't forget, it's the one that just went right across your hips.
Yeah, but we'd be jumping back and forth over the seat.
Yeah.
And my sister used to sit on the armrest between my mom and dad. That's where she rode. When she was little.
Yeah.
I wonder what these people think of the country today. If they thought that was communist move.
Oh, man.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now. amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought, and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Amoxicillin is the Swiss Army knife of antibiotics because it treats so many types of infections. So how is it possible that America could run short of amoxicillin? Antibiotics come from China and India. So if you or a family member gets sick and there's no amoxicillin, then what? That's why we have a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. It's ready to go. It comes with amoxicillin and other essential prescriptions to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly when and how to use each medication. This is not, I repeat, it is not a first aid kit. It's like having urgent care in your home with these essential prescriptions. You've got your medications now, so there's no waiting to see a doctor and no lines at the pharmacy only to learn that they're out of your medicine. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours in minutes and get 15% off by going to twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. That's twc.health/Bubba with the code Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We enjoy this time of day with you, and we appreciate all of you making us your choice to get everything started. Or you might be listening at a different time of the day. I know a lot of you are podcasters and all this kind of stuff, and you're like, hey, that's how I get it. Sometimes I'm days behind, months behind. That's impressive to me. I have met some of you, and you're like, no, we don't. I just listen when I can, and I'll go back to where I left off. I won't go to today. I'm like, really? But anyway, we'll take you however we can get you, and we appreciate it. This portion of the program brought to you by fieldofgreens.com had Field of Greens right out of the gate again today. Have you heard of a Field of Greens? We've been talking a lot about that here over the last month. How long they've been with us? Maybe a year? I don't know. Time flies. We're terrible with that. But anyway, most of you listening or viewing aren't likely to hear that, 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is what you need. And, hey, and then you start looking at it and you're like, man, how in the world am I going to pull that off? Well, adding Field of Greens to your daily health regimen is a perfect impact on making sure you get the fruits and veggies in the Field of Greens doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, you name it, even healthy weight. There's so many benefits. What your body needs is in each scoop of this delicious Field of Greens. Will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? No, we're not saying that, but what we are saying is that it's a very powerful mixture here that is very healthy. It improves your health or your money back. As a fan of the show, you're going to get 15% off plus free rush shipping when you go to fieldofgreens.com and use promo code Bubba. Just when they prompt you about the promo code, make sure you put in Bubba there, and you'll get these savings and get it shipped right to your house free of charge. So go ahead now, fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba to save 15% today. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so all right, Dan, as we're coming on back, UFL is Saturday night. The Stallions host Houston. Look forward to seeing all of you at Protective. I see some rain
Saturday night
where we live. I know some of the country is just going to get pounded again, Texas and all that area with rain, Oklahoma. But it looks like it's going to head our way if you're listening or watching in the Birmingham area. That's where we are sitting right now, Friday, Saturday. But it looks like by Saturday night at Protective it's going to have, hopefully, I'm saying this according, how the hourly forecast changes, it's going to be out of here. So looking forward to that Saturday night.
So it's a busy few days for us, and you're bringing up weather, and I don't know what to do. So Saturday we're having some people over at our house for a graduation party.
Well, good.
It's all family kind of stuff. My parents, Amanda's parents.
Oh, I'm hosting.
And so, of course, Braden loves being celebrated.
Yeah,
and he likes stuff like this about like Greg likes birthdays,
right?
And so, so my dilemma is this: I know that I've got to do a little yard work between now and then,
right?
And I wanted to do it today.
Okay,
like I wanted just to knock it out.
Mm-hmm.
But then I thought, well, it's going to storm on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So am I just going to have to do something else on Saturday morning because of the storm? Whether it be limbs and leaves and stuff of that
left
nature.
by the storm.
Yes.
Right.
So, but now the way you're talking, you're saying it may even go into Saturday a little bit. And so if that's the case, I probably need to go ahead and knock it out today.
My yard day was yesterday. I got her done. But I've got to ask a rose bush question, and I don't know how many of you are out there.
So do you think I should knock it out today?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
you don't think I'm gonna have time Saturday?
I think you got it with your schedule. You just got to go with what's available.
And then, by the way,
if today's a good day, it's not going to rain, then go.
I don't know why. I didn't know, but Amanda's been throwing all these dates at me about this, that, and the other, and graduation is Monday night.
Is it
You
really?
didn't know that.
Well, I knew it was coming up, but I didn't know it was Monday night.
You were on it.
So that's going on Monday night. And then 2 days from then, she's leaving with him, 4 of his buddies, and 4 other moms to go to like Costa Rica. I think that's where they're going.
Good night.
For a trip.
You didn't know they were going to Costa Rica?
I knew they were going somewhere. I didn't know, and I'm still not 100% it's Costa Rica. I think it is. But and so. But they're going to be gone.
Are you listening to
they're
this?
going to be gone
You
for
going?
like 5 days. No,
Home
no.
Alone?
This is a mom's son's trip.
Okay, gotcha. Senior trip.
Senior
You're
trip.
not invited.
It's 4 good buddies, and all the moms are good friends, and so
Right.
they're gonna
chaperone and
it's-
go.
Costa Rica.
But I think it's Costa Rica. I'll find out and let you know.
So you're home along
But-
with the girls. is
But
what you're
yes, I
saying.
am, and so which I'm fine with. I'm actually excited about spending some extra time with them. But the
Hey, where's your mom and son?
That's
mom and brother. I dad there in Costa Rica. Really? Okay.
For some reason, I had all this happening towards the end of this month. I did not
Snuck up on
know. Like, I knew we were doing the graduation dinner at the house Saturday night. But I thought, okay, so we'll do that, and then probably graduation's a week from now, and then after that, we'll have something. Then they'll go on the trip, like end of May.
Right.
I didn't know it was next week.
Wow.
Look at you.
Look at
So,
you right there.
Kind of had to change my plans a little bit.
Yeah, I had things I was going to do.
Yeah, I did.
How dare you graduate, son?
I know.
We messed everything up. Costa Rica.
Yeah.
I think that's where they're going.
It's one of them Ricas.
Buddy, you're gonna have to.
It's,
if you don't,
I know
where
they
you're-
had to get passports.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I know that
You have not been
I know
involved
that
in any of the planning.
Well, paying for it.
Oh, okay.
And that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't need that expense right now.
I was helped chaperone Taylor's senior cruise, and good night.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember you talking
the
about
cruise
that.
thing. Anyway.
Yeah, you
Yes.
talking about overrated?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe if I'd had a little, went
I
in the
think
bottom of the boat. with
The
no
thing about
windows.
the thing about the cruises that's kind of cool is kind of some of the destinations, and you can jump
Yeah,
off and go.
yeah.
You know, and
I'm
see
a
different-
destination guy,
and
though.
kinda
I'd
see
rather go
different-
there and just hang out.
Right.
Yeah.
And not get back on the boat.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
that's
tough.
my experience.
There's, I know there's
Some
exceptions.
people love it. I get it.
That's what I said. I
And
know
maybe
there's
if you could-
exceptions.
If I had some nice presidential suite, maybe that would help.
Yeah.
I know there's exceptions to the rule, but
down
I
in the
do
bottom of the
believe
Down there with the life preservers.
I do believe the older you get, the less attractive a cruise becomes.
I guess. And there's people everywhere. They all over you.
Well, it goes the older you get, you
Trying to
kind of get
eat,
done with people
everybody's all
too.
over
Think
you.
about it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
People are hard to like.
Helmsy.
They make it difficult.
I mean, they do. They make it very difficult. I mean, I
Oh,
love
today's
I
world
love
is-
my close circle.
Today's
people.
world, especially.
Yeah.
You can encounter some weirdos, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
You got weirdos. You got selfish. You got. I mean, it's just hard to deal
I
with.
still want to do a
I'm
YouTube
with you.
channel where I just pull over and interview people I see that look interesting to me.
Oh, there's a lot out there.
And then all of a sudden you hear their story and you're like, wow, you got a kind of an amazing
So you
story.
that's the little thing you thinking about
I do.
doing?
It's between that and then pulling up.
And you
to-
and you say, golly, you got an amazing story.
Yeah,
That's
because
what
I
you-
think people do.
Some
you know?
do, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. Hey, buddy, how'd you end up here on the side of the road?
Yeah, and he might go, well, I did this, that, and the other. Really? Wow. That's cool.
I just
By the way,
it's
like
either I
camping.
either want to do that one or the one where I pull up with some farmland with a really long gravel driveway and then go knock on the door if I don't get shot and
That's
and
dangerous.
interview
It
them
is
about their
dangerous.
story. I kind of want to do that
Wait,
too.
this is large farms. Is that what we're looking
Yeah,
for?
yeah,
Okay.
just land.
I see
And-
places all the time on
How'd
the
y'all
way
get all
home,
this?
Greg.
Right.
I want to stop and say, "Hey, how'd this happen?
Yeah.
How'd you get
Yeah,
all this?
yeah.
Did you
I
inherit
can
it?
see it. I can see
Did
that.
you? What happened? I mean, like,
Yes.
This may be an idea.
Yeah. And
Get on the
what
road
would
and-
attract me is if I see a pretty cool barn, I definitely am going
Yeah.
to stop.
Hey, bud, how long has
Yeah.
this barn been here?
Yeah,
Did
like
you
tell,
build it or
tell
the
me your
Amish?
story. Tell me about your parents. Did you move here? Were you born here?
Yeah.
Well, how, you
There's
probably
also
find out they work their butt off every day.
and I love that, and I love seeing
Hang on
that.
there.
Greg, and you too. We all see these places when we're driving around, but I also see these places I want to pull up.
Yeah.
What the heck y'all doing? Y'all can't clean this place up?
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
Like y'all got all this
Right.
beautiful land,
Yeah, you want
and y'all don't take care of it.
Yeah, why we got pieces of crap all out here?
And I know some of it-
none of it matches.
Hey, some of it may
that
be
lawnmower hadn't been cranked in 10 years.
Yeah, tell me about that.
Thank
How'd
you.
you get it?
Why not just move it?
something. I mean, there may be a health concern, but at least I'll know after the interview.
Yeah.
I think we need to do that. Just
So
go ask people.
So
Different,
here's an
different
example of it. Yesterday, I'm walking out of a store.
Meeting folks with
and
Steve.
and I'm and well, maybe that's the name of it.
Or people in
people in places. No, we've
I
seen
think
that.
we've heard
That's
that.
corny. So just see me. I just went,
Talk down to
well,
himself.
we're having a meeting right now.
got mad.
We got a meeting and we're talking about it. We've had a couple of on-air moments today. We also checked our voicemail on air.
Yeah, it's been fun.
It has.
We're going to get the bullhorns back out?
Every time I see John Olson, I think of that.
I do too.
Hey, guys, I love y'all, but I gotta call you on this one. This is when we did the Sports Czars, and we did an 8-minute segment, and we were all talking through bullhorns.
Yeah, and it didn't sound as good.
No, maybe 30 seconds in, we should have said that's it. We went 8 minutes.
The whole segment.
But anyway, I'm walking out of a store yesterday, and you know me, I hate awkward moments. And I see a guy, and he's walking in, and I'm walking out, and we're gonna have to walk by each other.
Oh, no.
Do I look down? Do I act like I'm on my phone? Have you ever done that? Look like you're distracted?
No, because I just walk by people. It's okay.
And I get from about here to the production room. He goes, Speedy.
Oh no!
And
Now
you're
grown in.
I said, hey man, what's up? And
you had no idea who it was,
right? And he said, man, I absolutely love the show. He started talking about he and his wife, and they make the weekly Bible study part of their week, and his mom loves the show. He's an electrician, and he works his butt off. We started talking about Reese being an apprentice and everything.
So you really get to the bottom. This is the things that you do that nobody else does.
He loves golf, and we're sitting there going, and I wanted to ask him about his tattoos because he was just covered up with tattoos.
And you couldn't find a good way to end the conversation?
No.
Did he think you were a rep for Ancestry.com?
No. Actually, we just started kind of hitting it off and talking, and before it was over, man, we were taking a selfie so he could send to his mom and stuff. Well, see, if I'm doing my new show where I walk around and talk to interesting people, I never would have known about him and his life if we hadn't said hey to each other.
That would be good. So you're basically taking a quirk you have and making it productive.
And making it something out of it. You know?
I like it.
Because, I mean, we could have just walked right
You're going to
past.
overgreet them as you walk up.
We could have, yes, that's part of it.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. What about maybe that's
Overgreeting America.
There it is.
I think we just might have found it.
Overgreeting America.
But I might want to go to international at times.
Well, that's a whole separate show after we knock this out of the park.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
That's a spinoff.
Got it. But, I mean, I know you were joking when you said you didn't like people, but part of
not really.
Okay, but like meeting
just
people,
some people. I love a lot of people, but there's just there's tough people out there to work with.
Meeting new people and then hearing their story, I never would have known about him if we'd just walked right past each other.
Well, that'd have been tragic.
So the moral of this is stop and talk to people.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
DQ presents How to Officially Start Your Summer. Step 1, head to the perfect spot to kick off the season, DQ. Step 2, try the new Summer Blizzard menu. I mean, summer is right there in the name. In Step 3, dig into flavors like new peanut butter cookie dough party, new picnic peach cobbler, and more. Because with treats like these, every bite feels like you're starting summer off right. But don't wait. These flavors are only around as long as summer is. Make the season official with the new Summer Blizzard menu, only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
And Doug.
Being a spokesperson's easy, kid. Just say, customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Customize and save with Liberty Bibberty.
That's not it.
Liberty Mutual. Liberty Musical.
Nope.
Lumberty, line.
It's 2 words. Liberty Mutual.
Got it. Don't not pay at libertymuttnoodle.com.
Wow. I guess I'll just do it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. That's a wrap.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/WWO to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/WWO and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We appreciate you as always. A lot of you that commute, we know that you're up and going, and we appreciate you always contacting us and letting us know we're getting you, we're helping you, and you're helping us by letting us know that. So we appreciate you. All right, so there's a couple of stories that I want to just fly through here, and then we can do whatever we want to do. But a lot of them have to pertain to sports.
No, I love it.
Love
sports.
Love sports.
Caitlin Clark. She brought 2.1 million viewers on TV to her WNBA debut, making it the most watched league game in over 2 decades.
I thought she had already been. I mean, they just
preseason.
So
what we were seeing right after the you had the tournament, the NCAA tournament, then you had the draft, then you had preseason, and then this was 2 nights ago.
Right into play.
Yeah, it was the first league game of the season, and it was Tuesday night. And it was 2.1 million viewers, making it the most watched professional women's basketball game in over 20 years.
And you can directly thank her for it.
Yep. And so
you really can.
That's why she was drafted number 1 and selected by Indiana Fever. And I didn't even know Indiana had a fever, but now I do.
I didn't either. I knew they felt a little warm.
Right. Netflix, it looks like, has made a deal with the NFL. It's a staggering cost that NFL fans will have to pay to watch. Netflix has secured a deal to air at least one NFL Christmas Day game through 2026. Starting in 2025, WWE Monday Night Raw will also air exclusively on Netflix.
But
so
NFL
Netflix
is going to do one game there? Is that what we're saying?
That's what it looks like. It looks like they have that the it says here, it says the staggering cost of watching every NFL game during the upcoming season was laid bare after Netflix bought the rights to air 2 of the league's Christmas Day games exclusively on its platform. Netflix games come as part of a 3-year deal, which will see the streaming service broadcast at least one Christmas Day game annually through 2026. And they join other streaming services showcasing the NFL. We've talked about Amazon Prime and all that. But Netflix is up in their game as far as live programming goes.
We got the fight coming.
Yeah. And so now they've done that. And
we had that nasty roast.
And they've I wonder what they paid for it. I think we might have had that, the WWE Monday Night Raw when they bought the rights to it. Or are they going to air it?
Yeah, I remember
I can't remember. It was a staggering number, though. So that's their.
Yeah, they want to become the Christmas tradition. If you watch NFL on Christmas, you're going to be watching it there.
Yep, it looks like it. Also, speaking of the NFL, the NFL 2024 schedule features 9 playoff rematches, including 2 in Week 1. The schedules were released yesterday, and it's got everybody talking about the NFL and what's going to happen. Some rematches, some notable games of the 2024 NFL season. September 5th, you got the Ravens and the Chiefs. And you got September 8th, you got the Rams and the Lions. It goes on and on. But the big thing, too, is that, with the Jets, Aaron Rodgers is actually back this time if his Achilles can hold up.
They thought he was back last year.
They got a number of primetime games. It looks like they have an international game, too. So that'll be interesting. But the Ravens and the Chiefs matchup is a rematch of last season's AFC Championship game, and that's going to be in Week 1. So that'd be kind of cool.
Once you're back from Achilles, you're fine, right?
I guess so.
I don't really hear of people doing it a second time.
Yeah, maybe like you do knee injuries. I mean, I'm sure it's possible.
Yeah, it's crazy though when he was just planting to throw that pass. That's
Now again, the hype to see him, he comes busting out with the flag and all that last year, but this is going to be even bigger this year with the comeback story and all that tied to it.
Yeah. We got us a Super Bowl rematch. Kansas City heads to San Francisco. It's not to start the season. It's kind of in the middle, October 20th. But anyway,
football will be here.
The NFL season has the schedule has been released, so that's kind of a buzz now. Everybody's trying to predict their favorite team's record.
Yeah.
That'll happen now on what they think and how it's going to play out. And as predicted, the kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, after he came out and spoke about Harrison Butker from the Kansas City Chiefs, now 70,000 signatures I guess there's a petition go out to have him removed from the Chiefs.
So you want him to lose his job?
Because he said that he said a number of things that we played that is I don't think extreme, but they claim he's sexist, homophobic, anti-trans, anti-abortion, and racist. In his college graduation
he has a right
speech.
to be anti-anything as long as he can't harm people, but he does have a right to an opinion.
Well, Change.org.
And people have a right to react to it. I get that, but
right.
I mean,
they're demanding the release of him. For Change.org
really?
is, and they get behind all kinds of stuff.
Crazy.
But, he had the audacity to say a number of things. Pride Month and Biden's stance on abortion and all that kind of stuff. He actually said women are excited about motherhood more than careers at some point, and they just can't believe he said that.
Yeah, and they actually, but when they put the headline out, they said he told the women to stay in the kitchen.
Yeah, right.
And you know who's mad about? Who's really going after him? You're gonna love this. Flavor Flav. For some reason, there was an article that Flavor Flav's really mad at him about his stance.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he all upset?
I don't know. Yeah, boy.
Forgot that was him. I needed that, Greg.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah. Remember
that's
with
pretty
the Fox
good.
on?
I got him.
And he had that show when he was dating people.
Yes, yeah.
The Flavor of Love. Which then, of course, the spinoff of that, The Rock of Love with Bret Michaels. I mean, come on. You get no better than that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. A brand new hour beginning now. We start that hour with the national anthem.
While many of you were sleeping last night, the United States carried out a military action bombing a Syrian border crossing and killed 22 Iran-backed militia fighters in retaliation for rockets attacks that injured American troops and killed a contractor in Iraq a few weeks ago.
Okay.
So just FYI right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate.
But can I tell you something strange about that? Somebody was questioning this. They said, what is the legal authority for the strikes? Assad is a brutal dictator, but Syria is a sovereign country. Oh, wait a minute. That was the press secretary. She said that when Trump did the same thing. I'm sorry.
Hey, it's all a matter. It's all whether I got an
Hey,
R in it.
Raggedy Ann, maybe we need to circle back on that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. But you know, it's whether my hat has an R or a D on it.
Yeah.
You know, once I put my D hat on, I do all kinds of things I told the R's not to do.
I'm begging for some consistency. I'm just begging.
Well,
if it was, and look, I support the president 100% if this needed to be done.
Yep.
You should have supported the president 100% if it needed to be done before. Okay, that's the bottom line in this. I don't care if the president plays golf, if it's Trump or if it's Barack Obama or if it's whoever.
Yeah.
I don't care if they play golf, as long as they can stay in touch and do the job. I don't care.
Well,
isn't it okay? We're always going to have troops in harm's way.
Sure.
As long as we have one person wearing a uniform. So, I'm just begging for some consistency under the banner American, okay?
Well, and I'm glad that we didn't start the discussion that these bombs came in, but they really didn't mean to cause any trouble. They meant to, but they probably accidentally killed somebody, and we shouldn't do anything because they didn't mean anything by it because it might escalate. I'm glad none of that happened. Look, if they did that and we need to send a message, I'm glad we did.
Even some of the progressives are retweeting her tweet from a few years back, saying, can't wait to hear you condemn Joe Biden's illegal airstrikes in your press conference.
That's not going to happen. We know that's not going to happen. She'll just, like you said, circle back on that one.
Yeah, well, circle back.
Yeah.
Tell us the difference. I'd be interested to know.
Yeah, well, you know the difference. You know the difference.
Yeah, but I want you to say it.
Yeah, we need to. We need
I
to,
want you to say it, Raggedy Ann.
We need to. What you learn, and here's another example, glaring example of it today. It's all politics, and so there's very few things that politicians and people who work in administrations for politicians are part of their team. There's very few things that we hear from them that are principle based. That it's always some sort of angle politically. What I'm allowed to do and what my opposing party's allowed to do is always different. It's just the way it is, and you have to understand that. What we have to do, though, and I know this is interesting, as the American people, we can't expect them to be principled, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be.
Right.
Now, we've got to learn, even if our political party that we support the most, some of you are insert twist on a political party, and I'd be careful with that. But those of us that vote certain ways based on our principles, where one party lines up with them better than another, but not perfectly, we also need to be consistent. No matter if we voted for somebody, if they do something that we were principled against or for, shouldn't matter just because that's who we vote for. Because they're going to act that way, but that doesn't mean we should act that way. So we try not to. So we'll jump into we've got that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't let that go.
No, you're right.
No, I'd rather start with that, Bubba, than any kind of Your America update. Because I don't know if you've seen all that out there today.
Yeah,
it's a lot of it.
Yeah. Also learned something about lift kits again yesterday.
You did?
I'm learning the world of lift kits.
Uh-huh.
I've never been in a vehicle with a lift kit. Never.
Have you had to tighten it up yet?
No, but I did find out something yesterday, and I thank the state trooper for filling me in on that. So we'll
okay.
I'll unpack that one for you.
It's quite a tease.
Right. Look, he was very kind about it. Thank you for educating me on lift kit.
Okay.
I was not aware of that.
I can't wait to hear that.
Of course, I could barely hear him because he was so far down talking to me. But we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What up? A brand new hour. Hello, Rick and Bubba Nation. A brand new hour on a brand new day as we start this. The kickoff hour is done. We now join the boys going forward, and this hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Everybody ready? Climb aboard. Hey, the train's moving. Here we go on a brand new hour, on a brand new day, on a brand new show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've knocked out the kickoff hour. So that'll be available in your archives today if you missed it. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching the YouTube option live or archived, we're glad that you're here. You have podcast archives every day as well. You have America's boldest radio stations on the live option. The YouTube channel's a live option. The TuneIn app is a live option. So whether you be live, all the way live, or you're listening or watching on an archive, we're glad that you are here. Find all the different ways to never miss a moment of the Rick and Bubba Show at rickandbubba.com. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive, speaking of archives, now available on the YouTube channel and or the podcast channel Hebrews chapter 3, if you so desire. We're missing one. He's back. The silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
like a prodigal.
There it is. Crowder. And, there it is. Hey. Bubba, welcome back.
Hey, glad to be here. Thank you, guys. Yesterday we had to get a little cabinet work done in the basement in our workshop area, and it was going to be kind of a tight fit, so best I be on hand for that.
Did you get it done?
Yeah, it went good. Went good. You know,
Struggle?
of course, there's always, hey, do you want to do this or that? You know, but it all worked out. I want to thank Daryl and everybody at Premier Garage.
What about his other brother, Daryl?
Well, his other brother.
Right.
Daryl has done cabinets for me at several houses and done garage floors, and they do a great work. Good to see him, too, yesterday.
Well, I will say this, a couple things you missed yesterday. There were a couple of moments where we really needed you. And one of them is, and I think you're going to be pleased because I know you love this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We have a new character when it comes to phone characters, your famous Conspiracy Erics.
Right.
Bubba, yesterday.
Trilateral Trade Tommy.
Yeah, yesterday, the debut of Keith the Chemist.
Keith the Chemist.
Yeah, and I hate you missed that. Let me tell you where Keith the Chemist weighs in. He weighs in on all the diseases and how they are being used by those that think the world is overpopulated to kill us all. And I needed you desperately on Keith the Chemist when he was taking me through how all these viruses and diseases and proteins and all
Started
that.
with two snakes.
Two snakes. And
I've heard that.
I just hate you missed it because it was right up your alley. I know these are the kind of people that you really do enjoy. I mean, let's just be honest.
Yeah,
you do.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
right.
And I just, I like to hear their thoughts on it, but it has to make some sense as you go.
Well, Keith the Chemist, he had his information. I do know this, because it's the different personalities. Keith got a lot in. He got a full segment. I think you would have kept him for two more. Yeah. If you had been here. But
chemistry wasn't my strong suit.
Right.
I was a
he
physics
really
guy.
veers out of that.
Yeah, but I think you would have liked where he was going though.
General
right.
biology.
Yeah, right. So anyway, Keith the Chemist, I think you'll be hearing from him.
And all viruses act alike. It doesn't matter about their name.
Well, they
all the things that you should do to treat them is all the same.
Keith the Chemist, what rose him up and got him saying I must call today is what we said, which you had already said on Monday. Or Tuesday, was it? Whenever. But it is official. The CDC and the World Health Organization, they have decided to go with bird flu.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they have landed on bird flu. Okay?
That's where we're going.
And it's easy to see because you'll see an uptick.
Right.
And if the uptick is real or not, I think initially it's probably real. But they're going from like 0.25% to 0.5%, right. So it's 1,000% increase.
We
and
covered
it's still
that.
Nothing.
Well, think how scary this was from the CDC yesterday, and you had to read the fine print to even know what you were looking at. All they wanted you to do was see the map.
Yeah,
and they released 27 states where the potential for bird flu and other viruses is in the wastewater.
Right.
Okay, and Now, keep in mind,
there's a lot of other things in the wastewater.
Of course, if you read deeper, you realize they really are not saying that bird flu's in these states. But if you just look at the map and read the headline, you think it must be.
Right, potential.
So it's that kind of stuff. But anyway, so we had that yesterday.
You got to have that, and we've got to have some kind of law enforcement shooting. So watch for that. Yeah. There's a highlight of that coming.
So I hate you, miss Keith the Chemist, but I have no fear. I think you'll get your shot.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, also you mentioned it coming in. We did play some of the attempts at Biden to trash talk Trump on the debates. But
well, there are outtakes to that.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
Steve,
I didn't see that.
Yeah,
they're not outtakes. It's just all the edits in
right,
it.
Right.
Yeah. Don't you think Steven Spielberg, when Steven Spielberg was done, don't you think he says, I should have never taken this gig? I should have. Can you imagine?
Was he in charge of it?
Oh, yeah, Spielberg's now working with the Biden team. And I bet he regrets it as much as you ever had that where you commit to something and go, boy, I regret I ever committed to this. So anyway, but we do have an update because last night, while we were away, and we haven't talked since then, the Trump team agreed to the terms of the Biden team, and we'll talk about that. It looks like the Biden team is trying to protect Joe and try not to give Trump an opportunity in these debates. But what they don't, I think they misunderstand that the best thing you can do to defeat Trump is not to put any barriers around him and let him run. So I think the barriers may actually help the Trump cause, even though it'll look like they're trying to hurt the Trump cause. You understand what I'm saying?
I did.
I'll tell you what I mean when we
I
get back.
saw just a real quick soundbite.
Yeah.
Of Biden saying, "Bring it on."
Well, that was the 15 takes.
Whatever it was.
That was the 13 takes to get 15 seconds. Or as Babylon B said, he died 13 times trying to cut a 15-second spot. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Greg is not here because my mom, and remember her in prayer today, is having a pacemaker put in. Mom was very low energy, and she was like, I just don't know what's wrong with me. I just don't have any energy. That's not really mom-like.
Yeah.
And when we started realizing she was things like, well, I just don't even feel like doing that. I'm just honest. I just don't feel like even getting up off the couch. And I was like, well, so she kept getting looked at. Her blood pressure, she never had a problem with that and started having trouble with that. And they finally discovered that she is in need of a pacemaker, and hopefully and prayerfully that will give that energy back to her. So pray about that. I mean, it's I know there's many people, even my dad. Of course, I was telling Bubba and Speedy and Helmsy and Will tell Adler that y'all all know this. Going to my dad about any procedure, he is of no value to you. You know, well, I had a pacemaker. Yeah, Dad, I understand. Mom's kind of, nervous about all this. So, and then she said, well, I tried to, remember what your dad went through. She said, I remember one time it wasn't calibrated right or something, but, he just kept eating whatever they brought him into his room while Mom kept saying, that doesn't look right over there. And people were like, oh, I think that. And then he was looking at her like, what? And then all of a sudden the cardiologist comes in and goes, oh, my gosh. So, and then they had to calibrate it and get it right. So Dad is of no use to her, even though he's had a pacemaker, because Dad's experience with things like this are not normal. So you can't really get anything from him on this kind of stuff. So she's got anxiety. Anytime you have anything done, you're anxious about it.
You're right. Yes, been there, brother. I know. It's very disturbing, even though they're highly successful in that area, and the miracles they can do now are unbelievable.
Right. So
but
Greg,
when it's you, it's different.
So Greg's helping with that process today. And gonna stay there and help him kind of get my sisters there doing all that. And
you know what? Some people heard Greg is putting a pacemaker in your mom.
Well, you never know. Greg's very handy, so we'll see.
I don't know how he is with low voltage.
Yeah, that's true. That's not really his area, but he can talk to her about the voltage, can he? So that's going on, and that's why Greg is not here. But so yesterday, I was. We finished the Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So look for that this weekend. We did a profile. Kind of going back through the history of everybody's favorite intern, Cassio Kidd. We interviewed him, and I'm gonna tell you what. I know we use this phrase a lot. We could have talked for hours and done multiple podcasts.
Yeah, we were rushed yesterday.
No exaggeration. Let me tell you, if you just this weekend just want to laugh, you don't want to unpack the pandemic, you don't want to talk about politics, you don't want to talk about any deep things. Let me tell you, if you just want to laugh, just enjoy a little lighter version of Rick and Bubba University this weekend.
It's funny.
It's very funny. That monkey story, I'd forgotten about the details of that. My goodness,
I lived that one.
Yeah, so just go and enjoy that this weekend. So we finished up Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
It's like we got a breeze in the studio here. Sorry about my hair there.
And so I made. And look, I'm just telling you, I try to do better. Good gracious, we're all just trying to do better, and we're getting older and we're trying to do better, okay? But so I had some stuff we needed to do after the podcast, and Sherry was over near this way. We met for a late lunch. It was another gorgeous day in Sweet Home, Alabama the beautiful. So Sherry and I were sitting there talking. I said, what do you got to do next? I'm going to do this right here, and then we'll do this for dinner. She goes, what are you going to do? I said, well, I'm torn. I'm torn with going to the farm and fishing and going to work out. Now, I think y'all can probably, without much pause, figure out who won in that one. And I was just like, man, I looked at the forecast, and I'm like, this window, I haven't done anything with this beautiful window we've been given.
Yeah, we had a couple of really nice days.
And I'm like, Probably need to get down there and cut the water back on after the storm.
Punch list.
Yeah, hadn't been down there since the freeze. And
might have a busted pipe. Rick.
Right.
You never know.
Maybe.
Never know.
Right.
Good.
Might want to see what some people are doing on our land. So anyway,
trespassing.
That's always good to check.
Which really meant I'm going to go fishing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because you know how long it took me to turn the water back on? Not very.
Not too.
Yeah. So I get in my big lift kit. And I'm ready to head down 65 South. 30 minutes down to a whole new world and blood pressure dropping. And in my lift kit, and I'm just rolling. I look up and I see.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we move on. So here's your Trump Biden update. So.
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
So the debates are now
Basement
set,
Joe.
but here is the trash-talking 15-second clip from the Biden administration. It took 13 takes to do this 15 seconds, and he's trying to look tough. He's trying to look like he's got this all. He's just full of you know what and vinegar and ready to go. So here we go.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
They already got T-shirts free on Wednesdays.
Yeah. So anyway, is that?
I'm sorry. I don't.
What's the joke? That's when the court takes a break.
Yes.
That's when they.
Joe
take a
has
break.
no memory of what happened last couple debates.
Mm.
Yes,
So-
no, they just told him.
Bring it on, pal.
Now this all comes from Donald Trump. No surprise here. That told the Biden administration he would debate Joe Biden anywhere, anytime, and so they said, okay, then so we're going to set the rules. And they're going to debate, I think, the 27th of June on CNN, and then again in the fall somewhere.
September 10th.
Okay, yeah.
On ABC.
On ABC. Now, Jake Tapper, Diana Bash will be co-moderators for CNN, and then whoever does ABC News, the evening news, that guy.
Probably Snefalopoulos.
No, it's not
ABC.
him.
David
Muir?
Yeah, David Muir. And
the
then
one that has always great news.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
As we come on the air.
Millions in the path.
Yet another disaster.
Yeah, and then he'll have somebody else with him too that I'm not sure who it is. But Snefalopoulos though is going to be kind of overseeing it though. So you're right about that. But anyway, so everybody's like, well, Donald Trump's going into the enemy territory. Look, if you're Donald Trump, everywhere you go is enemy territory, pretty much.
I think he likes enemy territory. I think he plays better on the road.
So the Biden administration, I think you got to look at this debate because normally a sitting president that is doing well with the people has no need for debates. Only damage can be done, and you're just giving an inferior opponent a chance. So the fact that they're going to put this man in the mental state he is in these debates shows you they know they're in trouble. This is all you got to do is look at the state of things. And now, as y'all have all pointed out correctly, Team Rick and Bubba, now Biden, we don't know whether he believes the things he says because he's lost touch with reality, or he just is a liar. Now, he's been a politician so long, it's probably a combination of both. But things like we pointed out day before yesterday when he says when he took office the inflation was 9%, and it is up a little. No, it was 1.4%, so it's up a lot.
Yeah,
and
now
so,
back to 3.5.
Yeah, so you
still 3 times what he inherited.
So you have to go. You have to look at what's going to. People are saying, well, you can't talk over each other. They're going to cut the other person's mic off while somebody's talking. They will not have a studio audience. They have moderators that are all lean to not. They're all on the left.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, they are.
And you know all that. So, but I think this could be a mistake because I think what hurt Trump in 2020 were the debates. That he came across like a ravenous lion
that was chewing up a poor old man. Okay?
He was trying to push Biden off the cliff instead of letting Biden walk off the cliff. And they
said.
They have proven they can get him ready for a one and done.
Yep.
Okay, I don't know what they're shooting him up with. I don't know what the deal is. Now, if you'll watch after the debate, he'll disappear for 2 weeks.
Right.
Because you can't keep doing that. You can't keep, whatever the regimen is, you have to come off of it. I mean, you have to have highs and lows in this.
And one of the things they think plays in Trump's favor is the current state of Biden. And they were being serious. I heard some of the analysts is that it's 9 o'clock Eastern. And Biden being up that late can be problematic.
Well,
see, the only thing that may help if you think that Trump needs to win over some people he doesn't already have, is I think that this is going to keep Trump from his worst enemy, which is himself, because he's not going to be able to talk all over Joe Biden, which sometimes, in my opinion, saves Joe Biden because America's not watching him unable to walk out a narrative. Now he's going to have to walk out narratives with no interruption. And I think that's going to come across as alarming. Now, he's going to get some of it right because of everything you just said. They're going to have him cranked up, ready to go.
Yeah.
But it's also going to keep Trump from talking over the top of him, interrupting him. And this is a big if the Trump team can tell Donald Trump, remind America of how they lived when you were president and compare that to how they're living when Joe Biden is president, and don't do anything else. That's plenty, and then let him talk. As Bubba just said, let him walk off the cliff. If he'll do that, this format, even though they think it's going to play to Biden, could actually play to Trump, because when Trump has a crowd, has his mic open all the time, and is freewheeling, that's actually the worst case scenario for him in this type of debate against someone who has Alzheimer's.
I think too.
So I think there could be a positive there if you're wondering.
Yeah, it's like I say, Helms, you summed it up in the break. I mean,
I was about to sum it up a minute ago, but I don't know that everybody can stomach it. So
there's a lot of truth to it.
Most people have, they're in one side or the other. It's just that few 3-4% that still, if they're in the middle at this point with the ideologies of the two parties, then you never know what's going to sway them last minute. But
Donna Brazile came out and said she's going to feed more of the questions. So
I know that's going to happen.
I don't think that's what's going to happen. That's why he's going to be prepared and cannot be underestimated. Like y'all just mentioned, they're going to have him ready. They're going to know the questions. They don't mind lying. They'll lie all the way through it, and that's going to make Trump mad. And can he hold it together?
No. I will say this. I'm not going to say what I said in the break, but I will say this. If you're just America, if you're undecided at this point on either side, left or right, if you're sitting here and you need a debate, now if you've been in a coma, induced coma or something for like a month, I'll give you a pass.
Yeah.
But outside of that,
be longer than that.
Outside of that, if you don't know who you're voting for at this point, chances are this debate's not going to do it. Like, what is wrong with you? I can't believe we share the same air with you if you don't know at this point who you're voting for.
So
it's not like we got two. These are not two new candidates.
What is the possibility of court hearings going on around these so that Trump could not be prepared or be at the venue?
It's a good question. I really don't know. I think the only thing that Trump is doing, and you're seeing this especially in Black America more and more, I think the only thing these things do, Helmsy, because I agree with your point, and I think the only people he's after is I've always voted Democrat because I think I'm evil if I don't, and the current Democrats are destroying my life, and I need to be reassured that I need to vote for Trump. Because I think that is happening because of just the plight of what's going on out there, and I think those people need a little encouragement, and but I think ultimately that's why I think Trump needs to land on. Is your life? Do you like where we are right now?
Be civil and give the facts. That's what he needs to do.
I think it could be summed up to this: are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
Yeah.
If you are, you vote for Biden. If you're not, then you vote for Trump. That's simple.
Yeah. No matter who you've always voted for in the past.
I've seen some of the most critical people of Trump on interviews saying that they would vote for him again over Biden.
Yes, I saw those too. Yeah. Yep. So that's kind of
former attorney general's one of them.
Right. So anyway, there you go. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. So those debates are set. So if Biden's still, alive and we're all still around, we'll do that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The law is behind me with the lights on. I said, well, let me ease over and give him a path to get by me.
Yeah.
He
must be after some violator.
He's not coming after me. I looked down at the speedometer and I said, I'm looking good. Am I to the letter of the law? No, but I'm not in a bad window, Right. And so I'm coming. And look, they can pull you over for going 1 mile over, but I'm over to the point that they normally don't bother you. Okay.
So you just think
not in Tennessee, but in Alabama. So let me let this trooper.
You mean the unwritten rule?
Right. Let me let this trooper by. And I know, so he shifts over with me, and I'm like, So I shift again. Maybe he wants to go to the inside, and then he moves with me again. And I'm like, okay, looks like I'm gonna take big lift kit and pull it on over. Now the problem is, I'm not in a large window of fishing, because Sherry had said, now I am making this for dinner. You gonna be home for dinner? Yes. What time you need to have dinner? And she told me, because she had something she was doing after that with some ladies that they do a Bible study every week. And I was like, okay. And I think to myself, I don't have time for this. And so I pull over and I think, well,
that's 20 minutes.
Hey, probably a fan of the show.
Oh boy.
Probably just want to talk to him about the show. You can't be about speeding, And so he comes walking up, and he's way down there because I'm way up, and I'm yes sir, and he said, got you at 85.
Whoa.
And I said, wow. I said, honestly, I didn't think this with the lift kit would go 85. And he said, yeah, I got you at 85. I said, yeah, you know what? I said, certainly, you're right, and I'm sorry, but I looked down. I wasn't at 85, what I was seeing. He goes, you ever driven a lift kit before? I said, no, sir. You got to recalibrate your speedometer to these wheels.
Are you serious?
And he said,
bigger wheel, yeah.
And he said, oh, yeah. He said, it'll be off as much as 10 miles an hour. And I was like, wow, I didn't know that. And I said,
what'd you say? Wow, I didn't know that.
Didn't know that. That's a great heads up. And he said, hang on a minute, let me run everything. Give me your insurance and your ID. And I said, yes, sir, and gave it to him. So he comes back and he says, yeah, you need to get that looked at. I said, yes, sir. And I thought, here's the big moment.
Right.
And he said, so I'm going to give you a warning. And I was like, thank you, Lord. And then my insurance agent said, doggone it. So anyway, we could have lifted him, lifted his rate. But so I didn't know that. Did y'all know that about lift kits?
I did know the wheel size will change the speedometer, but usually I've never heard 10 miles an hour.
He says it can be between 8 and 10 miles off.
Just as a rule of thumb, I usually think 5 in my mind.
Yeah, he used the word 8 on the low.
But I'm going to go with the law officer. If he says 10, it's 10.
He said 8 on the low. He said usually around 8. Could be as much as 10, but definitely.
I got to ask a very uncomfortable question. Mm-hmm. Do you think you really were going 85?
When I noticed him, I wasn't. now that doesn't mean.
Let's get on the road today and we'll ride side by side.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Unrest in Israel is unfortunately the norm more than the exception. But now, since the terrorist attack in October and the war that rages on, the people of Israel need our help. Ma'oz Israel, Messianic Jewish organization that's been around for 50 years. If you check their rating with the sources that keep up with the integrity of nonprofits, they have the highest rating you could possibly have. Their integrity is second to no one. So if you would like to help, and we do get these emails, hey, man, how can I help with what's going on in Israel? The war-torn place, I mean, we got neighborhoods and people who still are not back in their homes that were destroyed during the terrorist attack. We got schools that still need supplies, children, food. So anyway, you go to IsraelNeedsMe.com for the people of Israel, IsraelNeedsMe.com. And then you also can find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Emergency war relief is unfortunately still needed. IsraelNeedsMe.com. So Bubba, Disney continues to get weirder by the day. I even had somebody email and say, hey, do you think that should I even take my family to Disney these days? I mean, is that wrong to do? And I said, hey, I can't make that decision for you, but if you're going to something where the content is problematic, but if you can kind of stay away from all that, just enjoy the things that used to be good about that. I'm not telling you that your family can't go or anything like that or shouldn't go.
I know, but there's a lot of people that go a lot to Disney.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, they go like we would go to the beach or something.
Yeah, and I've had some that we know personally that are not doing it anymore because things have gotten so weird. But honestly, I'm not trying to be, because Bubba and I, if you've heard, when you start this boycott mindset, boy, to be consistent is very difficult.
It is.
I mean, you can't say I'm not going to Disney and I'm going to text everybody on my iPhone and tell them about it.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Because they have a gay pride parade. Well, the guy who runs Apple's gay. And is what I'd call is evangelical gay, and all that. So I mean, it's a hard thing to do, but I understand about make sure that I wouldn't go see some movie that they put out that has some narrative in it, but I don't think there's anything wrong with me still watching Mickey Mouse, because as long as the content of what I'm watching is still like it used to be. But this is how weird they become.
You got to know what you're up against.
Bubba, you're not going to believe who Disney has removed as a potentially problematic character.
Who's that?
Tinkerbell. I would have thought they'd have been embracing.
Remember on the Disney show that came out on Sunday, and she go,
she flew out, and, cast or won toward the castle, and lit up and all that. So why is Tinkerbell?
Well,
I'm with Greg. I think I would have just thought off the cuff that they would be all about Tinkerbell nowadays.
Goofy, not so.
I would say the way they're acting now, Tinkerbell was ahead of her time. But anyway, people are saying what you're saying. Walt Disney Company. This is one of the most iconic characters, everything y'all just said. So iconic, she was used to present the Sunday night presentation.
Yes,
She's the one that would take her wand and hit your screen, and you'd go into Disney World or Disneyland. She started in 1953. But remember, there's a lot of problems with the whole Peter Pan cartoon now. All of it.
She was jealous of him, Rick.
Well, that's what they say, Greg. They say they don't like the idea. Now, this is the one I don't know. There's no more meet. There's no more meet and greet with Tinkerbell.
Mm-mm.
She's not in the parade of characters anymore. They said that the character is both body conscious. Now, I don't know.
Time out. What's that mean?
What does that mean? That she's worried about her beauty. She doesn't think she's
body
pretty.
conscious.
And she doesn't want anybody to be prettier than her, right?
How are you getting that from Tinkerbell? I mean, I guess I haven't watched enough Tinkerbell to really know what she does.
Tinkerbell has been canceled because she thinks she's fine, and she don't want to think anybody around her she thinks is a challenge to her beauty.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. And then
when you said Tinkerbell thinks she's fine.
Well, that's what body conscious is.
Okay.
I think I'm fine, and I don't want any rival fineness.
That's
around
right.
me, okay.
I'm jealous of people who I think may be a little bit finer.
I mean to people that I think might be prettier than me.
Got it.
Okay. Then the other is she's jealous.
Cartoon, y'all.
She's jealous, Greg, as you pointed out, of Peter Pan's attention. She's a jealous person. She's mean. Okay, and her jail. Remember, she went after what's the little girl's name that kind of was the lead child.
That was in her.
Wendy. She's jealous. She's jealous of Wendy because Peter Pan kind of seems like he likes Wendy.
Okay.
And Tinkerbell don't like that. Of course, this is a cartoon. I'd like to remind everybody, if I could, these are not real people. But and then the other Peter Pan, the whole concept has been flagged for negative portrayal of Native American people.
Tinkerbell?
The whole
the whole
cartoon, because in it, remember
I can't
they
keep up with all
they
of it.
sing a song, "What Makes the Red Man Red." And the word redskin is in the Peter Pan cartoon.
Can't have that.
What makes the red man red?
This is not
Funny
rumor.
song, by the way.
This is not rumor. This is actually published stories.
No, I'm not making this
the
up.
The one we're reading from is AL.com, but it's also backed up by a story in the New York Times.
Correct.
And listen, now, did I see they're going still? You know, they have this big fireworks show every night.
Want to be
that they
sure
brag
you wasn't
about.
just hating on Disney.
And she's like the closing thing comes flying down.
Yeah.
They're leaving that though, right?
Right. But it says
You ever seen that?
Disney.
It is pretty cool. Yeah.
Disney has confirmed, and they confirmed this back in February, that Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, they have been removed from the park's meet and greet rotation.
Well, world's a better place.
You feel breathe in, feel it.
Yep.
Things are so much better. Thank you.
Does anybody?
We did it.
We did it.
See, you know what really bothers
all your troubles just float away.
It kind of goes back to Helmsley's asking who in the world doesn't know who they're voting for yet. Is anybody at the point? And we brought this up before. You know, there's the wrong kind of pride, but then there's that self-worth that we all should have. Are y'all feeling like that everybody just thinks we're all just stupid? I mean, you realize what this means. This means they think that families cannot do the job of discerning that Tinkerbell is a cartoon and her behavior is cartoonish because it fits the narrative of the cartoon.
It's character, yeah.
Because of her treatment of Wendy is something they thought would be kind of funny in the cartoon, and her and her not wanting anyone around who's pretty, that'd be funny.
Yeah.
You know, the evil stepsisters, we're going to get rid of them because they hated Cinderella.
Nice.
They're not very nice to Cinderella. But isn't that because you build...
Isn't that the story?
Don't you build things in cartoons where people go, that's entertaining?
Well, it kind of goes back to what Seinfeld said. I mean, come on, people, lighten up a little bit.
Thank you, Francis.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Can I tell... I don't think there's a woman out there that says, I'll tell you one thing, I'm struggling. I've been scarred by Tinkerbell.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Imagine, let's say you went to the meet and greet before when Tinkerbell was allowed.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back now, are you going to go, oh, yes, this is definitely much better. I'm glad they did that because she was ruining it.
She was a feisty little thing, and she had a lot of fire in her, and she did come around.
A little jealous of Peter Pan.
You know how a lot of shows go, Bubba? I was on the wrong track, and then I finished well in the episode.
Made up stories.
Well, you got.
I learned my lesson, kind of thing.
If you don't have a low point, there's no high point at the end.
Yeah, it's kind of how stories work.
Yeah.
So we're now afraid of stories.
Mm-hmm.
We listen, guys. We're worried that we're going to be scarred by the characteristics and the personality of a cartoon that was made up by people. This is not even who somebody really is. This person doesn't really even do these things. This person doesn't exist. I mean,
they're a little. What is she?
I don't know what to do. I mean, this just seems so absurd.
I think she's a fairy, Greg.
She a fairy?
I think so.
Watch it. Can you say fairy now?
Yes.
Okay.
You can say it all you want to in June, the whole month.
Oh, okay. I didn't
know.
I loved Peter Pan when I was a kid. Did y'all love that movie?
I didn't give it a lot.
I really did.
Oh man, I dressed up as Peter Pan one Halloween.
Picture it.
Yeah. Somehow I see.
And I had like my little knife,
Oh,
and people kept calling me Robin Hood, and I had to keep explaining, no, I'm Peter Pan.
Thank you.
How about this? I don't know why I never gave Peter Pan month. I don't know if I've ever watched it one time all the way through.
I'm like you.
I think I saw it with my kids, but I don't remember being all that fired up about it.
I just didn't have enough room, after watching the Gus movies and the world's
Swiss
greatest
Family
athlete
Robinson.
and Swiss Family Robinson.
Did you ever go down the road, which I think is a no based on that? Did you ever go down the road of all the movies made about Peter Pan, Hook? And,
I've never.
Classic.
Can I tell you, I've
Hook
never
is a
been
classic.
interested in Peter Pan or Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, Alice in Wonderland, I'm with you on.
I do like
neither one of those. I can't even remember watching them all the way through.
I don't know why I didn't watch
I do like his peanut butter.
Not
No,
a bad
it's no
peanut butter.
Jeff.
If you
It's
gotta,
not
if
a
you have
Jeff,
to go
but
away
I
from
do.
Jeff.
I do
Jeff.
think that's a good product he
Second
put
choice.
out.
It's number two, no
slot.
doubt.
Number 2 slot.
It's
Yeah.
ahead of Skippy.
I agree.
So Peter Pan beats Skippy?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you ever eat Peter Pan peanut butter?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What about clapping your hands for Peter Pan?
I'm not going to get hung up on cartoons with peanut butter. I'm going to get the peanut butter I want.
But back
matter who's endorsing
back to
it.
this.
I
What
mean,
is our obsession with Peter Pan? Because how many different movie portrayals have we
got a
had
bunch.
of different angles on Peter Pan? There's been several.
See,
and then we rebooted one not long ago, and I think everybody was just tired of it. Nobody went to see it.
I love the Roadrunner and Coyote, and I loved Tom and Jerry. You know, and I know it's been banned now by one TV
Has
station.
it? Because it's mean. Violence. It's a cartoon. That's not a real hammer.
It's not real violence.
Cats and mouse, they don't act like that.
I forgot about the "What Makes the Red Man Red" song. That was probably a little.
Well, what makes him
a little
red?
dated? Maybe a little bit dated.
Well, how about this? They were having. It was lighthearted. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You and I had our annual merchandise meeting where we sit down and talk about. We talked about that a little bit on the show. We look ahead, but we also sit down and talk merch at the end of the year and say, what are some Rick and Bubba items that we would like to move now into the discounted section, or as we call the speedy section of the store.
All right.
And I'm telling you, now some of this stuff, has been around a while, but there's some items that are still relatively new that we're just ready to, do some new stuff. So we're making room for that. Look at this baby
I'm
right here.
surprised about this, by the way.
I knew you would be.
Surprised about this move.
Hey, this hat that I'm holding, if you're watching on YouTube right now, this is the custom Rick and Bubba. I think it's called the Black Hat or something. Look, on the back it has established in 1994. Got a cool little tag on the back. This is, that's a, what do you call that? Like the 3D logo on it, where it stitched 3D logo on the front of it's jumped off. Now this hat costs a lot. So it's been a $15 hat. We're reducing this hat right here just to make some room. Right there it is to $10.
Yeah.
I mean that hat, this custom Black Show logo hat is now $10.
Wow.
And I mean this is
I'm gonna have to stop going. I'm gonna have to start going to meetings, y'all. That's unacceptable.
This is my Rick and Bubba hat I probably wear the most.
I know, me too. It's my favorite hat.
I love this hat.
Well, good. Y'all can get a deal on it right now. Get your box.
You know what this means, don't you? Now Speedy's going to get one. So, if you'll look, you'll see right on the store at rickandbubba.com when you click on the store, there's a big old logo that says sale. Click on that sale there. See it right here. Last chance items. Click here for deals. Look, even the Scene Earn hat, our hunting hat, because we're going to do some new hunting hats. The Scene Earn, look at it. It's been reduced down. So there's items in there, shirts that are going to be replaced with some new stuff. Mac Daddy's down to $10.
Yeah.
The Mac Daddy hat is down.
That's a good looking hat too.
That is a good looking hat. Someone's got the camo and the American flag on it. It's down to $10. Some of the we had, people always ask about ladies' shirts and stuff. We had some in the hunting line, and then one that's got a logo on it. These ladies' shirts are being moved out. I know it's dated because it has the 20-year thing on it right here. That hat right there, you and I looked at it. That one right here, that one he's looking at, that is a cool hat. Yeah. That's another really cool hat. Now, it does have the 20 on it because that was the 20 years. But anyway, so there's a lot of really nice Rick and Bubba items. This is the one I'm with you. I fought for this one a little bit, but they said, hey, we need to move some inventory. So look at Speedy looking at it.
Great deal.
That is a good looking hat.
So anyway, check that out. That's something new at the store today. Some clearance items that you can save a lot of money on and have that maybe at one time you looked and said, it's a little much for that. But now some really good deals. We call this the Speedy Sale.
Get a box, give them to friends.
Bubba, I said a moment ago that yesterday was a I don't know, it was kind of like a wake up a little bit. I was completely taken back, and I understand now that Dr. Sag mentioned the prescription form of this. I just didn't know what it meant.
Right.
When he said the name. Okay, because I got a lot of people saying, hey, let's do the podcast. He did mention it. I was not ready yesterday for the number of people in our audience that are worming themselves.
Rick, I'll be honest with you. I know there's a lot of people that fully understand how serious the COVID-19 virus can be.
Very, yeah.
And but I guess I was a little shocked with the number of people who said, I don't trust Pfizer. I don't trust Moderna. I don't trust Johnson & Johnson. I'm headed down to the co-op to get dewormer.
I have a hard time adding anything to that statement. I'm a little concerned about the rush to market of this vaccine, even though Dr. Sag made clear it's really not a rush to market because we've been in this field of research for a while.
There was a lot of it already on the table.
Yeah,
and that was fortunate for us, or we'd still be trying to find a test.
Yeah, he also took away the concerns about aborted babies and all that, and So people still, though, are suspect. And I'm not a reckless vaccine guy. I think vaccines can be very dangerous if we're not wise with them or we don't think things through. But I'm not anti-vaccines like no, never. But it is odd that you would say, I just don't trust this vaccine, but I'm at the co-op in the worming part of it, and I'm picking up a bag of what they give cattle to deworm themselves, and I'm going to go home and figure out a dose of this myself to help fight COVID. I was taken back by the number of people that are deworming themselves.
Yeah, be careful, people. Be careful out.
Here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. Brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. Very, very interesting interview coming today with Pat Morley. We've, like I said, last couple of weeks, even had people calling in. How am I supposed to respond, and what do I do? If I was raised in a broken home with parents that, how about this? They weren't that great. Well, he has a whole book about this, and it walks through the different types of parenting that you may have grown up in, and how you can break the cycle going forward and not be held captive by this the rest of your life. So we'll talk to Patrick Morley about that coming up this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Bubba, we have an update on a story that we brought you earlier in the week.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Harrison Butker, if you remember, we played the speech that he gave, and we all believe he was speaking at a commencement at a Catholic college at Laker High School. I wasn't sure which one.
Yeah, it was what's it?
Yeah, I can't say that.
Benedict?
No, it's Benedine something college in Kansas.
It's Elvadine Benedictine College.
Benedictine.
Yeah,
Benedictine.
Yeah, it's
that's it.
Anyway, now the problem with this story is something we've been talking about a lot, and here's a glaring example, and we call it the cancel culture. Harrison Butker has every right in this country. It's a strange concept for him to also stand up and talk about the things that he believes, and to talk about how he wants to live his life, and the things he thinks are right and the things he thinks are wrong. You can, on one hand, have Palestinian supporters taking over college campuses and say they have the right to do that, and then we want to cancel Harrison Butker. I mean, he has a right to his worldview as long as he's not harming other people. Mm-hmm. But there is a surge of people signing some sort of...
It's one of these change.org petitions.
They want to boot, pun intended, Harrison Butker from the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, it already had 70,000 signatures on it, and they are trying to get 50,000. I'm sorry, 25,000 had signed it on Wednesday alone.
Mm-hmm.
They got 70, and so they've blown by the 50,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they were looking for. But here's the thing, as Speedy pointed out, he is finer than he's crazy, if you just want to look at it that way. Long as he's making kicks for the world champion Kansas City Chiefs, they're not gonna do anything. Now he starts missing them, then this is important.
Yeah, now they'll probably make him go to some sensitivity training.
Oh,
you know how that goes.
They'll have to
just because of what
apologize.
it's insane.
Yeah,
but see,
if you listen to what he said, it's in. I don't know.
Well, it goes back to this thing we've said on the show 1,000 times, and Bubba and I and all of us, you probably had the same opportunities. And I remember it vividly, and I kept making this point. We've come under attack several times throughout our 30 years and 5 months doing this. And one thing that seems to at least pause it for a minute is everybody's screaming at you that they have the right to be whoever they want to be, but then they don't understand, but if they really believe that would include me. I have the right to be who I am.
Yeah.
You don't have the right to. You don't have the right to be who you want to be, and then not allow me to be who I want to be. As long as I'm not harming you physically, that's not what we're talking about. But if we just disagree,
then the way I live my life and what I think is true versus what you think is true, of course, some things just are true, no matter what you think about them. Some of them glaringly obvious, we thought. But you can't applaud somebody for passionately standing up for what they believe and then cancel another one.
Oh, but you can, Rick, because you disagree with what I said.
Right. Well,
so
see,
that means you're
that's
evil
not true
and wrong.
freedom, though. But that's not true freedom. That means you want to take your point of view and you want to force it on everybody else, which is exactly what you're accusing the guy you're trying to cancel of doing.
They are
don't disagree
saying
with me, then.
that his
Yeah.
comments were sexist, homophobic, anti-trans,
No, they weren't.
anti-abortion, and racist.
Okay.
These I can't say I can't say the word now.
Humanizing
remarks
dehumanization.
against LGBTQ plus individuals, attacks on abortion rights, and racial discrimination.
I don't know where they got racial
undermine
discrimination.
human rights.
Yeah,
Undermine human rights. By him getting up and saying what he said.
No, it could be it could be precious one with your little signatures, because I don't want anyone to disagree with me because I can't take it. Why don't you just say, I just disagree with this guy and I think he's wrong?
Yeah, how about that? Yeah.
So, but what he said.
But Rick, these
you can't-
comments reinforce harmful stereotypes, threaten social progress. They create a toxic environment that hinders our collective
Yeah.
efforts toward equality,
All right,
diversity, and inclusion in society. It's unacceptable for such a public figure to use their platform
it's
to
not.
foster harm rather than
Nobody's harming
unity.
anybody.
Well, then these people wouldn't say that when some celebrity gets up there and says they hope that Donald Trump dies. That person's using.
Well, that's a good comment in their minds.
Exactly. And see, that's crazy inconsistent.
Yeah.
Crazy inconsistent.
And
People use their platforms. Some do, some don't. Some people use their platforms to say, I'm going to use my platform to talk about what I think is true, what I think is right, and what I think is best. And if he is a person of faith and the one and only living God, then these things would be part of that faith. You're all a bunch of apologists for other religious convictions when we don't like things that are part of their faith. But if a Christian stands up and is consistent with their faith, then that can't stand. It's all crazy inconsistent.
And he's a person of faith delivering a speech to a group of people of faith. Like, you can be a religious person and give a religious speech to other religious people. There's nothing against the law there.
How about this? You can be a religious person and stand on a box on a corner and give a religious speech. And people can just say, I disagree with you. They can holler at you. They can, they can stand on a box, as we said, what was the distance down the road on the next corner, and they can say, I think this guy on that other corner is an idiot. Yeah. But see, we're trying to do away with all that, the freedom of expression, and we're trying to say we're going to pick and choose expression, and that's communistic. That's Nazis. That's fascist. And then they'll turn around and say that the fascists love him. No, the fascists come in. One of the first things they want to do away with is the church, because the church is going to say, we're not going to worship you. We worship the one and only living God, and that'll eventually be problematic. And we're on the same track. You're picking and choosing ideology. That is not liberal, and that is not freedom of expression. You're all a bunch of, you're really just, you're mean. You're being mean to Harrison Butker.
Yeah, to what you're saying.
Meaner than Tinkerbell.
Real mean.
The solution to speech that you don't agree with, is not limiting that speech. It's more speech, better speech. Bring your own speech. Bring your own.
Walk out your narrative and see if you can get us on board.
That used to be the thing, but now because of hate speech, you can't have that.
But now keep in mind,
because they're going to tell you it's going to increase violence.
And what you just said, now I have been the victim of people who hate me and go after me for my convictions. I don't think they can accuse anybody of threatening violence and causing violence. They're some of the most violent people I've ever dealt with. Some of the things they've wished on me and my family, they're a bunch of hypocrites. I mean, incredible hypocrites. They do not want freedom of expression. They want to dominate and force us into their ideology. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paint Your Life already got a lot of folks emailing me saying, hey, run that by me again. Where do I go and take these wonderful family pictures that we've had and have them make a portrait out of one or many of them. This is you talk about the mothers that got this for Mother's Day, and we had this done, and Sherry just loves the one that we have, and there it is right there. It was from one of our son's weddings. This was a photo taken by the photographer, and we had Paint Your Life turn it into a painting, and you can do it in various sizes, whatever. And we gave one to them, and then we have one ourselves. If you want to take this opportunity, how about Father's Day is coming up? Think about something that would be cool. Maybe a picture of you and your dad that would mean a lot to him, and then get these incredible artists at Paint Your Life to do one for you. Now, we're going to do a little different this time to try to get you a discount. We're going to use texting. So text the code Bubba to 87204, and you're going to get 20% off the Paint Your Life portrait that they're going to do for you, okay? And they're going to make sure you love it. They send you, approvals and samples for you to say, hey, how do you like it? And these artists are incredible. So text to 87204, the code Bubba. No purchase is required. Message rates and data rates apply. Terms apply. Available at paintourlife.com/terms. If you don't want them to do that anymore, like after you're done with this, you can press reply stop and you won't get any more text from them. But go right now and text Bubba 87204, get 20% off, and let the folks at Paint Your Life, their hashtag, by the way, is hashtag Paint Your Life, and have them put together a portrait for you. So paintyourlife.com/terms, or just go to paintyourlife.com and be sure you've texted the code Bubba to 87204.
Okay.
We had a guy, I still remember his name, Shadow. They called this show
and started all this, didn't he? Was he?
Well,
the
no,
first
he
one?
was just saying he works at a co-op or a tractor. Is a Tractor Supply a co-op?
Yes, yeah.
Well,
they're a version of it.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about, the old local county co-op. But I mean, Tractor Supply Store is a chain of co-op-like places.
Yeah.
And he was saying we had to put up a sign that this is not for human consumption.
Guys, yesterday during the commercial break, a gentleman who we know, and we know some of his family members, lives here in Vestavia, brought by a packet. He has done a ton of research on this and wanted us to see it. And he was holding I tried to get both of them, but both products, the one you get from the Tractor Supply and the one you get at the pharmacy. And I couldn't believe it. And he was 100%, hey, this is a done deal. It works.
I love the co-op.
And this is somebody that I would think, he's like us, guys. It's not like.
I go to the co-op.
The good news, a lot of people out there will not have worms.
Right.
Yeah.
When I go to the co-op, of course, I'm the kind of guy, because of my lack of handiness and all this, I always have to have a sponsor.
Right.
I usually will go with you or Gary or somebody like that to take a sponsor with me. But I love that
and
world.
I like getting my guy to co-op,
right,
and then when he leaves, I'm kind of lost.
Right, but I like being there. I like the way they smell. I like the whole feel.
What about the smell?
I like that. I like that smell of feed and seed and
rat poison.
Well, not so much that.
Yeah.
But it makes me feel good, and to me, this is the heartbeat of America. This is the these are the people to me that. But I just wouldn't.
No,
prepare.
I love the place. The smell's probably my least favorite.
Something about it, I think, goes back to when you taught me about diesel.
Yeah, Now, if I could smell diesel while I'm in there, that'd be better.
Well, Bubba taught me about diesel. Of course, everybody connected to me wishes he never had, because I won't let it rest. But because you know me, I won't drive anything into the ground. But when I go into a co-op, the smell of that is also somebody that means business.
Yeah,
right.
We're getting something done today, and throwing those sacks in the back of the truck. But I never thought about what I was throwing in the back of the truck. I would go home and make it like cereal.
Yeah,
and eat it. I didn't. I don't. Our emails yesterday.
Yeah, I was amazed, and really, this is not a story about dewormer to fight viral infections as much as it is the overwhelming email I got on it yesterday. I mean, it outranked foot pain for the first time in a long time. So
That's
it's
true.
that's a monumental day.
It was almost like I guess there was a part of me that scared me a little bit, that something was going on in such a prominent way, but I had no idea about it at all.
I honestly should have gave y'all more heads up on that.
I think I know why you didn't, though, because
of what happened,
of the way we feel now.
Right.
You were protecting us from the way we feel now, so don't feel bad about that.
And the response that we got. I was protecting us from that.
You know, it
Thought
made
it
me,
was.
Rick, it made me start wondering the other day what other uses we're not thinking about for kitty litter.
No. Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us for another one. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Cabinet yesterday, that project handled.
Cabinet's done.
Is it over?
Yeah.
Done?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, put that behind you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, were you able to draw a line through it? Well, I love when I can draw a line through something. Golly, I love it.
Check that box.
Check it off.
So we're looking ahead. Netflix secured a deal to air at least one NFL Christmas Day game through 2026. I did not know this. Starting in 2025, Greg, these are some of your people. WWE Monday Night Raw will air exclusively on the platform. Did you know that?
Netflix throwing some cash out.
They're taking it, and they're saying the staggering cost of watching every NFL game during the upcoming season was laid bare after Netflix bought the rights to air two of the league's Christmas Day games exclusively on its platform.
Do y'all ever watch the Christmas Day game?
I do not. I don't even watch.
I do.
I don't even watch. I don't even
Yeah.
watch the regular
Yeah.
season.
We usually eat and open gifts, lay around, watch football.
Mhm.
You know, just like Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I didn't even know games were on Christmas.
I like
Day.
them on in the background.
Yeah.
That's a big NBA day, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
So it's a 3-year deal.
Yeah, you're right.
What about
Christmas
WNBA?
is, but
WNBA.
Thanksgiving is a football day. Yeah.
So now Netflix joins other streaming services showcasing the NFL as the league expands beyond traditional broadcast partners. We talked about that. But here's what this means.
I didn't like it last year.
And, Bubba, you've hit on this. This means the cost for fans to enjoy most, if not all, games continues to balloon.
Sure it does.
So Market Watch ran some data and revealed it would cost fans $1,610 to watch all of the NFL's games this season. You got to find another $1,600 if you want to watch them all.
You mean
Why
that
would
it was
you wanna watch them all?
$1,600 more than what it normally costs?
Yeah, if you want to watch all of them, if you want to see every single game.
I guess if you have
Prime and
what is it with all the
Netflix.
games?
So
ticket, Sunday ticket.
Sunday
does that
ticket.
even exist anymore?
Yeah, it was on
Speedy got
DirecTV.
caught
It's
and couldn't
on.
get out.
Gosh, it was like a gym membership.
By the way,
He kept missing his cutoff date.
Yeah, by the way,
I got you another year.
If you sign up for something, they give you a 12-month promotion. Put it on the calendar to call about week
Well, that's why
11
they do
or
it.
month 11 and cancel.
That's why they do
if
it.
not, if not, it'll automatically renew and you
I'm
can't
the
get
worst.
out of it.
All right, so here's the
They
breakdown.
went over to one of the streaming services. Which one was it?
Amazon Prime.
I thought it was YouTube.
YouTube. Yeah, YouTube
Oh,
TV.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about something
That's
else.
where NFL Ticket went.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
But you're right on games being on Amazon too.
Yeah, I didn't like
Thursday
so,
night.
You got to have them all to see them.
So the breakdown counts for. Here's all you need to watch every single game. Now, you ready for this? You got to have cable. You got to have YouTube. You got to have NFL Sunday Ticket. Bubba, you mentioned that. That's YouTube. Amazon Prime Video. You got to have Peacock. You got to have ESPN Plus. You got to have NFL Plus, and you got to have Netflix now.
I think I'll just go with what's available on what I have instead of adding.
Well, I may watch.
I mean, I have Netflix.
5% of the games anyway. I don't watch anything but playoffs in the Super Bowl.
Well, those services have pretty good penetration, but you know when boxing went to pay-per-view, people didn't know who some of the stars were because, I mean, there was a small group paying to see it, but it wasn't like the days when we grew up and it was on ABC and everybody saw it.
Pretty good promotion with Netflix getting a few games. Do you love this promotion, Bubba? You can't spell Netflix without NFL.
I like it.
That's true. I had to look.
Right.
Somebody at the table said that, and everybody went,
Not as good as your Bob Menon, but that's genius.
That's a good one.
A little throwback there to Jim Gaffigan.
Sure.
So there you go. If you're wanting to watch all the games, now that's the key. If you're kind of like us and you're kind of a casual watcher of the NFL, it probably doesn't affect you a whole lot because, like you said, Greg, you look up and go, I got to do what? Nah.
Yeah. I'll watch it on Fox Sunday.
Are we locked in, though, these things that these streaming services are doing for us, though? Because it really just feels like you having a channel if you know the ones you normally watch. Are we all kind of jacked to see this Mike Tyson fight in July?
Yeah.
I'm going to show up for that.
And all I got to do is click on Netflix to watch it. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
They may get Tom Brady back on and everybody say filthy things to him again. They may do that.
Right. And then he'd be surprised.
Did you hear the update yesterday? Tom Brady said that it traumatized his kids, and he regretted it. So I bet he did.
Back to the Tyson mention, there was a story we had, I guess, was it Monday? I can't remember, but talking about his body and how sore it is.
Yeah, he said he's.
And
I don't know which way to go on
He
this.
goes, the recovery every day is hard because he's putting his
That's the
body
tough part.
through
See,
so
Mike's
much.
in his late 50s, right? And this whole thing, in my mind, I remember Mike Tyson, who was Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Don't forget, he also, like it's one of his last fights, got beat by some Glass Joe nobody knows.
You went with Glass Joe.
I saw them in each other's face,
Good,
and Jake is taller than him.
Yeah, Jake's
Jake's
pretty
put
big
together,
dude.
man.
Of course, Mike's chopped many a tall ones down.
He can chop the high cotton.
He can George Washington that cherry tree.
He sure can. Right in that chin.
By the way, speaking of the NFL, because I know we're all engrossed in that now, to kick off the season, 9 playoff rematches. So that'll be good. 2 in week 1. So, but
who do the Vikings play?
I don't know, Bubba. Are you going to do that to yourself again? I think this thing.
It's entertaining to watch.
Who's going to be their quarterback until the new guy gets his feet under him?
Well, they had about 8 of them last year.
Bubba, I think the more confusing and complicated it gets to get NFL games, I think the better your life's going to be.
Oh, that's a good point.
Agree.
Rick, that is a good point.
I'm just going to enjoy watching whoever's winning. I enjoyed Kansas City last year.
That's a pretty good game coming on. What have I got to do to get it? Rick, do you have YouTube TV?
I'm not cheering
you gotta
for
have
him
it.
or anything.
Hey, Rick, I watch the news. See who won.
Flip it on something I already got. You can't.
Did you just say I'm not cheering for him or anything anymore?
No,
Did you just say that?
That's not possible. You've said that for so many years.
No, I mean Kansas City. I enjoyed watching them, but I'm not like.
I know that October 6th.
I don't have a closet full of jerseys or anything.
Yeah, October 6th they play the Vikings do the Jets. I want to say is it in somewhere in Europe?
There's their schedule right there.
I'm done with that Europe stuff.
Right behind you.
Done with that Europe.
But it looks like the first regular season game is the Giants.
Yeah, Bubba.
Oh, great.
They did pretty well in the old draft and picking up a few trades.
There'd be 4 losses right out of the gate right there.
Well, you don't care though. So
They got the kicker from Alabama. They're good.
You don't care, Bubba. You're fine.
You're good, Bubba. Just don't turn away.
Care?
Don't look.
What do you care?
Turn away.
Why is there so many? I'm not following the grid here. Preseason?
No, the preseason. That's
follow the dates.
only. He could scroll up and you'd see more preseason games.
Okay.
What you're seeing
Does it look
is
like the Vikings in every preseason.
Yeah.
How many weeks are there?
They got to get prepared,
4?
Bo.
3, I think.
But they said they're going to let the Vikings practice more so you have a better season.
But you don't care, so that we're good.
You care, Bubba.
Yeah.
You don't care.
Don't look at their
don't
schedule
care.
again. You're fine,
It's
buddy.
just funny.
Don't even look back
It's
there.
comical.
You
y'all.
can't find it anyway. You're going to have about 9 apps.
It's like watching Three Stooges.
really
It's
are.
fun.
Right. It's like watching the Three Stooges.
It is. It's slapstick. That's
is.
what
They're
when
better.
all this-
They're better than the Three Stooges.
Here's a why. Which way can I go? Ooh, wrong decision.
Yeah.
Over and over and over.
But I will give you a profit.
You think eventually they would just luck up and get a little better?
Yeah.
You know.
I will give you a profit star. When all this cut the cord stuff happened years ago, you said all these streaming apps are going to come. It's going to come down to just different cable channels.
It ain't gonna save
it's
you no
going to.
more money.
We're not. It's
Oh,
all
you're
going
not
to
gonna
come
save
back
money,
around.
no way.
Because now you got to have every daggone one of
We're
them.
going to loan for the day we had cable channels, so we could at least flip through one box to see everything.
Yeah, the thing is not, if anybody thought that this road was going to be a road to paying less, you don't understand how our industry works.
No,
The only thing is this just a better way to watch things?
Yeah.
Not a cheaper way. Is it a better way?
Mm-hmm.
The first
Get off the cheap train. That ain't going to happen. Everybody's going to get paid. It's just whether this is better technology. Do I like this better than what I had?
Yeah.
That's the key. You ain't saving anything. We'll come back. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. America, it's your turn. Let's chat
America, have you heard?
with you. We got a new dance. It's called the Bird.
Don't need no finesse.
866 We Be Big. The real Greg Burgess goes to take your phone calls. We chat with you. 10 lines are available. Let's go right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gosh, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Please don't do this.
That's Bubba at.
Yeah.
Gets all up pretty good.
I know some people are thinking that we made up a reason for Greg not to be here today because of we had a little old Greg came out a little bit yesterday, but so don't start that kind of stuff. But I guess we do have more freedom today to say things.
There it is.
Look, I want you to look at the picture that's on there.
The guy that came by yesterday.
It's a picture of a horse.
Had a box of that in his hand.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the phones.
Sorry, buddy. We don't want
apple flavor.
I don't want to unpack it again. I don't. I just want to tell you we got a lot of response on that yesterday.
Yeah, I tried.
That's a horse.
I tried to research a little bit yesterday, the process, and it is the same drug, but they're diluted differently, and you really need to be careful with all that because I promise you the dewormer is probably not taken care of with the same care that a prescription over at Walgreens is.
I know a cattle farmer.
One, they don't keep it in 50-pound bags on a concrete floor to begin with.
I know a cattle farmer. Okay,
just be careful.
And I love. He is a godly, hardworking. If you were going to do it, if you went back and did that commercial again, the farmer, you would show him.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And he comes over and gets the hay in our hay field, and in return, he fertilizes it for us to keep it beautiful. Okay. And his name is Truitt, of course. I just can't imagine, Mr. Truitt. I know you're taking that to worm your cattle. Could you leave some here for me? I just got diagnosed with COVID. I just can't. I don't. I think. What do you think Truitt would say? What would he say when he looked at me? What do you think he'd say?
He'd say, "You probably don't need to take this,
right.
or be extremely careful."
At least stay inside the pharmacy circle. Not the co-op.
Yeah.
I was really, really taken back by that and the emails that followed. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I'm going to handle this with kid gloves. I would not suggest this, nor are we saying it. It's just a factual email from somebody else. I know a guy that's been going to the co-op when he starts feeling sick and gets the penicillin from the co-op and takes it. Been doing it for years. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think we should take dosage and medicines at co-ops that are designed for livestock. That's my first reaction.
Rick, too, and let me just put the exclamation point on this because I was asking the question. I had someone email me from the pharmaceutical industry who works on this stuff, who is actually involved. He said the actual medicine that is grown in the reactor and we ship out is the same on the human side and the animal side. But now how they dilute it, how they mix it, and somebody had brought this up the other day. He said that's absolutely true. They mix it in different things, and while the drug is the same, the delivery product they put it in is not. The human stuff is handled one way, the horse stuff is handled another. That's the part you got to worry about, not the medicine itself. When people say the same thing, it is. But how it's diluted and what it's mixed in is different.
But I know there are people, and probably not this show.
You ever try to get a horse to swallow a pill with a cup of water?
No. Let me say this, okay?
They're messy.
Because I remember Dad trying to get our hunting dogs to swallow the pill, and you had to cover their snout and then rub their throat to get that swallow reaction to happen. But can I say this? I know some of y'all out there, and God love you, okay? And I know you're pretty sweet people, but humans and animals are not equal, and they're not the same. First phone troll of the day, brought to you by Patriot Mobile. Make your phone money matter. Switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. All right, so all 10 lines are available. You can join us right now. A little birthday shout out to a friend, Adam Golden. Just found out, Adam, from your sweet wife that you're having a birthday today, buddy. Good to hear from y'all, and I hope you have a great day today from all of us here at Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds a pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time. The old buzzer will end your time on the program. We'll get to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, nothing like that, no baby predictions. We're just talking about you commenting on the things you've heard. Maybe you're bringing up topics that you would like for us to discuss. The real Greg Burgess is standing by, ready to take your call now. Also, Crestview, Florida, First Baptist Church tonight. Brian Dawson there for your next man church. If you want to join the men there tonight, be there and then plug into the current curriculum that they're going through from themanchurch.com. To find one near you, just go to themanchurch.com and look under events. We've got 3 others coming up this week, too, over the weekend. Lacey, trolling.
Keep the phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Lacey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. When they have the first presidential debate, I think that one of the sponsors should be Saturday Night Live because they are going to get so much content from this debate.
You know how sometimes when you're fishing and you get in the fish and you're like, man, we are on the right spot.
Yeah.
That's how it's going to feel if you write for Saturday Night Live. You just sit down with your pen and your paper and you are ready to go.
I kind of feel like Saturday Night Live is on an uptick right now. You know, they'd kind of got too far to the left and they're doing some pretty funny stuff.
I think they want viewers.
Yeah,
I think they're back to
that's
say,
a crazy idea.
let's have viewers. Luke in Dadeville. Luke, 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Hello, this is Dmitry from Russia.
Dmitry from Russia.
All right,
Dimitri. Okay.
No, you're on thin ice, Dimitri. Go ahead.
I thought he said a meat to begin with.
I'm wondering, do you think you can get Biden to come and debate Putin?
Sorry, buddy.
A little too much Arnold in there, felt like, didn't it?
It was a little bit. I mean, Adler's the only one that can do Putin.
I really hope that that's not the guy that wants to do his voices for a living. Remember that guy last week? I hope that's not him.
Can I tell you how it feels for those of us that host the show, for all of you out there, you innocent people, is that there's a moment where we selfishly want to see where this is going to go, but then there's that moment, oh no, the baby's walking toward traffic. And that's y'all, the audience, and I have to save you. I have to pick you up, and I have to end the call.
Yeah, like our own little experiment.
Because y'all are in danger, and I just can't sit here and keep drinking to you and watching. You know, we continue. Let's go to Richard. Richard, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So I came across a clip on YouTube yesterday evening. I just wanted to ask Adler, when's the last time he spoke with Yoga Steve?
Yoga Steve? When's the last time that you spoke with Yoga Steve, Adler?
It's been a while.
Okay. Are you hungry, buddy?
I'm just eating my breakfast. Sorry.
Are you hungry, little fella?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, so you haven't talked to Yoga Steve in a while?
No.
Have you
it's
left
not.
the yoga world?
Oh, yeah, I just do my own stretches on my own time.
Okay.
I learned what I needed to learn to keep my back going, and now I'm.
Yeah. What you did, you left with the physical benefits without being, of course, brought into the mystic problem.
Yes,
Right.
yes, yeah. I don't have any crystals or anything like that.
We continue. Let's go to Brian in Alabama. Brian, go ahead. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys, Biggins?
We're good. We're good.
I have something for Speedy on his new podcast. I would like to hear it, and I think you do a great job with it. It needs to be called Speak with Speedy.
Okay.
What do you say? Speak?
Yeah, I know y'all are confused. I'm
Uh,
sorry. That was
Speak with
another.
Speedy?
That was another kickoff hour conversation. It was really more of a YouTube channel where I just walk up to strangers and get their story.
You know what, Bubba? I've been thinking about you doing a podcast, and it hit me today, honestly, when I was getting ready for work about all the stuff in the ham world because of all you've done for the ham community.
Yeah.
There's some outstanding names. It could just be Hammett.
Mm-hmm. Hammett, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I give a ham.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hammett, y'all.
Don't you love that?
Like Bubba, do that.
What about Warhammer Eagle?
Oh!
Clay in Meridian, 97.9. Go ahead.
All the above.
Hey, boys.
Hey.
I was listening to the podcast last week, or not the podcast, but I go back and listen every day to y'all. Sometimes I can't listen to y'all in the morning, and I heard y'all talking about Jelly Roll losing all the weight.
Yep.
I just had to call in and say what happened with that was Chris Christie called him fat, and he had to lose all that weight,
And I think he's changing his name just to Jelly. I don't know. Jelly Run. Instead of Jelly Run.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jason and Phil Campbell. Jason, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Jason.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
We're good. Good.
I got a question for Greg. Apparently, if they change the name from Peter Pan Peanut Butter, apparently they're trying to pan down. So what's the new name for Peter Pan Peanut Butter going to be?
That's a mouthful, isn't it? Even without peanut
Peter
butter.
Popper picked a Peter Pan peanut butter.
But I'm going to pan down after it does it. But I'm going to pan down after it does it.
Pan down your Peter Pan.
Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you, Greg. for that.
Let's go to Jacqueline out of Alabama. Jacqueline, go ahead.
Yes, I was listening to you talking about the debate.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, you had a great idea, but can you pass that on to Trump's team about how to handle himself during the debate?
Well, I don't. I'm not really into wasting my time because let's face it, Trump's not coachable. I mean, I wish he would be coachable, but he's just not coachable. I hope they'll do that. That is when he's at his best, when he does this message of I stand between you and them, and remember when I was president. Versus,
Are you better 4
years
now
later?
than you were 4 years?
If he would do that, Bubba, I think he does well. But
He win by a landslide.
Can we get him to do it?
I would hate to be the guy that had to talk him into it.
Yeah.
Now he has great feeling and intuition on these things, but he tends to push the gas pedal.
And now you add the frustration of
Right.
the indictments and what he's going through.
Right.
He's a very angry man as far as what his family's being put through.
I know.
And so, but playing that victim card that you're talking about, well, hey, they're coming after me, but I'm standing between the two. That is his best.
That
card.
and are you better off if he'll just stay there?
You're right.
If he'll just stay there,
right?
Not going to. I don't want anybody in here to get their hopes up,
right?
Because he's not going to do it.
So
for everything you just said, because he's one of those kind of people. Unfortunately, if I was his opponent, all I have to do is get him mad and get him not thinking, get him maniacal, and he'll make a mistake.
Yeah.
So will RFK Jr. be in the debate?
No.
I think Biden's team is making moves so that he can't be. And Biden's team's also set out the rules. Did y'all mention the rules and everything?
We did, yeah. And we're all kind of thankful that. Of course, did you see his?
Well, I don't think that it's locked in that he's out, right? I mean, he wants in.
Well,
he does want in, yeah.
But then he'll get to talk.
I know.
Right.
I'm not saying it would be easy to listen to.
By the way, did you see what he said about abortion?
You just made fun of him, and now you're telling
Who,
us.
me? That was Adler.
I heard you.
Did you see that interview with him about abortion?
RFK?
Yeah. ugly.
It's not good.
Far left. Well, he's far left. He's always been. He just moved to the middle because he can't win the Democratic nomination.
Yeah, he just says that a woman has a right to do whatever she wants to do. No government, state or federal, should be involved all the way to full term if she wants to. I'd have to disagree with him on that. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, I know some of you think they are. Now, you're wrong, as I have to tell you that as lovingly, as kindly as I can. And I've laid out some examples that prove they're not, okay? Not that they're not valuable and not that they shouldn't be taken care of. But I'm just going to go ahead and say what you just said is probably logical, that we don't put the care in the delivery system that we do to give something to an animal, because they're designed to do all kinds of things with their bacteria in their mouths and that we're not designed for.
A dog can eat something that's been dead in the road for 3 days and be fine, Rick. We eat that and it kills us.
He also can drink out of a puddle.
We can eat chocolate. They eat chocolate. It kills them.
Right.
You know?
Like if I got on my all fours down at the farm and that one of the puddles walking in the gate, if I just
I know it looks like you-hoo, but it doesn't taste
if I started lapping it up, I wouldn't be here today.
Right.
Okay?
Probably not.
You know,
or you'd be real sick.
Right. So I
just be cautious, people.
Will y'all please not just watch out on this kind of stuff. All right. So I thought that I was going to be sharp.
I got another one here I'm going to tell you in the break. I ain't reading this on the air. No way.
I thought I was going to be sharp and bring up a NASA story to try to get Bubba to think I was, and now he's kind of rolling his eyes.
No, well,
I thought I was going to be.
Well, it's all right. Drifting, falling. I need to hold my chair.
I mean, Bubba was like, I'm going to bring up what we just brought up. He said, and then whatever you want to do next. And I thought, well, watch me bring up a NASA story and just blow Bubba's mind. And then when I brought it up, he's like, Rick, I mean, you don't think it's cool that they've left a hidden message on the parachute of the Mars rover?
When the whole system was headed to Mars, too far for anybody to change it, the NASA people were already saying, hey, we got some Easter eggs hid on here, which means they're going to do some little cutesy things that nobody knew was going to happen, you know. I guess I was thinking of something a little bit more outstanding than this. But they have said that there was a hidden, secret, color-coded message on the parachute for the rover that landed on Mars last week. Now, the message was written by a systems engineer in binary code, Rick, through alternating white and orange strips on the 70-foot parachute that spelled out the NASA motto, "Dare Mighty Things," which is a quote from Theodore Roosevelt. That's really cool that that's on there, but it's in a binary code. So unless you know binary code and you can decode it and you know to study the parachute, to put that into a binary system, you're not going to get it. I mean,
who's it for?
Well, it's just to say, hey, we did it, you know, and I got that.
Trying to be sharp?
Yeah, I mean, if aliens find it, they're not going.
Well, that's what I thought. Shouldn't we have put something on there for Martians if they get it? It's like, hey, call us. We're trying to contact y'all. This is ours.
How about call us but don't visit?
Right. Give us.
Now you can, when you immediately see that parachute,
we come in peace.
You realize the parachute is not uniform in its color. You know, it looks to be broken up, and the pattern does not look balanced, if you will. Which, of course, sent some people in to go and, hey, is there a secret message in that? It's kind of like the old backmasking thing, you know.
Yeah, teeth on. And I thought you'd be. I thought, hey, I'm gonna bring up a NASA story, and you kind of rolled your eyes
Rick,
at it.
It's cutesy. But I mean, I was hoping for something, you know, a little more direct. I don't have to decode my Easter egg, you
right?
know?
No,
but look, this is fun. It's causing people to study the rover and look at parachutes and hey, what else is it gonna do and all that.
I guess. Well, I thought I'd bring something up in the space war. Thought it might endear.
More Easter eggs are coming, Rick. Stand by.
So that was something I thought I could talk about without Greg being here.
Yeah, thanks for doing that.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we work our way back, we'll get more phone call opportunities for you coming up later in the program. Thank you for your participation today. And if we didn't get to your call, other chances coming your way a little bit later on. It is still going. MyPillow.com/Bubba, the $25 extravaganza sale is still going. That means we started out. You remember when Lindell first came on the scene? He was just like, "Hey, these pillows are no good. We need a better pillow." Now they've got, I don't even know how many items they have. Hundreds.
Yeah.
I mean, they got tons of items now. But the extravaganza sale is continuing. $25 on these items. You can find them all by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba. The Giza My Pillows, $25. My slippers, my sandals, $25. The bed sheets, Giza, percale, flannel, all $25. 4-pack dish towels, $25. I mean, this just goes on and on. So it's still happening, and there's free shipping available as well. So go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, MyPillow.com/Bubba, and you can still get those $25 deals. And I would do that before they are gone. And there may be some things there for Dad. That's the next thing coming up. You know, we got Father's Day before you know it. So a couple of items. You know, the fast food industry. We're trying to cripple them with the cost of labor and the cost of people working. I mean, some of these states are taking the minimum wage to the point that so McDonald's is trying their best to lower, because as we've said 1,000 times, I don't know why we can't reason this out in our minds, is that if the cost of a restaurant goes up, the cost of the food goes up.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works, isn't it?
And the cost of what they're getting when they're buying meat, that's up.
Yep.
Everything's up. And so that means the menu will reflect how much everything's costing to make.
Yep, goes up.
Don't we all know that? Don't we all know that? So people have been mad. Of course, it's always is, I can't believe the prices in here, they make billions.
With that face?
Yeah, it's that same face. So McDonald's in the United States, they're trying to offer a burger, fries, drink, and nuggets, all that for $5. So they're trying to do this to kind of lure the customers that are mad about the price back.
Bring them back.
Just going to be over the summer, not going to be at every outlet. You know, this is where they say participating McDonald's. But customers are starting to say that this only lasting for a month. And not at every restaurant, because, Bubba, guess who's opting out of the deal? Those that have the higher labor and rent costs.
Well, yeah, they are. Sure.
You know what they're saying? Not participating. We can't do 4 items for $5. I'm sorry, we're out.
Who thought that would be a problem?
Yeah. So they're talking about that the same meal was cost less. Of course it did. Y'all, did they not understand? But I'll tell you something. If you like fast food, I'm looking at it right here. Look at that. You get a double cheeseburger. It looks like there's only like 4 nuggets. You get a small fry, and you get a small drink for $5.
Yeah. Well, that's the picture, Rick. What does it really look like in your bag? Guess it's totally different.
For a limited time only.
Yeah. I remember you telling me the comments that your father made about these kind of hamburgers.
Oh.
He had a lot to say, didn't he?
Well, he didn't care for
He had it.
But I did.
Right.
Little Bill wanted
Little
to
Bill,
all the time.
you wanted that. I bet you did. I can't remember the last time I ate at McDonald's.
We were trying to remember that earlier too. I can't either.
Yeah, I mean,
I tell you, I miss that McRib sandwich.
I know you
that again. That'd be. But
you got a McSmoothie yesterday. You said, Greg?
Yeah, Mom wanted a smoothie.
Ooh.
I like that pressed meat into the shape of a rib.
I'm not sure what the meat is.
With that gravy on it. That hit the spot for me.
The old McRib.
If you ever want to watch your doctor, just watch their expression change. Own up to eating McRibs on a regular basis. Yeah. Their expression will literally change.
Well, I'm not sure what that means.
You ate a what? You ate ribs from a waffle iron? There's no bone in it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even
looks
a rib
like
meat.
a rib.
Right? Yeah, do you have any idea?
It's in the image of a rib.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
The shape.
I'll go back to, and I can't remember who said it first. Was it Letterman? Years ago, making the comment on some of these so-called meats
that you could put it in front of a cow and he would look down and say, I see nothing there that offends me.
There it is. Good night.
Oh,
I've
my
never eaten
goodness.
one of them in my
You
life.
get without the pickles, that's pretty good.
No, I haven't either.
I will tell you. Listen, this is what's weird about the McRib. In the periods of my life when I ate the most reckless, when I was the most reckless eater, I mean, I was up for anything. Even then, I would not eat a McRib.
I agree.
That was a line I drew. I was like, that could kill me. And so many other things could have killed me. I mean, people were like, that's where you're drawing the line?
Yeah.
I had one time, and I thought, that ain't half bad.
Bubba, I would pull through
A
a
lot of people love
drive-through.
'em.
I would pull through a drive-through at a Crystal.
Oh,
at
now
1 a.m.
Now you're
and
asking
eat
for
a
trouble.
dozen Crystals, and I would not eat a McRib.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you're a brave man.
You know what I love is when they put on the sign, the McRib is back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing,
Oh, yeah.
Well,
She's
the
back.
thing about the Crystal that was so cruel when I was reckless
Don't
eating,
hold your breath for ice cream.
Yeah, right. Is that they fool you with this tiny burger. And in all of our minds, we make them even tinier than they really are.
Yeah.
And so you think, if anybody walked in and says, you ate 6 hamburgers, you go, it's Crystals.
It's like popcorn.
How many did you eat? 10? 10? 10 of them.
Oh, we'd go to 10 in a minute.
Was that McRibs coming off the
it
I'm
was.
not
It's
sure
a
what-
frozen.
You ate
McRib.
that?
And if you want to be
It's frozen. That's not the cooked version.
consistent, Rick, that meat on the Crystal, I don't know what that is.
No, I hear you. I'm inconsistent.
No,
I
I'm
got
with
you.
you.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that meat is.
See the rib?
But what is it? What is that? That's
don't know.
not
It's
meat.
a
Bunch
What
of
is
what's
it?
That's a
left
good
of a
question.
pig and
It's
they,
ribs.
No, it's not. What is it? Straight up, what is it?
that's what's left of the pig and they wad it up.
What noise would you make, Bubba, after you ate?
There it is. So, yeah.
It's really good.
All right.
Really is.
Bubba,
See,
the people are mad back.
That's a slab of ribs.
Can I break it to all of you out there that have a hissy fit over when things that you enjoy are profitable? You should be celebrating that they're profitable, because if not, you're not going to get to eat there anymore.
No.
This is what they call it: a boneless pork patty, shaped like miniature ribs.
I heard Hebrews will even eat them. They're like, ain't no pork in here. There's an ounce of pork in here. We're eating vegetables. This is some kind of, what is this?
It's a
Well, but look,
I bet it's
reconstructed
beans.
boneless pork.
Say that
patty.
again. There's
It
a
is
word reconstructed
It
in
is
there.
the McRib consists of a restructured boneless pork patty in the shape of a miniature rack of ribs.
Okay, so
Why? What are we restructuring?
It says meat
Yeah, it's potted meat.
restructuring
It's
was
potted meat.
developed by the U.S. Army to deliver low-cost meat to troops in the field.
There you go. It's
They're just running it through a machine.
It's
that
canned ham.
makes it look
Yeah,
like a
it's
rib.
spam.
It's deviled ham.
It's real ribs.
It's that right there.
That's a slab.
That's
man.
real to me. That's dreamland ribs.
Did you ever get out saltines and eat a little deviled ham?
What if you ordered some at Dreamland? They brought that out. Wait
I tell you one thing, these costs keep going up.
Yeah,
They're going to. That's where we're going to be.
Well, Rick, that's what it's funny you mentioned that corporate America. Oh, the greed and all. Everybody's mad. Well, if you start asking people for $20 part-time wages, what do you think the cost is going to do? It's going to go up. You know, that's part of the
Just
complaint.
wait till they're 50
on
an
deep in the
hour.
story, that's part of the complaint too that others have. It's just come on.
They got to pay for them kiosks that's taking your order.
Yeah.
By the way,
that's where
Bubba,
everything's headed.
One of our friends has texted back, going back into a tangent, back to your podcast. This is outstanding. It's real to me, Hammett.
That's good.
All right.
That's
Greg perked
that
up
is,
down.
that is an
Yeah.
outstanding name right there.
That's
Outstanding.
good.
All right. Well, so this is McDonald's is learning about our society today.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what you do to try to make people happy, they'll always say it's not enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 4
But-
items for $5, not enough. Y'all make profits.
Yep.
And then they say, I didn't know this though, that according to how your franchise deal is, back to the ones that are opting out. Did you know that some of the if you have the right franchise deal, you actually get to dictate the prices yourself. And so they can adapt to their labor problems and their overhead.
So this is funny from email. Funny that your dad didn't care for McDonald's. I didn't eat at McDonald's until I was 18 years old.
Oh, wow.
I had my own money and a way to get there because my dad said he was not eating at any place with a clown.
That was it.
The clown ain't.
That was it.
Some clown's
That's from
hamburger.
Slade Bridges.
I love
That's
that.
hilarious.
That is funny.
Yeah. That sounds like that's hilarious. But you know what's weird about that? Something James Gregory, God rest his soul, said
That person said they didn't get to eat at McDonald's till they were 18. You know why? Because their parents wouldn't take them there.
Yeah.
So he never ate that food because his parents wouldn't let him. What a concept. And then he ate it when he was able to drive himself and pay for it himself.
Yep.
Isn't that a strange concept?
It is.
We'll be right back.
Parenting.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we'll tie all this together. I'm getting a lot of emails, and you see the news stories about the rebranding of Mr. Potato Head. We'll follow this story first and then get to that one. Senator Rand Paul has grilled the new transgender Health and Human Services nominee, Rachel, and I'm with you, I think Levine spells his name differently, so maybe Levine. And this is because of the hormone treatments and some of the gender reassignment surgery. And Rand Paul is, of course, being called anti-trans. But what he's really trying to do is saying, I'm here representing constituents, and I'd like to know what your deal is and who you are and what you're going to do. And he's trying to make that clear to her. So here's Rand Paul talking to Rachel Levine.
Let it go into the record that the witness refused to answer the question. The question is a very specific one. Should minors be making these momentous decisions? For most of the history of medicine, we wouldn't let you have a cut sewn up in the ER. But you're willing to let a minor take things that prevent their puberty, and you think they get that back? You give a woman testosterone enough that she grows a beard, you think she's going to go back looking like a woman when you stop the testosterone? You have permanently changed them. Infertility is another problem. None of these drugs have been approved for this. They're all being used off-label. I find it ironic that the left that went nuts over hydroxychloroquine being used possibly for COVID are not alarmed that these hormones are being used off-label. There's no long-term studies. We don't know what happens to them. We do know that there are dozens and dozens of people who've been through this who regret that this happened and a permanent change happened to them. And, you know, if you've ever been around children, 14-year-olds can't make this decision. In the gender dysphoria clinic in England, 10% of the kids are between the ages of 3 and 10.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way through another one. Things you need to know. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible Study archive now available on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, recording that today. That'll be out over the weekend. And Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be with the Birmingham Stallions coming up this Saturday. Protective Life against the Houston Roughnecks. If you're going to the game, enjoy some time with Speedy. Looks like Alabama weather going to get a little wet on Friday and through Saturday morning, but by the time they toe touches leather, Bubba,
and we're underway.
Might be in for a nice evening there with Speedy. So find those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Bubba, you were telling me about now who's the little filly that everybody's fired up about in women's basketball?
Caitlin Clark. She made her WNBA debut.
Rick, that's how you set it up.
Yeah. What was wrong with that?
Okay.
What was wrong with that?
And
well, like Greg said it best, the only thing more uninteresting than men's basketball is women's basketball. So
there was a lot of excitement.
Yes.
Around this,
the
betting at Caesar Sportsbook was 6 times higher than normal. The broadcast brought in 2.1 million viewers, by far and away making it the most watched league game in over 2 decades. One of the problems, Caitlin picked up 2 fouls early and sit the bench for most of the first half.
Not Bubba's daughter, Caitlin Clark, the basketball player.
Yep.
Right. So has your Caitlin made it to Montgomery yet?
Yes, she's back.
Well, here she is. She's ready to go.
Yep.
I know, shocker, I didn't see that. It sounds like I do think, for that for that women's sport, until the men are allowed to play and completely dominate. Right now, I think she's actually players like her are the kind of stuff you got to need to make get the sport to pick up the fans.
According to this story,
how was that?
That was good.
Clark and Company,
but good.
Yeah, Clark and Company gained more viewers than 2 NBA Christmas Day games last year.
Well, it's Christmas Day.
Yeah, and who was it playing? I mean,
See, why do y'all have to make those comments?
Well, let me tell you why. Can I tell you why? And you're about to be all with me on this. So,
I don't know.
So I know you will. You see, because hopefully you hate this kind of stuff too. I was over at Mom's. We all been rotating, spend the night over there for when Mom came home from the hospital. So if you're at Mom's,
did you have to spend the night at the hospital?
Never did.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Go
just
ahead. You get to spend through the wonderful chair of sleep.
I struggled at Mom's guest room at her beautiful apartment.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
That's a really comfortable bed there.
But I did 2 out of 3 nights there. and of course, one of them was a Friday night, so I just slept till I was ready to get up. But anyway, but let me
on a very comfortable bed.
But she's doing better.
Yeah, right. I told bed to myself. All right, so and thank God she's doing better.
Yeah.
But anyway, and
that's what's important.
And I was just a moment away if she needed me. If she could wake me up. So but what I watch, you know how you go, if you go to your parents' house, they're not into the newfangled stuff, so they just watch whatever's on. So they're still at the networks, and so we had
Family
to watch.
Feud
If you're with Mom and the Birmingham Stallions are playing, you're watching that.
Oh yeah.
So football's
Thanks,
on.
Mom.
If football's on, she's watching that. And then she loves American Idol.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'd never even seen one episode of American Idol this year.
I'm into it.
Oh, I heard y'all getting into it up at the hospital room. But anyway,
Brody and Cameron.
I was watching that, and unfortunately, the next thing that was on after it was Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People.
Yeah,
what a circus. What a circus. So anyway, if you want to, there's a lot. It explains a lot. Okay, if you watch one of those things, because we normally wouldn't watch it. So this person gets up talking about women's rights and the movement forward on women's sports. Of course, they're conveniently leaving out if we let trans men play, that's going to be the end of it.
Yeah.
And they make statements like this, Helms. The WNBA has more viewers than the NBA right now. Well, in a certain category, yeah. I mean, so, but they throw out statements like that, and then everybody stands, oh. And they want you to believe that more basketball fans are now moving to women's WNBA than they're watching the NBA, and that's just not true. No. I do think sometimes when statements come out, you'd have to say, well, now make a note of that. Is it growing? It is. Why is that not enough? Why do we have to make these hyperbole statements? Hey, women's basketball is growing college first, and that is going to bleed into the professional.
If they can, of course, they have to take pay cuts to go.
Mm-hmm.
But is the that's a fact. Caitlin Clark didn't take a pay cut.
No, well, she got to keep her.
She gets to keep it. I'm talking about her salary for the WNBA. Which one's bigger?
Oh, yeah.
Endorsement deals and NIL or that?
Well, she gets to keep her deals,
Right.
So
Yeah, but her salaries, you're right.
She's actually going to make more money now than she did in college.
Correct, because she gets
a salary.
She supplements.
She gets,
Is the salary of the NBA much lower than what you can get in the NBA?
Well, yeah.
The WNBA.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
Because
so
it doesn't generate the money.
why can't we just say, hey, professional women's basketball
Should if it's
is
got more viewers.
professional women's basketball is growing. Why can't we just do that?
Well, we are.
Players like Caitlin Clark.
We're sensible people,
you'll have
and we're
more
doing
come
that.
Boy, out there they're not.
But that's not what this story's
Oh,
about.
no, it's just like the one we
They
had.
threw the thing in about Christmas Day.
Yeah,
Well,
the one we had a
that's
month.
fine. They're gonna do that.
The one we had a month ago saying that she should be on an NBA roster.
It's like
See, they don't know when to stop.
It's like they do this.
Unbelievable.
Hey, the woman got in a race against Usain Bolt. What was his name?
Usain Bolt.
Yeah, and she ran as fast as Usain Bolt did that time he had a stomach virus.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's like, okay, why do we always have to? But that it just why can't we just go good for them?
Yeah,
She's
and
doing
they
better.
need more players like her.
They're doing better.
notoriety.
It looks
What are you
like
doing?
Indiana's going to need more than her.
Yeah.
They
No,
still
you got,
lost
that's the bad thing.
92-71.
When you're the best player in the draft, you're going to go to the worst team.
Yeah,
that's right.
You know, so
Speaking of notoriety in the WNBA, the whole Brittany Griner thing.
Right.
Oh, we're back to that.
That brought a lot.
So why aren't we doing any of this?
Brittany Griner did a recent interview. If y'all want to hear just a quick clip. From
Yeah,
it.
she sure did.
Okay.
I try to give myself grace. Wow. Everybody says give yourself grace. It's so hard for me to do that.
Wow.
At the end of the day, it's my fault, and I let everybody down.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have brought drugs to Russia.
yeah, of all places.
Buddy. You're the ones who said that. You said
No, I didn't say. What I'm saying
she
is,
could be our liner
why
guy.
are we doing this now?
Welcome back.
This
to
was
Rick
supposed to be a Caitlin Clark is entering the WNBA, and what happened? And it's going to take. Yeah, I don't know why Brittany Griner was even brought up during this whole thing.
You're listening.
She's a star in
By the way,
she plays in the WNBA.
I'm going to talk to her about maybe doing some voice work.
I mean, I'm serious.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show.
You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
We might.
30 years with no awards.
What?
The two sexiest fat
Take a
men
look at,
alive.
closer look at her.
This is Brittany Girl.
Greg, we've talked about that.
We have.
And we all agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we need to talk about it anymore.
Something biological.
She played in the co-ed game. Did you hear about that?
Yep.
One of the guys went to his locker and says, "Anybody seen my job?"
Hey,
Rick,
I'm just
That's
saying.
not funny.
I'm just saying.
Not funny, Rick.
Hey, Rick, that's not funny.
The man of 1,000 voices weighs in. You're Morgan Freeman this morning, by the way. Fantastic.
oh, thank
Yeah, wasn't
you.
that
I
great?
appreciate that.
Wasn't that great? Oh my goodness!
Look at my Adam's apple.
I started out kind of like a man of 1,000 voices. Then I kind of thought, I think, well, I may not like it.
Oh,
But now I'm really.
You're back.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm going all in on man
well,
of
I
1,000
mean,
voices.
it's just real.
Because it's so awful.
You know, I was kind of cautious about it. I didn't know how it was going to be, but I got to tell you, I'm being pulled in now.
Oh yeah.
I can't get it.
And the worse it is, the better it is.
Right.
Y'all think it's bad?
No, it's wonderful, man.
That's
Keep
good.
good. You got a gift. Use it.
It's good.
God to give you a gift, don't waste it.
And you know what? Since
Here's
she's,
what
since
you
she's a
got,
new
Rick.
superstar, you might want to work on doing an impression of Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll have to
It'd be
get that
easier
one
to
out.
do the Griner impression.
It would.
Right.
Well, it would.
Right, just use my voice.
You can start by getting 2 fouls in your debut and sitting on the bench.
Hey, that's had a few turnovers too, but that's expected.
10.
Pace of the
adjustment.
game speed up a
It's
little
a different game. We
Yeah.
forget about that.
That's right. And if you're a good player, like Greg said, you're not going to be on a good team.
bit. No, she'll get adjusted.
Yeah, she'll get adjusted.
Who are you?
I think
I'm
she'll
Brittany
get
Griner.
adjusted.
Tell me the other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by our friends at firstcup.com. These are delicious coffees
each one of them, when you get one of their roasts, there's an important moment in American history and all the details there on the bag. A lot of fun. 11 roast profiles are available. The flavor for every freedom-loving American. They're sold in the pound bags, most sold in those 8-ounce to 12-ounce bags, so you'll love that too. Get yours now by going to firstcup.com using the promo code Bubba. Save an additional 10% on your order if you become a subscriber. So do it now. Firstcup.com, the code Bubba.
We should be outraged that someone's talking to a 3-year-old about changing their sex. I can't vote for you if you can't make a decision.
Thank you so much, Senator Paul. Senator Levine.
So there is what he's saying, and we don't.
And what he was objecting to in the bigger part of the interview was he wasn't even really objecting to the trans situation. He's just saying wait until they're old enough to make this decision, because you're doing more damage when you do it pre-puberty by giving them these drugs than post-puberty.
And he used an example of someone that had the procedure when they were younger. They're older now, and they're like, I wish I would have known.
Of course. It's a very.
I didn't.
There's some more clips to it, and honestly, I've told Rick, I said, I don't even think we can play it because they get into such detail about some of this. It's not suitable for all listeners.
Well, yeah, you can go research it on your own, but you're right. And Sherry and I, it's funny, we were talking about this because, Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, they're, I think, only biological child. I know they've adopted a number of children. They have raised this female as a male from the time the kid was like a toddler, started dressing her as a male, and now it looks like the child is thinking about having the full-blown operations and all this. Did the child have a say in that at all? I mean, was this something that Angelina Jolie, maybe she was afraid that a daughter that was produced by the genetics of her and Brad Pitt would be more beautiful than her? Is this some Snow White evil witch story? I mean, what did the child ever have a say in this at all, or was this something that children can be confused and have questions, and it's kind of our job as adults to try to walk them through it with all the information and help them. To me, things like this thing I'm with Rand Paul, where we're letting children go down these roads, and not allow them to at least get old enough to make maybe a level-headed decision for themselves with drugs that are off-label, and we don't know the long-term effects of all this. And what he's trying to say, Bubba and Speedy, what y'all said, with this person being nominated for this role who is transgender, he's trying to vet this person out to say, is this what you think is okay? Is this the way you're going to operate in this position?
And what's got everybody so upset is that Rachel wouldn't answer the question until after approved, and then she said, I'll come to your office and talk to you about it. So I'm not going to answer it now. I'm going to wait. I need to get approved first, and then once I'm in office, I'll come talk to you.
This is the job of. This is what we're supposed to do.
That's why you have hearings and oversight into who gets the job to begin with. Now, Rick, catch this. Several Democrats chastise Rand Paul for failing to treat her with respect and wasting the committee's time with ideological and harmful misrepresentations. They also said that he, the LBGT accused him of indulging in disguised anti-trans bigotry.
See, this is the problem that we have.
Did you hear his question?
Yeah.
Was his questions not?
They were valid. Because
she is pushing an agenda of gender reassignment for kids.
Right. And some of this thing that these people that have these kids, claiming they're a different gender than they are biologically when they're children is just, I think it's child abuse. It's bizarro. And now Hasbro is going to rebrand Mr. and Bubba brought this up, and he's right. There was a Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head.
Yeah, they had a Mrs. too.
Yeah, they had a Mrs. too, and they were potatoes. So there was nothing anatomically involved in these potatoes. You simply, for Mrs. Potato, put on a female-looking face, and on the male, you put a hat and a mustache. And on the female, Mrs. Potato Head, you had things there that made her look like a woman. But oh no, we now have to say that we're not going to be Mr. Potato Head or Mrs. Potato Head. I want y'all to know this is a plastic potato
that you stick eyes.
It's not even a real potato. It's a plastic potato, and now we're worried that we may be anti-trans, or we may be too gender specific with a potato, that we now will call it Potato Head.
Rick, this is very confusing because if you read this, they say they're going to call the headline on the packaging now says Potato Head, but they still have Mrs. Potato Head and Mr. Potato Head.
Yes,
but they're just called Potato Head.
Yeah. Well,
does that.
Here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here today, and we thank you for being with us as well. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubba, welcome back.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the Rick and Bubba Experience.
I know you had a scheduling conflict yesterday. When did it dawn on you that appointment had fallen and been scheduled on a charity charge update?
Well,
when did that hit you?
Yeah, I think that should remove any guesswork that I did not want to be here yesterday.
Right. Yes. Did you realize that you were missing that?
I did when I looked at the calendar. I thought, well, doggone it.
Yeah.
The
overflow of food we had left.
I know.
You were missed for sure.
Now that grilled chicken salad was still there like it always is.
Yeah. Did you just see your
not anymore?
It was still left over.
Not anymore.
Did you see your brother's reaction when you brought this up? See, he had forgot that was yesterday, and now that you've brought it up, he just lit up like a Christmas tree.
He just remembered it's in there.
We need to go in there and tear that out.
And I worried about Greg, your eating buddy, because it looked like that he felt like it was his job to honor you by picking up the slack.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah,
I did.
I appreciate
much
your
honor
help.
to you.
Yeah.
Right. I'll tell you one thing. So it's good. But anyway, there is some leftovers, I think, from yesterday.
He's going to have another obstacle. Last hour, Bluebell's dropping by.
Oh,
their
but
latest flavor.
Depending on what flavor it is.
Yeah, but Bubba's very picky. See, this is the thing people don't know.
He's lactose intolerant.
I'm talking about that one.
He's the most brave lactose intolerant person I've ever met.
But I drink dairy products
for it later.
He'll fight through it.
Your bravery is incredible. Send me to the front lines.
Rick, charge! I have to go to the bathroom a couple times. I'm good.
I'm lactose intolerant. Really? I'll stop somewhere home, got a milkshake. Okay, wait a minute. I think the word milk's literally in the title. I mean,
got me a dip cone. Got me a little tea.
It's marginal.
Heard him.
It's
2 days in a row.
Greg, I needed something sweet because I was just eating some cheese.
Big block of cheddar, mild.
But anyway, Bubba, this thing where like he's gonna go all in. If you bring him the wrong flavor, he won't eat any of it.
No.
I mean, he's very picky. But it'll have to. Now, if you get the right flavor,
what is that challenge that people do?
I used to have neighbors that would make fun of me and kid me about it. If they said, "Hey, we're making homemade ice cream. Do you want to come over?" And I would say, "What flavor is it?" And they thought that was like bad form.
Well, you ain't gonna go over for something you don't like.
Well, I'm not. I hate to go over there and not eat it, but I won't. I mean, I just
you got to know. I get it.
Yeah, y'all don't realize this, dude. Never ever think that Bubba is one of these people that'll eat anything because he's not.
No.
Yeah. Now you find the things he likes, and then Katie bar the door. But
all in.
Yeah.
Growing up, I'd liked, and probably really now, if I'm honest, everybody. It's almost like you can't say it, but I like regular bought ice cream better than homemade.
Yeah, I think you ought to be slapped for saying that.
What? I like this.
I understand that.
You're going to get booked on slap
it's more icy, homemade. It's not creamy.
Well, I think
except that Big Head Chuck made.
I think you're what you're saying is the room for error is too great.
Yeah,
because some
people do it well, but some
you
people
might have Billy Wayne and them, and they know how to do it.
Yeah,
Mac Daddy can.
You got to put that
Mac
Eagle
Daddy
milk
and Mama
in
can
there.
do it.
Yeah.
So
that's
that
key.
Eagle milk and a lot of sugar.
You might go over
rock salt.
You might go over to Hoyt's house, and he ain't real good.
It's a little thin, and you got to eat it fast.
Too icy. It's almost like eating a bowl of cold milk.
Yeah. and you got to eat it fast.
No,
or
the
it
ones
melts.
we made wasn't.
Well, no. That was my point. I'm saying there's a little.
There's an art to it.
He thinks if he gets a carton that it's always going to be
I
consistent.
couldn't wait till that water ran out that hole in the side. It's done.
Do you remember the hand crank?
Oh, yeah, I do very well. I had to crank a lot of them. I didn't like it.
About this as a kid, I was disappointed when everybody get all stoked about, we're going to have homemade ice cream. I was like, great. I wish you go to the store and get bored.
The only man on the planet that can find a negative tone for homemade ice cream.
Really?
I think the other's better.
People that don't even like ice cream like homemade ice cream.
Scotty Mayfield
Now,
agrees.
did you ever think? How did you like when people tried to get sharp with it? Did y'all like vanilla
Bluebell's what I
only?
meant.
No, we would throw chunks of things in it. We'd put Oreos, Butterfingers, all that.
Did you ever try to make a chocolate? You ever try somebody try to make a chocolate?
We did chocolate a couple times.
You know what? You ever had anybody do that grape one where they turn it into grape?
I don't like that.
Greg, we don't expect you to say you like it at all. Just hush. We've checked your box on I don't like everything homemade ice cream.
It was good once, but it wouldn't be my favorite.
Big Head Chuck's the only one that made it because he put whipped cream in it. And it was like a Frosty.
Yeah. Is he the one that does that barbecue sauce too?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good barbecue sauce.
It is.
That's excellent barbecue.
Would you like for there? It wouldn't work out because of the timeline. But you remember, was it Will Rogers that said he never met a man he didn't like?
Yep.
Do you wish he'd met Greg?
Just to see.
Just to see what would happen.
Just to see how far that goes.
I got all kinds of friends.
Oh, take a sip. No, you do. I just wonder how Will Rogers would have taken you.
He needed to worry about that horse.
See, we're off to a rocky start.
Greg, people need negative people in their life.
They do.
I'm not being negative. I just said I'm not the only one because every time I make one of these points, I get just emails going, "You're right, Greg."
I know.
So right now it's just filling up.
Your minions.
There's some other people out there that are like me that think that homemade ice cream is not as good as
Greg, let me tell you something on the negative
side. People like Bluebell make.
They're out there. I agree.
My dad, listen, you're like my dad, okay? And I am fully convinced that I don't spend a lot of time with Dad right now, okay? Because I don't know that I can take both of you at the same time.
Oh, it's too much.
When the show's over in December, Dad, get ready. We're going to spend a lot of time together because I need the negative person in my life.
When Greg leaves,
I need a Greg in my life, a Mac Daddy in my life, but I can't have two at the same time. I just can't.
So your dad really 2025 looks great for him.
He does.
He's going to see his son.
We're going to spend a lot of time together.
How about that?
Yeah,
I understand your point.
Yeah.
Hang on, Dad. Look at there.
I just made a point.
No, Greg,
it's gotten better over the years, but when I was growing up, homemade ice cream lacked a little.
Looks good.
It's come a long way.
And I'm going to say this, and I will agree with Greg. Now, I don't take it as far as he does. Of course, no one does.
Right.
But
and it seemed to give me the cold
if
headache
my parents walked into the room, because we did live in an odd time when your parents told you what you couldn't do. I know that's weird, but that's how we
had
grew
to go
up.
through them.
Yeah, and if they ever called, we're going to Baskin Robbins. I thought to myself,
That was a Friday night treat.
I didn't know that life could be any better than that.
Yeah.
But if my parents came in and said, we can go to Baskin Robbins or we can go over to Ethel, she's got the crank on the porch, I'd rather go to Baskin Robbins.
Okay. Yeah.
I do agree with that.
If you had your choice of the two, you're going to pick that one. You know why it's better.
I always liked homemade better.
I didn't like it better, but I like it as much. But I'm talking about if I was a kid and you could take me to you could take it to me to Baskin Robbins or do the crank over at Ethel's, I'd rather go to Baskin.
I like ice cream to the word cream actually be part of it.
I like creamy.
Well,
ice
you gotta make it with the right stuff, Greg. It's all about what
I
you
realize
you got to use that Eagle brand milk.
Let's call it Dad didn't make good ice cream.
But listen to what he said.
There it is.
Here's what he said, though.
It's great on the grill.
Think about this. You said as a kid, when people would talk about ice cream, you would get frustrated that it was homemade.
Yes.
As a kid, you just care that it's ice cream at all.
Not this one.
I knew the difference.
Not this one.
But this one
Not
was
that one.
negative about it even as a kid.
You just don't know.
That's not creamy.
You don't know if you. I'm gonna say this.
I just realized I hadn't had a lot of homemade.
And
ice
this
cream.
is rarely the case. This is rarely the case.
I've had some of the greatest.
And what I'm about to say
Give
is
you
going
cold headache quicker too.
It's right. It's going to blow your mind what I'm about to say. Most people were better kids than they are adults. Greg's the opposite. He actually is a better man than he was a kid. He was a horrible kid. He was so he didn't like anything. He actually likes stuff now.
But you're responsible for a lot of that.
Nah.
You terrorized him. I mean,
I can't
now
be,
food.
People are eventually responsible for their own behavior.
Look, food over here, he's his own man. But other than that, Rick, you would break things and set it up to where it looked like he broke it.
But I did that because he was already easily frustrated.
Yeah,
you know,
it's perfect for you.
You know, you don't go fishing where there's nothing by it.
It's got to be believable.
Yeah, I mean,
I knew with him, just anything could set him off.
Right, but
And
he's
it
a
did.
product of you.
Well, I tell you what, when Bluebell shows up, y'all don't even look at it because if it ain't homemade, y'all don't want nothing to do
Well, I
with
was making Helmsley said, didn't most kids just like ice cream? Not that one. No.
Well, there's a difference in the
And that
two.
look is on his face when the cranker was going.
I'd rather have the Bluebell.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know what that is? See, and I heard someone talking about this, and I won't get specific about.
You see what we're worried with today?
But here's what's happened.
We've had it too good for too long, folks.
What's happening in our mob mentality of this country is we're weaponizing people. The LGBTQ has been weaponized. We'll get you with them if you don't get in line. Minorities are being weaponized to come after you. It's just, it is the weirdest, most outlet. How did anybody ever allow a conference room to engage in a conversation about a toy potato? Ever? That, by the way, don't miss, all it is various options. You could take a Mr. Potato Head, the actual potato, and go get the parts that go with Mrs. Potato Head and put it on either one of the potatoes you want to. You could take the potato and make it, you could put his hat on her head if you wanted to. You could take his mustache and put it on the Mrs. Potato Head eyes. Well, what in the world? I would just say, it's a potato, it's a plastic potato. Mr. and Mrs. is just kind of a, but there's parts like, really, in my opinion, the potato head was the first opportunity to transgender somebody that's ever been in toy history.
That's right. You could do anything you wanted
You could
to.
take that potato and make it a half, a hybrid, a mostly. You could do whatever you wanted to do with it.
Rick,
but that's not good enough.
No.
Did you know that the original Mr. Potato Head was conceived in the 1940s by a Brooklyn-born inventor who initially had only planned to market the push-pin face pieces and body parts? Consumers would provide their own vegetable for you to jab the eyes, nose, and face into.
Good gracious.
In other words, you had to have your own potato. He sold the idea to a cereal company who I think was going to use it as a prize in their cereal.
Now, I want you to remember this again. Do not lose this. Listen to this terrifying statement. We're talking about children here. We're not talking about adults. Culture has evolved. Kids want to be able to represent their own experiences. The way the brand currently exists with the Mr. and Mrs. was limiting when it comes to both gender identity and, remember this from Black Lives Matter on their website, family structure.
Wow, that's scary.
Satan is laughing with delight. Break down the family structure. Break down God's original intent. Just break it down, break it down, break it down, break it down. And present a world that is made up of chaos. And in chaos, that is where the dark side thrives.
He's bringing down the most powerful company the world has ever seen without firing a shot and doing it under the name of fairness.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us on a brand new edition. All right, so a couple of clips that are new, but some of the same old, same old. First of all, we told you the debates are out now. Trump and Biden will debate each other over the summer and in the fall. We'll see how that goes. We know the rules. We know all that. So Steve Ducey wants to ask Karine Jean-Pierre, press secretary, some questions about the preparation for the debates. And here's how this little interaction went.
Not a debate-specific question, but debate prep is something that traditionally can happen here at the White House. Who is going to stand in during the prep for Donald Trump?
Who's going to stand in? Do you want to stand in for Donald Trump? Do you want to do that? I can connect you with the campaign. That might be fun for you.
Actually, so you're saying I can go debate Joe Biden behind the scenes
you know
for
what?
as long as I want?
I think that might be fun for both of you. It might be fun for both of you. I think that might be fun. I don't have anything for you on that, but I appreciate the question. I appreciate you trying.
Okay. When he goes, wait a minute, you're going to let me go debate Biden?
I'll take it. I'll do it.
I'll take it.
I'm in.
So next, she is going to be asked why the president keeps claiming, not once but twice, just this week, that inflation was 9% when he took office, when it was actually 1.4.
And this has been shown that it is not true by CNN.
Yeah. So here, and the DC's not even defending it, but we'll see if they do now. Here we go.
I'm going to ask you about how the president talks about inflation. So two times over the past 2 weeks, the president said inflation was 9% when he came into office. Is the president misleading Americans on that, or does it just not realize that inflation was 1.4%?
So, and thank you for the question, because I know that we got a lot of incoming on this yesterday. And look, what the president the point that he was making is that the factors that caused inflation was in place when he walked into the administration, when he took office. As you know, the pandemic caused inflation around the world to be by disrupting our economy and breaking our supply chains. As you know, we had to act quickly on dealing with the supply chain. He put together a task force. You saw the president do that.
So that's a great answer. No, it was not 9%, but the things were in place that were going to make it 9%, and that was Trump's fault.
So he really was.
I'll tell you, that is one of the great, excuses you used to see on the playground. He made me hit him.
Right. No, you're right. Yeah. But I wish somebody would have come back and said, but I want to be clear. 9 and 1.4 are two completely different numbers.
Yeah.
What's your?
Why don't you say that then? That you thought that the things were in place that were going to cause that, not that it was when you went in, because it wasn't. It was 1.4%.
Yeah, my question.
Y'all get that 1.4.
Right. My question was to you, press secretary, is why is the president saying it was 9 when it was 1.4?
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
To your point, Bubba, if what he meant was everything was in place for inflation, why didn't he just say, well, when I took office, the atmosphere was going to be very, very, volatile, and inflation was pretty much a given based on the atmosphere when I took over. He could have said that.
Yeah, or the fact that I printed money like a drunk sailor, and that helped to drive it up too, because we had more money chasing fewer goods, which is 8th grade economics. But he didn't go that far.
Probably wasn't going to say that.
Right.
We know the president falls a lot. Apparently someone's put together a parody song. Now, can you play this, Adler?
He had a big trip. Was it yesterday?
He did, walking on stage yesterday again.
Oh, did he?
Look at the name of the band.
This is from Jimmy Falia, something like that. He's from Fox News Saturday night. It's evidently a lighter, more comedy show on Fox News that happens Saturday nights. And this is a parody song, and it's pretty good.
Okay, all right, here we go.
He's an old guy, has dementia, can't lead us, and the country is screwed. Tells some big lies, barely speaks English, sniffs children, and their mom's hair too. Goes the wrong way when he leaves his speeches. Gets lost each day. Trump's yard. All the Dems say that we should re-elect him. How can he run when walking is hard? And Joe keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, and Joe keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling.
Oh my, y'all, the footage going with it. For those of you that can't see it, go find this on YouTube.
That's a good one.
Because the footage going with it.
Put a link to it.
How about that? Wow. We'll put that in show notes
Yeah,
today.
right. Y'all, you forget. I mean, because it happens so much until they put it back to back to back to back to back to back. You forget how much it really does happen.
Well, and y'all
It's
saying
sad.
he fell again yesterday.
Yeah, he
didn't fall. He stumbled.
He
on
tripped.
stage.
Yeah, he caught himself. He
Carpet got him.
Yeah.
Well,
toe on this, one of the steps. Now it was only
Well,
one step.
that-
but I
look,
mean-
that's and that happens when you can't pick your feet up anymore. When you're
Right.
shuffling.
Yeah. He was a shuffling.
He'll shuffle.
Boy, will he?
He will.
Every day shuffling.
Hey, now that would be a good one.
There we go.
Hey, looking, it shows him every day.
A lot of those clips had him wearing a mask, and I just witnessed something. I went to the restroom, and you have to ask this. Lady comes in, she's well dressed for business, and she's doing her thing, and
In the
she has a mask on.
Mm-hmm.
And all I could think about is this: is she still concerned of COVID, or is she already getting the front of the bird flu?
Can the mask
like
help
what
you with
her
bird flu?
mindset?
Yeah.
What
COVID or bird?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
I thought you wore them if you were a Democrat to show everybody.
Well, and
That's
that
funny.
Very well could have just been the case, but I mean, matching mask with her pantsuit.
Which goes all the way back to the pandemic when you saw that in the pandemic.
Yes.
What
So
was
I
she
just-
doing in the men's restroom?
Right.
Yeah, wow.
She
I
wasn't
guess
in
that
the
mask.
Oh, she wasn't in it.
I went to the
on
restroom.
the way out.
She
on the way
was.
out.
Yeah. She may identify as a man. We don't know that.
Right. That was not it.
Right. Okay.
I thought
I
that
just
was
wondered
to
why.
say
Big
I
fat
support
man.
Hamas. I thought that's where you wear a mask now.
Oh, yeah, so you're not identified.
Yeah.
No, I see it too, Helmsy. And I'm very perplexed by it. I've even had to do this, and it's
And look,
sad.
there's some
And
people that
listen.
have immune diseases and things dealing with treatment of cancer.
That's where where I go to kind of figure out why they're doing it. I go, well, they've got a big reason.
And I actually spoke to her and said hello. She was very sweet.
She went, "Hey, how you doing?"
No, she didn't.
Oh.
But it was very nice. I just wondered why are we wearing a mask?
Well, Speedy and Bubba both gave the answer to protect myself.
Mm-hmm.
I now see it, and I don't. It's probably not even accurate. Probably 1% of the time. But every single person I see wearing a mask now. Now, sometimes it hurts my case when they won't cover their nose.
Yeah.
But I look and I say, well, God love that person. They're going through chemo.
Yeah.
That person has autoimmune. I do that just so I can protect myself because I can't face they're doing it because of COVID.
Yeah, correct.
Well, and they didn't seem sick. Okay.
Right.
And if maybe they are.
Bird
and
flu's out there.
Maybe they are, and they're just handling it well.
You don't
And
want
I
that
commend
to
them for
land
that.
on you.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't.
The bird flu.
I wanted to ask, like, seriously, why? Because I thought it's not going to impact my day at all if you just ask. Like, you're never going to see her again.
No.
Just ask her.
You know, we better get the sound bite ready. Have the sounder for bird flu.
Yeah,
Because we're going to hear it a lot.
Hallelujah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So remember, we didn't do the story yesterday. We had it, but we just never got to it. But you know, the left, they're going after the equality clause, and if they get their way, what you're going to see is that the LGBTQ world will be added in to the things you cannot discriminate against. In the Equal Rights Act, 1963, was that it?
4, yeah,
somewhere in there. And they're trying to get LGBTQ infused in that. If that is successful, that is going to be it'll be a new. I'll tell you, the old American church is going to have their hands full, because when we talked about this, you know how Scripture would be deemed hate speech and unconstitutional. And the church is going to be sitting there saying, we do not acknowledge this
as an equal right, and we do not acknowledge that we can be made to condone and embrace something that is against God's standard, but it's coming.
Yeah, I think this bill is probably the most dangerous thing we've had to our freedom of religion we've ever had.
Yep.
And it's coming in under a veiled cover of fairness.
So just watch for that. And I know as far as mob mentality, we're kind of already there.
Right.
But it's one thing to have people angry and you say, look, man, I'm sorry. We don't hate you. We just love God's standard. But when it gets to where someone says that's against the law.
Right.
Now that's going to be a
Federal.
whole different game.
Yeah.
And it's going to break our hearts. I mean, there's a lot of churches that are already crumbling to this just in the mob world. But when it comes to this is that discrimination that you saw in the book of Acts, where they had to say to the ruling authorities, look, do to us whatever you have to. We're not denouncing Christ. Not going to happen.
Right.
And we're not going to act like this crippled man was healed some other way. So to the phones we go. Let's start with with Gary in Alabama. Gary, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, this is Gary. I mean, we can't even have a gender.
That's pretty good.
You know what?
That wasn't bad.
Your phone was bad enough. It kind of sounded like
that was pretty close.
Yeah.
Christine in Minnesota. Hey, Christine, welcome to the program. Go right ahead.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, Christine.
I'm just wondering, and this is so angering to me with the kids being allowed to make these decisions at such a young age. Are there not child advocates? I mean, this is child abuse, so are there not people that'll stand up just like they would if parents were abusing their kids, which is basically what's going on?
Well, be careful though, because if you say this is the wrong thing to do, then you're going to have to face the mob of how dare you.
Yeah, you got a lot of phobias you're dealing with.
You're going to be
you're eat up with them.
I mean, they believe that a child, like Adler and we were all talking in the break. Our children, if you didn't move them away from a potted plant, they would eat the dirt out of it. That we now have them deciding, we're not helping them at all. We're just going to let them to be whatever they think they should be based on a culture that is going to reign. Let's just throw them out to the culture and just let them figure it out.
Yeah,
that's.
Why not let them drive?
And like you said, I mean, I could take a child and convince that child to do all kinds of things that are not beneficial to the child, but the child doesn't know any better. Yeah. To your point, Christine. So I don't know. It's a weird.
A lot of the medical community is just rolling over on this issue, which is strange to me.
Now this is coming from the Hasbro Twitter account. It's got the little blue check mark and all this kind of stuff. And it looks like they've put this out here where I don't know if they've changed their mind or if they're trying to.
No, see what it is at the top. Both packages say Potato Head.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're still, as I mentioned, they're still keeping Mrs. and Mr.
So the
but it's down on the bottom of the package.
Right, gotcha. So the individual toys are going to still be Mr. and Mrs., but the packaging is going to say Potato Head.
Something to that
What
effect.
they're saying is
right?
Inside this package, you may find things that you put on one potato that makes it look like a man. In this other box, you may find things that you put on a potato, it looks like a woman biologically and the way we operate.
Mm-hmm.
But we will not determine what it is. We just want you to know it's nothing but a potato head. But what's inside the box is not going to change. We're not going to declare Mr. or Mrs. That's up to you. Can you believe it?
God,
I've one of the things, and Sherry pointed this out to me, and
Speedy is standing by to take your calls. Whatever topic you want to talk about, a lot of topics have been thrown out there today. If you've been with us on the journey, comment on any of those. Bring up your own topic if you would like. But Speedy is standing by right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you'll get your chance to be on the Rick and Bubba Show. ReliefFactor.com is the website as we head our way towards summer. Many of us cannot wait to get out there, enjoy your favorite outdoor activity like biking, golfing, walking, swimming, and so much more. But if you have everyday aches and pains, it can be a killjoy. I can't even enjoy these things because I'm in so much pain. Well, the over-the-counter stuff, they're designed to help us, on the little things like a headache or I got a little muscle pain, but they're not designed for us to take every day. Relief Factor is all natural, so you can, and it works on the body's natural inflammatory response, and not just to mask pain, but to actually deal with what's causing the pain. So we have a little note here from Paul, who listens to us on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, and he says, hey, thanks for introducing me to Relief Factor. I love playing softball, but knee pain made it really hard to run the bases. I took your advice. I tried Relief Factor, and I'm writing to say it's a game changer, pun intended. I'm playing like I'm 35 again. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Get yours right now by going to relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4-RELIEF. Get your quick start pack. Over 1 million people have done this. 70% said they saw such a change. They ordered more and are still on it, like yours truly. So there's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We start with Alan in Meridian, listening on 97.9 The Buzz. Alan, go ahead.
Hey, guys, got a serious question for you. Came up on Mother's Day, and y'all's name came up. We want your opinion.
Okay.
So we had our family gathering. It came time for dessert, and we had caramel cake. It was a very well made by Baker, high-end caramel cake. But I could tell that the energy left the room when caramel cake came out. So we got to talking about cake. We need to know where y'all rank caramel cake on the list of cakes, because we all ranked it 6th, 7th, or 8th. So of all the cakes, strawberry, Italian cream, carrot cake, where do y'all rank caramel cake?
I love a caramel cake.
Are we talking about like that caramel pound cake? Like
we're talking about
it's got the caramel icing.
A caramel cake has caramel icing on it and kind of the white inside, sometimes
really
yellow.
Good. We've had a lot of people bring them here.
I like caramel cake.
I do too. As a matter of fact, I'm a huge fan of caramel, however you say it. I love anything that says I'll go down the caramel road.
Mm-hmm.
So I love.
I'd say top 3.
Yeah, I'd give it an 8. He said a scale of 1 to 10. I'd give it an 8.
Yeah, it's a solid 8.
8.5.
It's a solid 8.
Yeah, maybe 8.5.
I don't know why people were Debbie Downing on that one. Yeah. Now, I find myself to kind of be hit or miss on red velvet. I don't love red velvet as much as people do.
I like red velvet when it's done correctly.
Yeah. I give it about a 2.
But I'd
rather have a caramel cake.
I'll tell you what I won't touch is carrot cake.
No. It's a -1.
To the phone.
Greg, if you had carrot cake and homemade ice cream, which one would you choose?
I'd be homemade ice cream.
Okay.
Yeah, every day.
Jeff in Clanton. Jeff, go ahead. Hey, Jeff, welcome.
That looks good right there.
Yeah, Rick, I was just wondering why you're being kind of a bully regarding women's basketball. Some of the stuff you're saying simply isn't true. And just kind of curious why you have to lie to your audience about it to make your point.
Are you currently wearing a skirt, like right now?
Oh my, Rick.
No, I don't.
I mean, you have other.
What about
other misogynists sitting around you, like Helmsy's a misogynist?
Jeff, come on, man.
He was going after him. I wanted to hear it.
I hope
this guy emails me all the time.
Jeff,
he can't believe that I coach women's tennis.
Jeff,
Serious business.
I hope you're kidding.
No, he's not. By the way,
Jeff, please be kidding, please.
No, what was it you lied about?
Well, there's a bunch of misogynists sitting around. Don't leave that.
Yeah.
This grabbing for terms like misogynist, homophobic, transphobic.
We're having a little fun too, by the way.
Jeff, golly, have we? It's just like right now we have a clip today that Adam Sandler is telling everybody Happy Gilmore's coming back. Don't get excited if you thought Happy Gilmore was a funny movie.
Great movie.
Because we've lost our sense of humor. Everything now is we're listening to every phrase, and we're hoping that something in there I can find a way to be offended.
Ooh, that got me right there.
Yeah, and most of the things
triggered. Ooh, that's hot.
Like Jeff, who pretends to be offended on behalf of something, it's all insincere anyway. It makes him think he is going to get liked at certain gatherings if he can say I called the Rick and Bubba show and called them misogynist because they said something that was not misogynist at all. By the way, it was just factual, and also it was tongue in cheek and having some fun.
Have a little fun.
There was a time when we could. And let me tell you, now more than ever, I think, Jeff, you're falling victim. You think the emperor has clothes on. You've bought all this garbage,
and you're living in a fake world. So you know, I will say what was said, and the great movie that Bill Murray taught us, The Great Lighten Up Francis.
Yeah.
I mean, stripes. Lighten up, Jeff. Come on, man.
The fact that we're
go out and get some sun. Get some sun today.
You can't take guys like him serious.
Nothing I ever say.
He's unreasonable.
So I don't reason with unreasonable people.
He called me a misogynist.
And you coach women's tennis and have daughters, and
I made the decision to leave the men's game and go over to the women's side. I made that decision.
Yeah, that's just so you could yell at them.
Think about that a minute. Pour hours and hours and hours away from my own family into these girls.
Well, now you're making my point.
But I'm a misogynist.
Now you're making my point. He can't even deduce that.
No, he can't.
He can't take that information and process it.
Let's say that you are a big WNBA fan or whatever the case may be, and I've coached females too. Enjoyed that. I have great respect for that. But the fact that we're talking about it and joking about it means that it's actually in the news, that it's important. Look, I bet we haven't said 3 words about the WNBA in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
I mean, other than a passing joke about nobody watching.
And we've
said, now you got a 2.1 million person watching now.
Yeah, you're right.
If you're getting popular, people are going to joke about it.
And I just said the game's getting better. Why can't we just celebrate that? And also, it comes down to the type of sports.
Liar.
The type of sports we like, Jeff. I don't like basketball, period. I don't watch any basketball. I do watch women's softball because I like that game. I think it's great. I like it better than watching baseball a lot of times. But I don't like the game of basketball that much, and so it's a joke to say the only thing less interesting than men's playing basketball is women. It's a joke.
We have to be, to y'all's point, we have to be able to joke about stuff. We have to be able to laugh about stuff.
Hey,
Brittany Griner can make fun of me for being short. I can make fun of her for having a low voice. Lighten up, Francis. Lighten up, planet Earth.
Well, it's what Jerry Seinfeld spoke about at the commencement.
While wearing a weird hat.
Yeah, he had it, sure.
Yeah. But we're grabbing these really extreme labels. To be a true misogynist, do you realize how far down the road you go for someone to accurately be called that? And we take these phrases and we just dumb them down by throwing them at any little thing that upsets us. Homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic. This we take these phrases, racist, bigoted, and these are severe words, and we throw them around. Just because you disagree with something or it's not your thing doesn't make you phobic. Y'all know what phobic means? That you're terrified of something, that you can't.
Can't function.
Come on, man. And there's some really serious issues out there involving still like things like racism. But when we throw it around at every Tom, Dick, and Harry, no one takes it serious anymore.
Nope. Guys like him are unreasonable.
I can't
Completely
read.
unreasonable.
That's right. My commitment is to stop trying to reason with unreasonable people. So Jeff,
it's hard to do, Rick.
So Jeff, honestly, have a Coke and a smile. We continue.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Talk to you tomorrow when you call and the email you're sending me right now, complete waste of your time.
Yep, absolutely. I ain't got time for it.
Let's go to
It has zero effect.
Jeremy and
One
Fort Payne.
keystroke, it disappears.
Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I sent an email to you and Adler a while back and never got a response, so I thought I'd give it a shot here on the air. That little clip of song that you played there in the White House press secretary, what is the name of that song? It sounds like some 70s R&B stuff.
No, it's not. It's I don't know where it came from.
It's a little French.
It was
song,
some French thing, and we've had people who actually speak in a roll tide to you, Jeremy. We've had a lot of people who have even spoke French. My wife can speak French. We had Frenchie here. We had some guys that were pastors from Canada, and they said it has something to do with candy or something like that. And but it really doesn't translate to English easily. It's they even tried it. Remember, they were like, "Well, I think this is what she's saying."
Do you want a bonbon? Something like that.
I don't know.
Like
it's something to do with candy.
Listen, the guy emailed you and you gave him 0, so you stay out of it.
All right, so we didn't get very far in that at all because it led to a.
Boy, it bogged down, didn't it?
I can't see what
it's
you're
like
talking
driving
about.
on the beach with the tide coming in.
Yeah, right. Okay, it just now came in. So anyway, it's from French Songs for Kids, Jeremy. Let's sing and dance in French.
Thank you.
And the name of it is some French phrase I can't say, but it's a kid's song in French. We'll continue. We'll continue your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I had never caught it before, but in the Revelation, I think chapter 21, when we see the good news, we see the I'm making all things new, wipe away every tear, death shall be no more. But then John goes on to say the list of people who will not inherit the kingdom of heaven,
right?
The people that I'm against.
Right.
Do you know what the number one is? The cowardly. The cowardly. And so why would John be showed in the Revelation? What do you mean cowardly? Well, it would have to mean those that were too big a coward to stand and defend me. Because it couldn't just be about somebody who had maybe legitimate fear over stuff like this. If you're a coward, it means that you didn't stand up for what was right.
Right.
And when Jesus said, "Those of you that keep trying to cling to your life will lose it, and those of you that are willing to lose it, you'll actually save it."
Mm-hmm.
This is the kind of stuff that's eventually going to arrive, and you better start deciding where you're going to be, afraid of the world or afraid of God, because these things are coming, and they're man. Like one time you ever get on a roller coaster and it starts out kind of slow, and then, buddy, once you come down that hill,
game on.
I mean, game on. And see, we've come across the top of the hill, and buddy, we are wide open right now, and but it can be a good time. I'm not talking about easy, but it can still be beneficial because there'll be a lot of opportunities to make a stand coming. I promise you that. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show for some of you coming up. Others, you may say, well, my time's up. Maybe because of your schedule or how you get the show. If you'd like to find out how to get it all on your own time, just go to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All those options are there and available for you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Phone calls are continuing now. If you want to join us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We do have man church services going on, 4 of them this week. One of them tonight down in Crestview, Florida. First Baptist Church, Crestview. Brian Dawson there tonight. Saturday night, we go over to Calera, Alabama. And there, Gil McKee will be speaking at Hope Mountain Church as they'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. 2 of them on Sunday. I'll be in West Mobile at West Mobile Baptist Church as they continue the strategy. We're going to be cooking gumbo, by the way, at that one. A little gumbo for all. So join us. And then Brian Dawson going to First Baptist Church, White Plains in Anniston, Alabama. Those all coming up tonight through the weekend. Find those at themanchurch.com under events, and you can plug in at a church near you. All right, so is it Misha? Misha, is this your name? Misha? Am I saying that right?
It's Misha, but yes.
Misha. And Boaz, Misha,
Yes.
your topic, I can see it here on the board. We're dabbling with this story, but we're almost waiting till it's all complete. But you had a comment. Go ahead.
Well, I honestly was just wondering what y'all thought of everything. I know how I feel about it, and I've been keeping up with it.
Tell everybody what you mean.
Media, I'm looking it up.
Misha, tell everybody what you mean. You didn't tell them what the story was. Tell them what story you're talking about.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
The Micah Miller investigation with J.P. Miller.
This is the pastor, the pastor that announced that his wife had died to the church, and now there's accusation that it may be not what he's portraying it to be. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, exactly. They're saying that she committed suicide, but now after the investigation has been opened, there's so much more information coming out daily. And I just, was wondering what you guys thought of all the information that's coming out. But if you can't talk about it on air, I completely understand.
Oh, we can. We can.
Well,
we were just kind of being cautious because it's like it almost changes daily.
Yeah, these kind of stories usually get legs and they begin to walk. And, it really, we were kind of waiting until all the facts was known on it.
Yeah, because
it's weird, I'll tell you that.
It is strange. And the problem is because misinformation and disinformation is such the order of the day. When you do what we do for a living, and we've kind of learned over the many years, there's been many times we didn't do it, and we went, maybe we should have. But it's hard to really follow things because people jump to conclusions so quick, and they start false narratives, and they start false conclusions, and we try to be as fair as we can, even though something like this I know is juicy, and everybody really wants to weigh in on it. And it really makes for good podcast and and that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But we were just kind of like, why don't we let this thing run its course?
Let it play out a little bit. We'll know more about it.
And then once we know what really happened, then we can come back and go, hey, can you believe that story?
What was the who was that laying on the ground crying?
That was him.
That was the guy.
Is that today? Did that happen?
I did. It was a pretty recent story on it, and he's laying face planted into the grass.
What's he crying about?
I guess because his wife's dead. I don't know.
That
or are you trying to act like
they closing in on him? Or
I don't know. I didn't really get into details. I just pulled the video up, and he's laying on the ground.
Speedy really follows these kind of stories. Speedy, do you have an update on this?
Yeah.
I have your mic up.
To y'all's point, it is changing so much every day.
So we're doing the right thing. Okay.
It's like here recently they've released new text messages that he was sending to her. It sounds really like he tormented her a lot, and a lot of that's coming to light. It just seems really off, and we do need to wait a little bit because every day there's something else.
Speedy, what do you mean tormenting her? Like in what way?
Just some of the allegations coming from her side of the family and some text messages that have been revealed, some of the friends talking just about how she was treated and some of the things he would say to her. It's just kind of strange, man.
Didn't they meet when she was like 10 and he was in his 20s?
All right.
No.
Yeah, he's a little bit.
By the way, Speedy, can I say this? The production room microphone sounds the best it's ever sounded today. It's crystal clear, and we weighed you in really well out of there. Sounded really good. Kudos to Tom.
That does look like you're being protected for testifying against the mob.
It does look like in a few moments you're going to look at me and say, "Get me out of here." What did my lawyer say?
I felt like you were a bank teller.
Yeah,
that's good.
Or deal
with
or
a
no
really
deal.
good mic.
Yes.
You remember when they go Deal or No Deal and go to the banker?
Yeah.
Let's go to Kit out of Montgomery. Kit, I-92.
Here's his latest offer.
Kit, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey,
y'all been doing
radio for 30-plus years, producing that radio gold. And so you don't need me to tell you how to do your show by no means. But one of the bits that I like so much is whenever y'all call people live on the air. Like one time y'all called a professional athlete's personal trainer about plantar fasciitis surgery.
Sure.
One time you called Hannity's office to see. And I know you can't always guarantee getting people on the phone, but whenever y'all do get through to somebody, man, I love that stuff.
Yeah, that whole part of Radio Gold was tampered with by the FCC when they started requiring that a person had to agree to go on the air, or they had to at least be told they were on the air and then asked if they wanted to continue. It really took away the spontaneity. We spit it out, woodchuck. Of that type of bit, it really killed it. But we still do it from time to time. We just tell them they're on the air, and then if they agree to go, we go. But
it's harder to do.
Yeah, are you saying it's still good enough, even with having to say that now?
That's right. Yes, it's still solid. You know, if y'all want to call Caitlin Clark's people up and see how they feel about you talking down on her this morning.
I wasn't talking down.
Rick, why are you so mean?
Well, you know how misogynists are.
I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. That's only a joke.
Thank you, Kit.
Well, you know, Bubba single-handedly saved the Bulls.
Yes, he did.
Remember that? That went well.
Yep.
We continue.
You're welcome.
Daniel out of Huntsville. Daniel, go ahead.
What's up, man? Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, Daniel. What's up?
So, like y'all, me and my wife are trying to do a little bit better, and we just recently bought a Ninja Creamy, and it makes some of the best ice cream that we have ever had. But all we do is we make a protein shake with a little bit of sugar-free pudding mix. It's 16 ounces of ice cream that you can eat the whole thing of and not feel guilty about it.
Daniel, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question about the sugar-free pudding? Does it produce the same problems as sugar-free chocolate? You know what I mean?
Well, I got that problem anyways without it, so I can't really attest to that.
Yeah, we banned sugar-free chocolate from our house because I mean it just took over the entire house. The repercussions. We're like, you know what? We're going to have to. It was like the Civil War at my house. I would fire a shot, but it was just.
I think I got that.
Yeah,
that creamer there. I think I got one of those.
You have one of those?
You got a Ninja Creamy?
I think I do.
Well, how about that? Greg's got one. He's never used it. Never used it. There's a shocker. So, is that too much like homemade ice cream for you? You mad about it?
I'm a little mad about it.
Yeah.
I'm about to look when I get home.
But no, there's well, that's good. So you kind of feed that ice cream desire with fewer calories. But watch out for anything that's sugar-free pudding or sugar-free chocolate. I'm just telling you.
Sugar-free chocolate. You don't read the warning label.
Maybe the goal is you just give up on chocolate altogether. You know,
maybe that's
because, buddy, you'll pay a price and you'll pay dearly. And so will everybody else. Top of the hour. If you're leaving, then well, doggone it.
Well, heck.
Hey, thanks.
Stay.
Well, you can't stay for more. If you're looking for other options to get parts of the show you may miss, they're all there at Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In Oklahoma.
Got twins, puppies.
Nate, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. Hey, wanted to give a big thanks to the kickoff hour yesterday. They gave me a significant shout-out on some drawings I did of Helms and Baby Ellis. But anyway, real quick, Kyrie Irving, he's made a statement that the NBA logo needs to be changed from the white image of Jerry West to Kobe Bryant because the league was built on black kings. One question for Kyrie, are you kings or are you oppressed? Have a good weekend, guys.
What did he say? I couldn't understand him.
He said, are you a king or are you oppressed? I think is what he said.
Yeah. You're saying make up your mind. Oh,
yeah,
okay, I see.
Again, look, the NBA was around. It is now dominated by primarily African-American athletes. If they want to change the logo, I ain't got a problem with that.
Could we put a basketball player that you can't tell?
I was going to say,
could it just be an obscure basketball
Rick,
player?
let me ask you this. No, more importantly, I don't know that we should be able to tell the gender of the player.
You're right.
Thank you for that. And
why don't we just
non-binary, non-colored.
Why don't we just use
human
a stick person?
When do we think is that supposed to be Jerry West?
It is.
It's based off him.
But to your point, Rick, who actually this day and age, unless you grew up, knows that?
I didn't.
No, most people don't.
If they want to honor Kobe Bryant, now that he's deceased, and make his image the logo of the league, I don't have a problem.
I don't
either. As long as we don't play silly games about it.
Yeah.
Why don't we just say Kobe Bryant is a legend of our game, and in honor of him because he died, we want to make him the face of the NBA. Fine.
Yeah. People upgrade logos all the time.
That's fine. Who cares? Yeah.
Let's not make it about race. Let's just update the logo.
Jerry in Piedmont, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
I got a theory on your lifted truck.
Yeah.
You know, if you take a regular old truck out in the backyard under the shade tree and raise it up, put a set of super swampers on it, it's going to change the speed. But one done from the factory like yours is probably already calibrated. I think you was just hauling A trying to get to the pond.
That makes more sense, doesn't it? And maybe the kind trooper was just cutting me some slack. That makes more sense.
That's right.
Because I told him I was going fishing, and he kind of looked like he wanted to go with me.
You know, apparently they don't do this, but you would think with all the computer control we got now that it would adjust for that it would sense the revolution of the wheel and adjust for it.
I would just look.
It's got GPS, and you got GPS, and it'll tell you your speed.
Can you let me?
And it has nothing to do with the time.
Can you let me enjoy my first warning ever? Todd,
I'm just saying,
and Meridian,
I want to solve a problem, Rick.
Listening to the buzz
of my mud brothers.
Yeah, Todd, go ahead.
Just wanted to confirm that eagle will go to roadkill. I've seen it done twice, and actually had a raccoon. And he was on both of them. So yeah, you could throw your fish over the pond dam, and they'll come to them.
Okay, all right. Well, we can cut a deal there. They say, look, we got food out here.
You start feeding them, Rick. You know, it's like seagulls. You know what I mean?
I'll look up when I have 30 of them.
They'll be picking them off your rod next.
Let's go to Danny in Rome, Georgia. Danny, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, guys, been with you on and off since 1996. I love you guys. You've done a lot for me in my personal life. Thank you for that. But, Rick, I thought you were Native American.
Well, I'm more Native American than, say, Elizabeth Warren.
I get
nothing.
But, Rick, no, listen, I was going to say, we all are.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Listen, if you go out there with a spear, maybe you'll have more luck getting them to talk to you.
Well, that's true. I could have gone back to my heritage a little more, walked out there and tried to become one with it all. Let's go to Greg in Alabama. Greg, 30 seconds, go.
Monkey grass and Jake breaks to you.
Go ahead.
And I was going to tell you, what about a kiddie pool? You just put the cold ones in the kiddie pool, about 6 or 7 inches of water in there, and just throw the cold ones in that, and then you got the spraying.
You know what? That's not a bad idea.
Rick,
then Hams can come get them and take them up to the Coosa River.
We were just talking about transferring them.
Yeah, why don't you start a separate little pond, a holding pond for the ones not big enough? And you could sell them off or give them away to somebody.
That's not a bad idea. Or grow them over there. They get bigger, put them back in.
There you go.
Yeah, or let the eagles eat out of that.
That way I have a population that's both doing the same thing instead of having overpopulation.
That's right.
I'm separating the population, growing both.
You get like a nursery over there to grow them up.
What an idea.
Yep.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
people. 6 minutes past. Rick and Bubba Show, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another day. We thank you for being with us as we get ready to spend a little more time together. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Pat Morley will be our guest. He's got a new book, deals with a tough topic that we actually get a lot of calls about on the program. That is growing up maybe in a dysfunctional world with parents that are hard to honor. And, we get that call a lot. We're called to honor our parents. And you don't really know my parents. Well, Pat Morley, we've talked about where we should be on that biblically, but he's going to go deeper and talk about how you can break the cycle and not let maybe some of the trauma you faced growing up in dysfunctional homes, kind of be a burden for you the rest of your life. So that's the book. We'll talk about that topic. So don't miss that coming out this weekend. Everybody say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah, there he is.
There he is. Hey,
He's glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Hey.
We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Come on.
Hey, buddy. All right, so we all love to hear from Senator John Kennedy.
It's
we just
always
love
classic.
it.
We do.
The pride of Louisiana. He's going to be talking about District Attorney Alvin Bragg, and it is hilarious. Now, yesterday, the Trump trial was just a circus. I mean, it's just an absolute circus. The Cohen testimony yesterday, it was just ripped to shreds. They took a day off, and then he gets cross-examined, I think, today.
Oh, yeah.
So, and that'll be a wild ride for him. But anyway, let's hear him talking about Alvin Bragg. Here is Louisiana's Senator John Kennedy.
Well, this trial, I think, says more about our politics than it does about our alleged crime. Mr. Bragg, I don't know him either. My observation is that if you want to hide something from him, you put it in a law book. He is he's bringing a felony criminal trial, but he hasn't proved a felony. Here's why. I think most fair-minded Americans look at President Biden and they say, well, he's old, his vice president's weak, his policies suck, his family has corruption problems, and he's losing the election. Mm-hmm. So he has decided to throw deep, as the vice president might say, kick down the effing door and prosecute his opponent.
He got a lot in on that one, didn't he?
So good.
He got a lot in.
Boy, he's gold, isn't he?
Great delivery. Well, he's solid go. If you want to hide something from Alvin Bragg, you put it in a law book.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Well,
good stuff.
The points he's making, people are making, what you need to have the type of case they're trying to have, you don't have. You've said that many times. And it's getting weirder by the day, and Cohen was just, about everyone's account, no matter which side of this you're on, was a disaster. Because what was the guy that they had that was, I can't think of his last name. Oh, I can't remember. But anyway, they had him on the stand. I saw the highlights of it, and he was taking Cohen's testimony, and he was just shredding it, saying, well, now, wait a minute. I mean, at one time he said this, and now he's under oath saying that. Which time was he lying? I mean,
with his former lawyer.
What was the turn
when
they? I mean, because he obviously was, his lawyer, and they were whatever. Well, I don't remember what the beef was between them. Why he turned?
Yeah, why did he turn? Do you remember, Bubba?
They talk about that a little bit. Is that when he wanted to be, I think, Attorney General, he wanted Trump to bring him into his administration, and he didn't. And Cohen, they say, was obsessed with him and his inner circle.
Well,
and when he was excluded, he got mad, and that's kind of when it all started unraveling.
I thought it was because his office was raided, and they were going to charge him, and the only way he could keep from being charged further was to flip.
Oh, well, I think that was too, but I think it all started unraveling.
Yeah, I think
according to the testimony.
Yeah, there's testimony to that he was he had his feelings hurt over not being included more. But I mean, if you're the lawyer fixer guy, I mean, Trump needs that guy. Why would you take him out of that role and put him somewhere else?
Yeah. Well, and they were bringing up the inconvenient thing.
I mean, if you're a good shortstop, nobody wants you to play first base.
Yeah, they were bringing up the inconvenient thing when they have Cohen on record.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, on record, saying that this Stormy Daniels thing might have been a problem for Trump, so he was going, because of his devotion to Trump, take care of it, so it didn't come out. And he's saying he himself took care of it,
Now the allegations are he didn't take care of it. It was money that was moved illegal, even though Cohen at one time said nothing was done that you can't do because I'm the one who handled it.
Right.
Now he's out there against Trump saying, "Oh no, that what I said then I guess wasn't true." But
again, this goes back to whether it happened or not, or the details are right or not, really does not matter. This was a bookkeeping issue.
Oh, that's what they're charging with him.
They logged in the payments to her as legal expenses.
Yeah, this is it.
If you pay an NDA, which is a legal document, okay, they're done all the time. I mean, it's not illegal to pay somebody not to talk, okay? That happens all the time. How else do you log that money? I mean, what do you put it under? It ain't grass cutting.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what do you do? It is a legal expense in my book.
This may be the clip you were talking about, Rick. This is Representative out of Wyoming, Harriet Hageman, I believe is how you say her name, and she's going to break down all the conflicts of interest that we have in this case regarding Cohen, the fact that Democrat Goldman worked with Cohen before he testified. So many conflicts of interest in this trial.
What you need to understand is that Mr. Goldman, the novice representative from New York, actually does have a personal stake in this case. He has stated that he has been involved with the Bragg case, helping to prepare Mr. Cohen for his testimony. So he is quite closely aligned with an admitted and convicted liar and perjurer. He's also paid the Judge Merchant's daughter's firm over $150,000 for her services. So I think we've got quite a conflict of interest from Mr. Dan Goldman, the novice representative from New York.
I love that she keeps driving novice in there because that's a little dig.
Yeah.
You know, you're new and you act like you're so new you're not involved. But I mean, you kind of did get involved.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the person, but it doesn't matter. She's kind of covering the same thing. That it was a guy, and he was the one going back to saying that Cohen himself told us how this money was handled. Now he's acting like he didn't say that. and
it's just bizarre.
Yeah. But that still still shows some of the conflict there. We all know what this is about, Democrat or Republican. We all know what it's about. Now you may be a Democrat and you know what it's about, and you're still hoping it works.
Yeah,
but we all know what it's about.
Well, it's set a precedent that will come back to haunt all future presidents in one way or another, and the timing alone. Okay, let's say it's true. Let's say everything is above board. This happened before the 2016 election. So why didn't you charge him? Well, you couldn't charge him. He was president. Okay, well, he left in 2020. I mean, you've had 3.5 years. Why wait till the election year to bring this up?
Well, you know.
I mean, you see how ridiculous it is when you look at it that way.
And I think we all know that.
If you had the case, what you should have prosecuted it a long time ago.
I really do. I think we're down to the point where everybody knows it. There's just some people that hopes it works.
Right.
Yeah.
And in his most recent video challenging Trump to a debate, Biden is bragging in the video. I hear you're free on Wednesdays. Ha, ha, ha. He's bragging about this whole process tying Trump up during what he should be campaigning.
Of course he is.
Yeah, I really don't think that they have made a big enough argument that this is election interference.
But let's be honest. If
they may not legally get any standing on it, but I think with the public it would resonate.
Yeah, I agree. But we all know if you walked up to Joe Biden after he did the video that we showed and you just referenced and said to him, I don't think you should have said that, he would have said, say what?
Said what?
Yeah, say what? What are y'all talking about? 15 minutes past. So in all fairness, everybody who keeps getting Biden in trouble are the people who write the things they tell him to try it again. Another kind of interesting video involving Governor Gavin Newsom.
Yeah,
this harkens back to when Cuomo would be up for Man of the Year during the pandemic.
And a JFK question for you.
We'll do it all next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we're glad you're here. Thanks. We start with the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Rick Burgess. Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in. Time to kick off another week with your two fat buddies on the radio, Rick and Bubba.
That's us. There it is, we the kingdom. Bubba, how do?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you?
Well, we're getting ready to go. We got Read Across America tomorrow, so we'll have that here on the program. Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom. So teachers, if you have not gone to rickandbubba.com and looked under upcoming events for tomorrow and filled out the information there, then you know what? Your kids are going to say, hey, teach, I'm looking on the list of Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom, and I don't see us there.
I bet you had no idea that Dr. Seuss is being canceled in some places. Did you hear about that?
Saw that.
There was a time that if you said that to me, I would be aghast.
Oh, yeah.
But let me tell you something. Hey, sir, when you see the Equality Act going to the Senate and you see what all that's going to do to women's sports and a lot of other things, and Bubba, really right now, I think I can say this. I feel, now I may stand corrected, okay? I don't think you could say anything in that realm that would surprise me now, because I think anything's up for grabs now.
Well, I saw the story this weekend, and I go, well, I gotta dive into this because maybe I'm missing something here. But all the charges that was being made of all this stuff, and I'm like, I don't see how you get that out of the foot book. You know what I mean? Right. I just don't see green eggs and ham. But you listen, they have dove into this and they have found things you will not believe that they are saying is taking place.
So, and I will.
It's more on Dr. Seuss and
the person, the human. Yeah. But that's the thing. We're canceling Abraham Lincoln. I don't know if y'all know that. But I want to go. Once we started that, okay. Yeah. But listen, guys, you have to understand, and we've mentioned his name a few times, and if you've never had the pleasure of listening to the teachings and the commentary of Dennis Prager, I would highly suggest it. And Dennis Prager put it best. I was listening to one of his fireside chats, which is he's got a good sense of humor too. That's why I think he's probably our.
He's kind of dry, but a good sense.
Yeah, he's to me he is in his genre. He kind of has that same approach that Limbaugh had. I'm a conservative, but I'm also I cut up and I joke around a little bit. But he brought this up, and it's really good. And this is where it's going to land. And he said the progressive movement, modern day, and we've talked about this, but he really laid this out. He said it has become a religion. He said human beings are going to develop a religion because we're designed to worship something. We've talked about that.
Yeah, we have a vacancy that we will plug something into that.
But he said what they've done. He said, now remember, they've always talked about Christians or anybody of faith as being closed-minded and not letting people live the way they want to live, and they want God to be, if they acknowledge him at all, to be who they say he is, not who he says he is, and all that. We know all that. But he said what the left has done is they have now created their own religion, and this is what we're talking about now, and listen, and this is what I thought was brilliant, their own sins. So these things are sins in their religion. And he said, now, if you think Christianity, and he's a Jewish man, or the Old Testament has a list, wait till you see the list they have. He said, you talk about a list of sins. Wow. So what they say is their God they've created, and if you commit one of their sins, like if they deem you've committed the sin of homophobia, the sin of racism, the sin of misogyny, the sin of xenophobia, the sin of fill in the blank, okay? He goes, so it's really just a religion. They say they're anti-religion, but they themselves are a religion, and they've even come up with their list of their own sins. And when you commit a sin, you must be dealt with.
Yes. And Rick, the grand poobah of all sins, disagreeing with them.
Oh, you can't have that.
No.
So I thought that. Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Let's go. It's starting to shine.
All right, Bill Bubba Bussey, you mentioned JFK, and anytime you mention that, it's one of those things that we just can't turn loose. We just cling to it. So you had an interesting question.
Well, this is interesting, and I haven't been able to go back and verify all this, but it is a published.
Don't let that stop you.
It's a published report. And it brings to light some new issues and questions with the JFK assassination, which is one of the great mysteries of our country, right?
Or not.
So we've all, and I have said many times, go back and find out who was in charge of the parade route.
Yeah, you do.
That's where your investigation needs to begin. The person who was actually in charge of the parade route was the mayor of Dallas and his staff. Okay, that's his city. You think that would be a wise choice?
Sure.
Would it change your feeling about the JFK assassination and what you know is fact and what's out there is a gray area if you knew that the mayor of Dallas was a paid CIA agent? Would it change your opinion if the mayor of Dallas, who was a paid CIA agent, his brother was the assistant director of the CIA? Would it change your opinion if the assistant director of the CIA and his brother, who was the mayor of Dallas, were both relieved of their CIA duties due to the failure of the Bay of Pigs? Would that put an interesting twist on it? I just think that's pretty interesting.
You're saying that that's been published, but we don't know if that's true or not.
There you, Oliver Stone.
They're saying that this has come out in a book. I think the information was a little bit older, but it had been historically released and buried in a lot of the documents that the mayor of Dallas, when President John F. Kennedy was killed, was in fact a former CIA asset. His name was Earl Cabell, Cabell. His brother was the one-time deputy director of Central Intelligence, Charles P. Cabell, Cabell. They both were dismissed months before the assassination.
So they wasn't in charge of the route, or he was?
He was still in charge of the route, but he was no longer a paid CIA agent.
Oh, okay.
So he had been fired basically because his brother was forced out because of the failure of the Bay of Pigs. So all I'm saying is that another motive? We've long heard the CIA was responsible, and we've always said they were certainly had a beef, okay, because of the Bay of Pigs. But to know that and we've heard these crazy stories about one of them being drunk and falling or something and accidentally we've all heard those stories. But it does add a little intrigue, I would have to say, if the mayor, who was in charge of the route, was a former CIA agent, and so was his brother. And they both were dismissed due to the Bay of Pigs, which was part of Kennedy's problem.
Obvious question: why are we just now knowing this?
Apparently,
if I was investigating, you'd think I'd go there.
It apparently came out on some documents somewhere and has just been brought to light in a book.
Well,
and they even have the documents of both of their agreements with the CIA and what they were being paid and all that, and basically their work documentation. So there is paperwork to back up these claims.
So,
but that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, it also makes the statement, and I've heard people make this statement. When you get into how many people wanted to shoot JFK,
there was a lot of people with motive.
There's a lot of people with motive because he made enemies in a lot of places.
And the VP may have been his biggest enemy in that he was about to be taken off the ticket and his brother put on. So he had a beef. The CIA had a beef due to the
mob had a beef.
The mob thought that Bobby Kennedy, after they had helped them win the election by cheating in Illinois, holding the polls open late, then they went against mob.
Going to eradicate the mob.
The organized crime.
Right.
That they had been... they double back on them. They done them wrong, so they've got a beef.
Cubans
got a beef. Russia's got a beef. I mean, the whole parade route could have had assassins down it. Who knows?
Yeah.
But that is an if that is true, in the way I presented it, I think that's a very interesting thing.
Yeah.
And what did RFK say? about his uncle being shot. Do you remember he talked about it 2 weeks ago?
I couldn't understand him.
I know it was hard to hear.
Right, yeah.
He said the CIA did it.
Right. All of it.
Interesting.
It's all plausible.
That's details I had never heard before. If it's true, let me underline that.
Mm-hmm.
If it's true. I just thought that was interesting.
The other thing we're going to cover is Gavin Newsom. This is the left is king of this. You remember when the left at one time we had Governor Cuomo. Remember we were parading him, writing a book on how to handle pandemic, and then all of a sudden you find out, hey, he's a little bit creepy. Even if Jeff was looking for a misogynist, that'd be a good place to look. And then, hey, I put a bunch of people in nursing homes and killed a bunch of folks, and it just kind of got ugly. And he went from the toast of the town to acting like no one ever said that. But now
he wrote a book.
Sure,
I mean, he was ready for a Nobel Peace Prize.
How to lead, Bubba?
Yeah.
How to lead?
Oh, yeah.
Gavin Newsom is our national model for homelessness. Apparently,
have you seen the money California has spent on homelessness?
Homelessness. Here is the clip.
If there's any good news, and I'll close on this officially, state of California has seen a decline in veterans homelessness. We have a national model. What Proposition 1 did is it reinforced that model, provided more resources to advance that model, and we're very excited to get those dollars to work.
They're the model for homelessness?
He'll say anything.
So when did he start sounding like RFK?
I was just about to say.
Is that what we're going to have to deal with?
Does sound like his voice is a little hoarse.
Hey guys, you need to get ready. Get ready. You're going to see a lot of him in the future.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of him.
I heard someone say that this date of June 27th of the debate may throw a curve on replacing Biden in June. But anyway, Adler?
Here is a 16-year montage of Gavin Newsom, if you guys want it. It's going to start in 2008 and go all the way until now. California has spent $24 billion on homelessness during that time period, and things have not gotten any better. Here's Gavin Newsom from 2008 until now talking about homelessness.
What we call a 10-year plan to end chronic homelessness in San Francisco.
How are you going to solve homelessness? What are you going to do as a new mayor? And I say, well, what are you going to do?
Focus on a housing first model, direct access to housing. Shelter, solve sleep, housing with wraparound and support services, solve homelessness. Homelessness absolutely can be solved.
Laid out a detailed homeless strategy. There's been no intentionality on homelessness in this state for decades. It's not been a focus.
I don't think we can solve homelessness. I know we can solve homelessness. We will reduce street homelessness quickly and humanely through emergency action.
The highest investment the state's ever made is $1 billion on homelessness. We are poised to pass a budget in the next few hours that will provide $12 billion of investments. I can literally quantify 58,000 people that we got off the streets last year, and none of you would believe it.
This state has not made progress in the last 2 decades as it relates to homelessness.
Yeah, he seems to go to this whenever he needs it. Still not solving. People are saying if you go to San Francisco, you just can't quite see the effectiveness of anything.
No.
Remember when that used to be a beautiful city?
Yeah.
We'll be right back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
It's a brilliant analogy, and it's so true. And that's the way they act.
Yeah.
And so anyway.
A lot of people are saying, kind of tongue-in-cheek, I seen an article of all this that's going on, but now that they've canceled Dr. Seuss, look out. That's what's going to change it.
Well,
that's enough. Everybody's putting their foot down.
Well, it goes back to this, the way we are. That's another thing in their religion. They elevate animals. You can't. But so it's kind of like what we said. If 9/11 had killed a bunch of animals, I mean, the left would still be waging war in the Middle East until everybody was dead. That was even remotely connected to it. So maybe Dr. Seuss will be one of those things. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, it just seems like anything that has been around now has a target on it.
Yeah.
Anything that is current, anything that has been tradition must be destroyed.
Right. Well, I saw the other day, because it's funny, now we're even creating heroic things that are not heroic. And we were talking about this. Like, I saw a headline the other day, and I just walked through the parking lot where I was going because I saw it in the store. Queen Latifah breaking barriers. What would those be?
Yeah.
I mean, what barriers, who's holding back Queen Latifah? So she's been successful.
She's a TV and movie star.
But what barriers is she breaking? Do African American women have a hard time being successful in the music business as actresses or whatever. And of course, my comment was, I said, boy, I bet Rosa Parks is really impressed.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I mean, Queen Latifah's breaking barriers.
Historic, right?
Correct. What barriers?
Yeah.
I mean, it's. So we even create obstacles.
She's got her own TV series.
But I'm talking about what barrier did that break? That's not something, that's not something new, is it?
Black actors and actresses for years in shows, right?
Yeah, and in music and we've had them in very, very strong lead roles. And, I mean, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show will hit stories from the weekend coming up. Let's get some updates. Here's an update on a story we brought you at the end of last week. Update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Bubba, Lady Gaga's stolen dogs have been returned. Now, we talked about, it may have been Friday's show, it was at the end of last week. It still feels weird to me, even though back to what we said, we know the society we live in now, that there wasn't more concern about a human being who was shot in the chest how many times? Who was walking the dog?
3 or 4?
Are we caring about him at all?
You ain't heard anything about him.
It's like all of a sudden all we heard was he's not dead, and then we shifted to the plight of the dogs. But anyway, Lady Gaga, who said, and you said, Bubba, this could be problematic, said no questions asked, $500,000 reward for the return of her 2 French bulldogs.
It must be some special dogs.
And Lady Gaga has been reunited with these bulldogs thanks to an anonymous Good Samaritan who claims they found them in Los Angeles.
Tied to a pole.
Yeah.
Now, Rick, wait a minute. So look, I don't know the details of this story, and I haven't even heard that story yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, but there's something here just doesn't ring right. We have a dog walker for Lady Gaga.
Ryan Fisher,
who is dog jacked on the side of the highway.
They now say shot once. Not the first thing was he was shot 4 times.
Yeah, okay, so that's not true.
Yeah, shot
you
once.
know what? You mean to tell me the details that came out early were wrong?
Yeah, shot once as he walked 3 of the singer's dogs in Hollywood.
And
they shot
him,
2.
and they take 2. One got away, or he was holding on to one still. So then she comes out with this no questions asked, $500,000 reward.
In other words, you people that shot my dog walker, I'm willing to let y'all get away with it. Just give me my dogs.
Right.
If I can get
not only that, I'll give you $500,000. Which now, would you walk her dogs in L.A.? Because you know what, somebody knows they can make $500,000 if they shoot you and take them. Shit, that was the dumbest thing. I know she wanted her dogs back. And she's got tons of money. She can do what she wants to with it. But all she did was put a price tag on those dogs, and frankly, everybody else has got those dogs.
And what about the sentiment, this person who's my dog walker, I want justice. Whoever did this, who shot this person over a dog should be found, dealt with, and served time and all this. No. Not concerned about that at all. Just give me my dogs back, and we'll forget about that.
Yeah, here's the thing.
There's something here we don't know about.
Well, this is the world we live in.
There's something rotten in Denmark.
But wouldn't it have made, Greg, I'm talking about just like walking around, we're all still human beings sense. This is not even a deep dive. I am furious that this person who has worked for me and taken care of my dogs, that some evil person has gotten out of a sedan.
"35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. We are going to try to help with our friends at taxnetworkusa.com/Bubba. What a brilliant team. The strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Are you still, here we are. We're in the 5th month of the year. The IRS problem you have is not going to go away. And what you need to do is say, I want to get aggressive. I want to get intentional. I'm tired of being afraid of the boogeyman, and I'm going to take this on. Well, don't do it alone. Do not talk to them alone. Get taxnetworkusa.com/Bubba. Let their team be your advocate. They have a limited time special offer that they have discovered from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify for this program.
Never, ever, 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 I'm going to say it again, call the IRS alone. Let the attorneys at taxnetworkusa.com/Bubba handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to work with, which ones to say, we going nowhere here. Stay away from that one. And they've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts, and they have offers standing by and ready to go. If you don't think they're the best in their class, there's a guarantee that they will be, or you get your money back. So schedule your free consultation today by calling 1-800-245-6000, 1-800-245-6000. Let's get this problem over with. Go to taxnetworkusa.com/Bubba. Yes, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I hope that's a game changer for you. Bubba, we go to golf.
Yeah, got a few golf
going on with golf.
Got a few golf bits out there today.
Hey, a little golf bittage.
Want to make a trophy up for grabs?
Fans of Happy Gilmore, the sequel you wanted is now on the way, according to Adam Sandler.
Here we go.
Okay, it's been 25 years since I've done this. Let's see what happens. I'm scared. Shooter McGavin, this is for you.
Bubba Shooter McGavin.
Listen to the sound of this one.
And I'm not lying to you, that is smashed. Smashed. And that went pretty well. You're dead, Shooter. Ha 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 ha.
So does this mean anything other than he just did the shot? There's no movie
first of all,
coming,
I think
right?
that's old.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, no, but that's perfect though. That's what we needed
But
to
is
show
the movie
it. But that's old footage. But yeah, that's good stuff.
The
though.
sequel is coming to Netflix.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
it is.
good.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm warning you. There is a warning. Hear the sirens.
Yeah.
It's just not going to be as funny as the original because unless Adam Sandler and all involved are willing to be hated for our benefit.
For doing good jokes.
Carl
that are
Weathers
gonna
is dead.
Step on people.
Right. Bob Barker's dead.
Right.
Now that girl that was in it, she was the mom off Modern Family, I think. So she's still around.
Yeah.
Was that really?
Yeah, that's her.
When I Carl,
What's his name?
Do what?
What's the other guy's name? It was in the Comcast.
Well, it's Shooter McGavin, Christopher McDonald.
He's been in a million movies.
Yeah, he's still around. I saw him in a commercial the other day. It was a golf commercial.
Yeah, that's what I was.
The question is, will they go for the type of humor in the original and the new one?
Right? Can they?
Because the landscape has changed. You can't talk about anything.
Is Sadler big enough? He will go. We're going for the funny. We're going for the laugh.
Just call him Sadler.
Well, that's what his
Sandler.
closest friends call him. His closest friends.
Well, the
call him
movie may
Sadler.
be Sadler.
Oh, yeah.
I look. Just do like you do with this show. Set your expectations at the bottom, and then it might be pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't set your
Do you
expectations.
think he'll go for the laugh?
I want to think he's the kind that
I
might
kind of
still
think
do
he
it.
would too.
But
I
you know,
kind of
he
think he'll
still
plow
likes to
through.
be patted on the back at those
Yeah.
Hollywood parties.
I think he's tired of all that. He just wants to do funny
Yeah, he
stuff.
seems pretty normal.
He had a good run early.
Oh, yeah.
Those movies,
Waterboy
but
and
you know
all that.
his later ones, like within the past 5 to 10 years, have not. Really
I
been
don't. Hey, there's a basketball movie out there.
No, that.
Yeah, I
was
never
good.
saw
That's
that
a
one.
good movie.
That's a good movie. Yeah.
Don't knock it, Greg.
No,
He's done
I
some
haven't
good
seen
work.
that.
I've seen
I'm
that
just
one.
saying
That's a
he
good
was
movie.
on a hot streak there for a while.
Yeah, he was. All right, now who is Katt Williams?
Oh,
That
he's-
is that a comedian?
Yes, he's the one that stirred all that up about Illuminati, and he'll go off on everything.
Oh, really?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a- now,
So
yeah.
this is clean though, right?
Yeah, do not
It is
search his name because it's
So
some nasty
don't go
stuff out.
listen to his comedy
No.
because it's nasty.
He's got a
No,
Netflix special out. We shouldn't go watch it.
No, well, you
Okay.
might, but
But
Well,
you watch
I
his interview with Shannon Sharp. He goes off.
They
and-
did say his Netflix documentary not as dirty as the Tom Brady roast. But anyway, so here is Katt Williams saying why people enjoy golf. Okay.
Yeah, and Rick, he touches on some things that you've criticized golf about.
Okay.
as
Well,
well.
I can see that's why people would like it.
Yeah, right.
But it's him making the same point, tongue in cheek. So yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Golf is this thing where 18 times they set you up with a challenge and they put obstacles and hazards in the way, and you have to try to navigate your way safely and try to do as much as you can, but you learn that if you do more than you can't do that, and there will be things that happen. And so all of the things that I like about life in general are on the golf course, I'm saying. I drink out here. I smoke out here. I whistle out here. I look at nature. I all the things that really mean something to me. Golf requires you to experience all those beautiful things, but then every shot requires you to block all of that out and just focus on the task at hand. And you don't have the opportunity of doing it again. You're going to do it once, and you're going to live with how that works out.
That's really a good explanation.
Philosopher. And it sounds like a plumber in the background.
It sure is. Somebody's dropping some pops back there.
That's well done, by the way. For those of you that play golf and understand golf, that is really well done.
And he worked in a couple of mine. You're able to smoke and drink and still play.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like he was in a pro-am. They were setting up scaffolding or
Yeah.
the
Probably.
whatever the
Yeah.
bleacher.
Yeah. And the only thing he left out is the comfortable clothing.
Oh yeah,
The clothing's phenomenal.
Listen, that's one of those things that Speedy and I've been telling you
I know.
since I joined the show. I'm sure he told you before that.
Are you thankful I'm finally in?
Well, it took you 15 years.
I didn't understand it. It takes me.
Do you know how many times y'all made fun of me and Speedy for
I'm
pullovers
yes.
and golf shirts
I
and
know.
golf pants? And
I'm
do
still
y'all-
struggling with the pullover a little bit because I made a mistake and wore one this week when it was too warm and I got
Yeah.
hot.
Yeah. I can see that.
I got
I can
hot.
see that.
I've noticed
And,
on pullovers, I only like the really thin pullovers. If they're too
Like this.
thick, I don't like them.
Well, I also discovered.
That's a good one.
Let me tell you, my first delay on pullovers was I weighed 290 pounds.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you ever tried to pull over that.
That's tough, Rick. It's tough to get that over.
At 228, 230, I can wear a pullover.
Yeah.
You know, that's a little bit different.
So we have
right.
one other quick clip here
That's
about
good.
how
Keep pulling.
the golf balls are stacked on the driving range in the little pyramid.
Oh,
Yeah.
I used to do this.
Those little pyramid things, I just assumed it was like some child in the back shed stacking them up.
No, not at all.
But yeah, they have that little like cone device
Yep.
to
Yeah.
make the pyramid.
Oh,
so I was
yeah.
like, well, that's a lot smarter of a plan than I
It
had.
is. It is.
Oh, that's how they do it.
I was going to pay
Yeah.
children to do it, but this is better. This is better.
Pay children to do it.
I mean, that's a good-looking pyramid right there.
I always think about the person that came up with that idea and then sold it to golf courses.
Yes.
Do you know I didn't even know
Yeah.
about this?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I've never.
Rick.
I don't think I've ever been to a driving range.
Rick, we got to go. You and me, we got to go.
You know, I think I would like to get out and just see if I could just grip and
Just
rip.
smack them.
You know, now this is in this empty nest world. I think I'm kind of open to try new things.
Yes.
There's the first. That's the first statement.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I have a little more recreational time than I used to
Yeah,
have.
you do.
You know, when you have multiple kids all involved in 100 things and a job, you don't have time to do anything.
No, you don't.
Rick, you could have a phenomenal, just tiny little par three at your farm.
I know.
It really is set up. It would be a beautiful course
Over the water.
by the
You
lake.
could even have an island green.
I've noticed the people who live in
Island
and around
green.
there have made that decision for me. They have already tried it. Okay. So I actually pulled up one day and the guy's just ripping out there in one of the pastures. I'm like, hey, man.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. I pulled up to him in the truck, sitting there looking. I said, so we're just ripping balls out here in the pasture? And he goes, yes, sir.
Playing through.
Yeah. And I said, did you ever think about maybe checking in, see if that was okay with me? I said, now I'm going to need every single golf ball picked up. You realize that. and I'm really going to be angry if it's not. And
that's impossible.
And the kid was like, well, I thought it'd be okay. Well, and it may have been, but, just to ask.
Maybe ask
asking
first.
is big.
Be nice.
Yeah, that's always huge.
Asking
Yeah.
is big.
So polite.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I got the answer. A lot of times you thought wrong.
Right, there you go. Well,
I thought it'd be okay. Well, you thought wrong.
Well, the one thing you have to think about is I can just go do this, is because the problem is when people actually own something, is they would like to come there without checking in with you. Really, anytime we want to.
Yeah.
So you may have said today I'm going to drive golf balls, and we might say today we're going down there and having a family day. See, we shouldn't have to check in with you. You should really have to check in with us. Right? It kind of goes the other way, doesn't it? All right, we'll come back.
Oh, gosh.
There's
That's
River
River.
ripping. Speedy's grandson, man. He's got a sweet shot, too. Look, he's doing the Happy Gilmore. Look at that. That boy River.
He's a nut.
I don't want to go River. Hey, that boy River. Phone calls next to wrap up the hour. Helmsy's going in there to grab it. And we'll chat with you, America, on what's on your mind and check anything we missed.
Rick and Bubba.
Struggling with him, and one man shot him. I want justice, Greg, for the person who walks the dogs for me, that works for me. I want justice for this human being. I've got $500,000 to help me find the people that shot him.
Yeah.
Do you think?
But don't know. Yeah, I'll give $500,000 who can turn in the person who shot him.
Yeah. What about a reward for who did this crime? $500,000. You'll get somebody to turn.
But that's not what we got.
Now, do you think at least you turn then for doing the right thing and make the money? The other one, you're paying somebody who shot somebody and stole your dogs.
Do you think the dog walker was into something and people were like he was?
It had to be more than I.
They were coming after him, and the dogs were just an innocent.
Is it one of those when the robbers, when they went off, one looked at the other, said, "Why did you get those dogs?
Yeah,
tie them up. We don't need the dogs."
Something's weird about this.
The only reason I think what y'all say makes sense. Don't misunderstand me, but I can't figure out why that they took the dogs. Then, I mean, they should have just shot the guy and drove off.
Yeah, well, one of the dogs got away. There was 3 of them.
But why would you take any of the dogs?
I think the person getting the awards in on it. Reward, I said awards.
Maybe to make it look like that we were trying to steal Lady Gaga's dogs. Okay. Maybe that's their cover. Right. Maybe they just wanted to shoot this guy.
Yeah, maybe this guy had made somebody mad. I mean, there's a lot of angles you can take.
Because this guy's fighting with him. Adler was just showing the security footage from some house or whatever that showed it. There was definitely a struggle going on.
I'm just to make sure that because I'm almost to this point. I said nothing could surprise me, and I think I'm still right. But I find myself still searching the story for some concern for Ryan Fisher, and I can't find it. It's like nobody cares that a human being was shot. And
Rick, when you say bring them back, no questions asked, that tells you I just want my dogs back. I hate this guy got shot, but that really doesn't concern me.
I can find another dog walker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just want my dogs.
Well,
back.
let me tell you what,
y'all can walk free for shooting this person if you'll just give me my dogs back.
But I'm with you, Bubba. Hello, welcome. My previous dog walker was shot. Yes, ma'am. So you want to be my new dog walker? Yes, ma'am. How did he get shot? Some people got out of a sedan, gunned him down, took my dog. So here's where I need you to walk him. Whoa, back up just a minute. What'd you just say?
Yeah.
Now keep in mind now, if I need a quick $500,000, all I have to do is nab her dogs again.
Right.
Yeah.
And how did you get your dogs back? Well, I offered $500,000. Oh, to catch the guy who shot your friend? No. I couldn't care less about him. He's alive. He only got shot once. What I was looking for was to get my French bulldogs back. But you know what, guys? I'm telling you,
at $500,000.
If you don't think the Lady Gagas of the world who have these has this weird pet thing, if you don't think she sees those pets is more precious than that person, I promise you she does.
Yeah.
Not even close, Rick.
And
like I said,
Rick,
there's no reward.
Hey,
to
Rick, how have you come to that conclusion? By the way she's acting.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I came to that conclusion.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll pay his medical bills. Maybe. I don't know.
Greg, I don't know. Greg,
not now the dogs are back.
Dogs are back.
Yeah. So I don't know. I thought we had time for Cuomo, but we don't. And now that the big turn on Cuomo, we'll get to that coming up too. But yeah, so the update is Gaga has got her dogs back. It doesn't say whether she paid the money to the person who brought them back.
It references that they're not sure if that's going to happen, but she's willing to do it. And they claim the police are pretty quick to release a statement saying that the lady that brought the dogs back in has no connection to the robbery.
How they know?
Or whatever. And that's
she
pretty
found
quick.
them tied up somewhere.
Tied up, yeah, close by.
So
which is weird.
Does anybody care?
All right, so let me ask.
Does anybody care about Ryan Fisher?
Never even mentioned it.
Okay. And again, maybe he did have it coming, but I'd at least like to see that in the story. Some mention of the human. I would love to see that. Other than he got shot. That's just some old
Rick,
human.
there's an update on that, Rick. He only got shot once.
Right.
I'll say that's much better.
Well, Greg, you know what that is again. People exaggerate.
Exactly.
Hey, man, I saw him get shot. They shot him 4 times. There was only one shot even fired. Okay, there weren't even any misses. I thought there were some misses. There was really only one shot fired. No, it's 4. Shot him 4 times. In the chest.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helmsy is standing by. Your phone calls coming in. At 866 We Be Big, we'll chat with you, America. And if you want to call us now, you can. Things you need to know before we wrap up. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be recorded today, out this weekend, Lord willing. So catch that. And tonight, from themanchurch.com, Crestview, Florida. First Baptist Church, Brian Dawson from Team Man Church speaking there tonight as they continue to go through the discipleship strategy. So if you want to join in and get in the strategy, you can be there tonight. Find those details at themanchurch.com under events. Bubba, one of the things we want to hit is, yesterday, and even on letters from the audience, you and I got into this discussion of funding Israel versus funding Ukraine, and one's a little more clear-cut than the other, and is Ukraine on the up and up? And, it doesn't help those that are being told about how horrible things are in Ukraine and, strumming the heartstrings to get more money. And then you see things like Secretary of State, is it Antony as opposed to Anthony?
Yeah.
Like Mark Antony? Blinken is there in Kiev, where we're being...
Kiev, how do we say that?
Whatever. And this is him while he's there in war-torn Ukraine, and he's gigging at a local bar. What do we... Not very good singing, rocking in the free world.
So I guess while this is disturbing, you ask if the country's in such dire needs in their war that they need $60 billion. How can our Secretary of State go to their capital that has been bombed several times, go to a local bar and get on stage and sing? It doesn't look that dire.
No, it really, if we're hurting for cash and you want 60 billion more, that right there, that's the things that are making people going, okay, is there an end to this? I mean, it's...
it doesn't look like they're in desperate need of money right there, does it?
No. To the phones we go. We go to Mike out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go right ahead, Mikey.
Hey, guys. I was going to let y'all know I talked to my good friend Lou Graham, the lead singer for Foreigner. And on the Radio Hall of Fame, he said, chill out, it'll come. And also, I wanted to remember the Black Lives Matter riots years ago when they had Antifa, and now they've got Antifa.
We lost him. He's saying, Bubba, you and I are still suffering a little bit of the sting of not being nominated again for the vote of the Radio Hall of Fame. He says Lou Graham told us just hang in there.
Hang on.
Yeah. Chris, on the same topic. Chris, go right ahead. How are you, sir?
Doing good. How are you guys, Dave?
Good. We're good.
We're great. Hey, listen, I'm the same way. I think we all should take a poll and see who all thinks that you guys should be in the Radio Hall of Fame. I know I'm there.
Yeah, well, the people have already voted on that. The problem is the industry doesn't agree with you, and that's very kind.
Yeah, well, we're not even in the industry. Don't listen.
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
We're not even in the Calhoun County Radio Hall of Fame.
No, we're not in the Alabama Hall of Fame. We're not in the, I know that there's some organization that was willing to make us some sort of musical Hall of Famers. I don't know how that works, but I think they just felt bad for us. I don't know what to tell you. And I have a vision, I think, of Lou Graham. Bubba and I have gone on to glory. Speedy, Greg, they've gone on to glory.
Oh, wow.
And our award is finally accepted by Eddie Van Adler.
Yeah, that's funny.
No, Rick.
And the speech that we've been waiting with, the speech we've been waiting to give is finally given by Chris Eddie Van Adler.
No, Rick. To make it even better, he can't make it, so Ruby steps in as an adult, and she
because his health while bad. He's in a wheelchair.
That's where this is headed, isn't it?
Now, I think the industry, and this is one of those things, I made a joke about it in the Bible study yesterday about offending the alligator before you get across the river. Yeah. The very people that Bubba and I have taken great joy in making fun of now need to vote for us.
Yeah.
And so, I think making fun of them was worth it.
Yeah. The radio.
I'd rather have.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath on any awards. Seeing how we named the CD we had, 14 years, still no awards. And it's been 16, 17 since then now, and no one got the hint.
No, you're right. Yeah.
I'd be all emotional.
Yeah.
I'd be like all emotional, like, Monkey Crest to the Green Acres, everybody.
That is funny.
That's a great one. Patsy.
I know they're in heaven now saying, stay in it.
Patsy. Probably not.
I'm just
Patsy,
kidding.
how are you?
Behind that big
I'm
microphone
cracking.
in the sky.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just laughing over you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. All right.
I'm cracking up too, so you're all right.
I'm glad,
I
Patsy.
just want to know why you don't say a goodbye to the 10 o'clock people like you do the 9 o'clock people.
Well, some days I do, and the only answer I can give you on that is inconsistency, because and it really is the truth, because the way the show is consumed now, I really should say goodbye to everybody every hour, and say if you're leaving, have a good day. If you get more Rick and Bubba, stick around. Hey, go get what you missed today, and all that. I should be saying goodbye. And some days at 10 your time, I do say goodbye. Some days I don't, and it's just because I lack enough professionalism to do it every day right.
Huh.
Yes.
We'll get City down.
Okay, we will. And you'll get a goodbye today, by the way, for that reminder. You're kind of like the
See you
person who
later.
goes, hey, don't forget. So thank you for that. It's like me looking down at my grocery list and going, oh, I almost forgot the eggs.
Yeah.
Let's go to Anonymous. Is that right? Anonymous, go ahead. You're on the show.
Hey, I want to pitch an idea to have a subscription-only access to Greg and Adler's mic. Let the boys talk.
Just them. Just.
Do you know?
I think we talking
Well,
about.
no,
Have you ever heard the term?
Be heard. Go ahead.
It's uncomfortable.
Have you ever heard the term "be careful what you wish for"?
I love it. I think they're silenced. Let them talk. Let's hear what they got to say. Everybody wants to hear it.
So we're silenced. I know it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on this show can be accused of being silent. Now, some days you may take yourself out of the show because you're working on logs or eating or returning emails. But usually the mics are open for anybody to come in anytime they want to. So I don't think anybody is silenced. Usually when you don't hear from people, they've taken themselves out of the engagement.
Or they need to be silent. Too many people talking at one time.
Or they don't have anything to say.
If you ain't got anything to say, you're
Might be a
seated in
subject-
silence.
Subject they know nothing about.
And Rick, you make the chocolate sprinkles analogy a lot. You can't eat just chocolate sprinkles.
No, let's
you gotta
sprinkle.
have a mix.
Let's sprinkle them in.
And we have asked you to stop hanging around, Greg. So,
Yeah,
we have done that.
Patsy,
Trying.
take care. Goodbye. Thank y'all for being with us. If you're wrapping up your time with us, have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.